Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Here's a smoother, more atmospheric rewrite with the same meaning and mood. Snow fell endlessly in the darkness, covering everything in a cold, pale white. The world felt frozen and empty, as if even the air had gone still. Inside the small cabin, though, warmth filled the room. A fire crackled in the stove, casting a soft glow across the Christmas tree, the roast turkey, and the simple decorations carefully placed around the space. It looked like a quiet holiday frozen in time. In the deepest reaches of the void, there is a great wheel of reincarnation, the old woman read aloud from her book, her voice calm. With every turn, a new paradise is born. And each paradise begins to erode the walls between worlds, devouring their very origins. She turned the page slowly. From countless realms, paradise summons its servants, handing them blades and sending them out to conquer those same realms. Outside the window, the snowfall stopped. The sky began to brighten as if dawn had finally arrived. The old woman lifted her gaze and smiled gently. Her face was worn with age, but the smile bloomed like an old flower rediscovering spring. She closed the book, then closed her eyes. A strange light shimmered across the book's cover, like the sheen on a fish's eye, eerie and silent. The afternoon sun was warm and gentle. Light filtered through the trees in the large courtyard, falling across a worn book of poetry. A rocking chair creaked softly. A teenage boy lay sprawled across it, fast asleep. Everything was peaceful. After resting long enough, he shifted a little. With a soft thud, the poetry book that had been covering his face slid off and landed on the ground. The boy sat up lazily, rubbed his eyes, and picked it up. He tossed the book onto the table without much thought, then stepped back into the courtyard to begin his daily training. This boy was a transmigrator. After arriving in this world, he simply kept the name of the body's original owner, Yuan Xiling. The original Yuan Xiling had already died. He didn't know how, but he could sense fragments of the original soul merging quietly into his own. Because of that, he inherited the memories of this body, though they were broken and fuzzy, like a story told through fog. Many details were gone completely. It took him 2 or 3 days to sort through everything. In the end, this is what he pieced together. The original owner was a 16-year-old left-behind child. His parents had died early, and only his grandfather was left to take care of him. He didn't laugh much. He couldn't even cook. Not long ago, the grandfather passed away. A few days later, the original owner died too. No one knew why. Maybe grief. Maybe starvation. Maybe something else entirely. What he left behind was a large house, a good sum of money, and a strange blue bead now hanging around Yuan Xiling's neck. Judging by that bead, he probably didn't starve to death after all. Even the system couldn't identify what it was. In his previous life, Yuan Xiling was the same age. His parents still lived, but they worked far from home and were rarely around. He'd gotten used to living alone and cooking simple meals for himself. So after finally eating properly again, he turned his attention to the mysterious system. It wasn't like the systems in novels. There were no quests, no guidance, not even a real name. So he simply called it the system. After a lot of trial and error, he managed to bring up the system panel. System, open personal panel. A faint blue holographic screen appeared in front of him, glowing with futuristic light. The interface looked cool, but also a little unsettling. Host, Yuan Xiling. Race, human. Skills, none. System items, none. System points, none. At the top of the page were 2 tabs, Personal Panel and Plugin Functions. The personal panel was currently highlighted. He tapped around mentally, but nothing else appeared. So he switched. System, open plugin functions. The personal panel dimmed. Plugin functions lit up. The screen shifted. 1. Void Gold Miner. 2. Void Train of 10,000 Realms. 3. Universal System Furnace. For Ordinary Human Growth Plan. Only 4 options hovered in the empty screen. After more testing, he discovered only the 4th could actually be activated for now. The rest only showed brief descriptions. 1. Void Gold Miner. Allows extraction of void data and converts it into physical objects called distortion-stable items, which resist distortion. 2. Void Train of 10,000 Realms. When certain conditions are met, the train travels between worlds and converts void distortion into system points. 3. Universal System Furnace. Everything can be fused here. Perfect compatibility costs nothing. Conflicts require system points. They were all amazing, but locked. So Yuan Xiling had no choice but to start with the last one. For Ordinary Human Growth Plan. Become stronger through your own effort. Do not rely on the system. When you reach a certain threshold, the other functions will unlock. This is too much. Yuan Xiling chose to skip without hesitation and then turned it on. Obtained Ordinary Qi Yangju 10-1. Please check host in the system items. Ordinary Yang Qiju. When you hear this name, you know that it is not a peerless technique. It is estimated that it is a big hit. Why do other people sign in to send some good things to the system, but he has only one big market here? Yuan Xiling complained in her heart and felt tears welling in her eyes again after the screen was switched. Isn't it a day to stand up 100 times, sit up 100 times, squat 100 times, run 10 kilometers, can't turn on the air conditioner, and eat bananas in the morning? Isn't this Saitama's baldness plan? Does this really work? January couldn't help but feel excited. What does it matter if he becomes bald like Mr. Saitama? System atmosphere. Then, Yuan Xiling also ran out of the stall to buy a handful of bananas. There was no air conditioner in the old house. A week later, Yuan Xiling felt that he was dying, and his joints were about to fall apart, let alone getting stronger. He felt that he had lost his life. Only then did he remember that the system seemed to give him a normal Yang Qiju. Is this the supplementary method that the system knows that he can't practice the Saitama baldness method and is specially prepared for him? Yuan Xiling lay motionless on the grass in the backyard. The screen quickly changed, and it returned to the personal panel. The difference from the previous one is that there is an additional technique Ordinary Qi Yangju on the system items. Yuan Xiling's mind stayed on it for a while, and a system window popped up. Whether to use General Qi Yangju. Yes or no? Yes. The blue screen in front of him flashed, and the normal Yang Qiju disappeared instantly. Yuan Xiling only felt that there was a lot of information in his brain, and her body sat up unconsciously, grinning with pain, and followed the steps on the normal Yang Qiju to practice. Closing her eyes tightly, Yuan Xiling felt a warm current entering from her mouth and nose, and after running in her body for a big week, she carried the stale air out of her body. Afterwards, Yuan Xiling's breath became weaker and weaker, but the turbid breath accounted for more and more. In addition, he felt a strange power all over him. No, not only all over him, but also all over the courtyard. Just when he wanted to understand this feeling in detail, normal Yang Qiju suddenly stopped running, and this feeling disappeared. Helpless, he had to open his eyes, take a deep breath, and let his breath come slowly. All of a sudden, he only felt cool. It's like eating a dozen mints in one breath, although it didn't directly spiral into the sky. It was so refreshing that the fatigue of a few days was offset in an instant. This sensation is not limited to the mouth. It actually goes through the whole body with the throat for a week before it stops. Yuan Xiling only felt his whole body crisp and collapsed directly on the grass. I didn't expect it to be worse. Yuan Xiling took a long time to sit up. There was no dirt on the grass. Yuan Xiling wiped it on his arm, and the legendary pore spraying did not happen. Sure enough, the pores are fake. At this moment, his stomach trembled, and then he whimpered. Not hungry, but... Irrespective of physical pain, Yuan Xiling rushed directly into the toilet. After she was ready, she felt uncomfortable, so she ran out again and closed the door. System, you scam. Why didn't you say it earlier? Yuan Xiling had a grudge against the system for not telling him the side effects in advance. The host did not view the introduction by itself, so this system cannot be blamed. The electronically synthesized sound of the system echoed in my ears. The system hasn't moved much in the past few days and didn't respond until Yuan Xiling asked him this time. Is there a profile? You directly ask me if I want to use it. Where did the profile come from? Yuan Xiling felt that the system was lying to him. The host was thinking about using it at the time. This system asked if the host was used, and the host was also confirmed. If host ordered to view the profile at that time, the system will pop up the profile page for host. The electronically synthesized sound of the system still does not fluctuate, which seems to be artificially retarded. Co-authored, or am I wrong? Yuan Xiling looked out the window. I was too anxious to find out just now, but now I realized that the sky was getting brighter, and the big tree outside the window was also covered with a layer of golden yellow. System, how many hours did I practice? The host has practiced for 10 hours, 16 minutes, and 2 seconds, and it is now 8:3:52. I have been practicing for 10 hours. Is it so fast? I have practiced since 10 o'clock last night until now. Originally, I hadn't eaten at noon, and the previous ones were put out again. Yuan Xiling felt a little bit weak in her body. There are no more ingredients in the old house, only a few boxes of instant noodles and some bananas. When Yuan Xiling was dealing with this, he clicked on the introduction page of Common Yang Qi Ju. Gong Fa Ordinary Qi Yang Ju, first level entry. Very ordinary Yang Qi Ju, gentle, very suitable for beginners. It can prolong life and strengthen the body. Note 1. When used for the first time, a large amount of body pollutants will be discharged by a special method. Note 2. This Yang Qi Ju is divided into 2 layers. Ordinary? Yuan Xiling didn't have other exercises for comparison, but he could also feel that this Qi cultivation was by no means simple, and in fact, there was no need to feel it. Note 2 clearly showed it. But now it seems that this ordinary Qi nurturing art is the core of this plan to become stronger, so why did the system release Mr. Saitama's baldness plan before? Make him happy? Compared with these things, if he could become like Saitama-sensei, he might be happier. But it seemed that he had no choice, so Yuan Xiling had to follow the system step by step. He also filled out a plan to become stronger in the system, one by one to reach the 2nd level of Yang Qi Ju. In the next few days, Yuan Xiling used Yang Qi Ju instead of sleeping, and used the computer to learn about the world in the morning. After a few days, he gradually got acquainted with Yang Qi Ju, and found that it is not necessary to sit cross-legged in order to practice, but a little energy can be absorbed from the air and stored in the body. But the first layer of Yang Qi Ju only has how to absorb energy, not how to use energy, let alone how to release it. In addition, Yuan Xiling discovered that this world was much larger than in the previous life. The entire planet was enlarged and the land accounted for more than 70%, with many forces occupying one side. As for the language, Huxia is spoken in Yuan Xiling. Although the major forces occupy one side, there has been no friction in history. Most of them are in peacetime, and the major forces have enacted laws. Then there is the most important thing. There are martial arts and superpowers and even non-human races in this world, and there are not a few. Although the strength is not good, it is obvious. In fact, this problem was known when Yuan Xiling passed through and received the memory, but he needed more detailed information, so he searched the internet. As a result, many interesting things were discovered. The rapid development of biotechnology, such as cloning, may be the reason for the prevalence of alchemy. There is a hard, transparent diaphragm above the world, so that the aerospace industry cannot be carried out, and the sky above the sky is always a problem that people are discussing. In fact, Yuan Xiling doesn't really catch a cold for these things, so searching for these materials is just for the sake of safety. So after learning that the world was not as dangerous as imagined, Yuan Xiling didn't practice as crazy as before, only to ensure the progress of the cultivation. He even took a nap. After another week of leisure, Yuan Xiling is finally about to break through the 2nd layer. He can clearly feel that the first layer of the ordinary Qi Yang Ju has not had much effect on him. And the system also made a prompt. Gong Fa-ordinary Qi Yang Ju has reached the 1st level of bottleneck, temporarily unable to break through. It is detected that the host has reached the standard, and it has obtained Ordinary Breathing Method 10-1. Please count it and check it in the system items. It's ordinary again? Is this a series? The breathing method? The system, breathing method, and Yang Qi Ju seem very similar. Is there any difference? Host, please feel it yourself after practicing. Yuan, she pouted her lips without saying anything, pretending to be mysterious. Then, system, how can Yang Qi Ju be promoted to the second level? The system has screened the following 3 options for host. 1. Perception promotion. Comprehend the state of feeling the power of the world when you first raise your qi, and you can be promoted after the 5th level. This program is the most difficult. 2. Fusion promotion. Use the system furnace to perfectly blend the normal qi yang ju and normal breathing method. Note, it is detected that the host is in the introductory stage, and the system recommends that the host raise the ordinary breathing method to the first level of the bottleneck and proceed with the fusion. 3. By analogy, when practicing breathing method, don't forget, Yang Qi Ju, practice both at the same time, realize and understand by analogy. Note, this program requires the host to have a very high talent in order to complete it in a short time. Host talent is average. Seeing these 3 plans, Yuan Xiling's face went black. Both plans 1 and 3 could not be completed in a short time. Moreover, the feeling of plan 1 has long been forgotten. How can I feel it? Then the furnace function of the 2-plan system is not turned on again. When the host breathing method reaches the first bottleneck, the system furnace will open. Okay. Yuan Xiling was a little helpless. After running to the yard, he decisively opened the personal panel and used the ordinary breathing method. A string of information quickly entered Yuan Xiling's mind, and his chaotic breathing rate also became rapid, as if he was following a certain pattern. Different from the cooling sensation of Yang Qi Ju, Yuan Xiling felt very hot and dry. He opened his eyes and could see that his skin quickly turned red. The breathing rate hasn't changed since the first time it was accelerated and has been following that rhythm, but Yuan Xiling has become hotter and hotter herself, really wanting to find a way to vent. Skills. 1. Yang Qi Ju and breathing method are used at the same time to complement each other. Recommend. 2. After using the breathing method, use Yang Qi Ju to adjust the breath, which can offset the damage caused by the breathing method. Choose one of the 2. Yuan Xiling was almost unable to hold on and immediately ran the normal Yang Qi Ju. There was no change in the breathing rate, but the energy that was inhaled did not stop in the body. Instead, it quickly moved along with the route of Yang Qi Ju. The skin had receded from the red state, the body was no longer hot, and Yuan Xiling sat on the ground again. Tired, too tired, even more tired than the first practice. Yang Qi Ju, Yuan Shiru wiped her forehead with her hand, only to find that her whole body was soaked with sweat. The yard is still a lot of dust, and the whole body is sweaty. It didn't take much time to practice the breathing method this time. After taking a shower, Yuan Xiling opened the personal panel. Host, Yuan Xiling. Race, human. Skills, Gongfa - ordinary Qi Yang Ju, first level of bottleneck, Gongfa - general breathing, mid-level of first floor. System items, none. System points, 10. Sure enough, 2 simultaneous practice can make the breathing method quickly improve. When Yuan Xiling first practiced Yang Qi Ju, he only had to get to the entry level. While practicing breathing method, he skipped the entry point and reached the middle stage. Also, system, when did I have 10 points? Host normal Yang Qi Ju after reaching the first bottleneck, it is given by the system. What if my breathing method also reaches a bottleneck? The system will also give 10 points. It means that as long as I practice the exercises to a level of bottleneck, I can get 10 points? Although Yuan Xiling doesn't know how the other 3 functions of the system are charged, the 10 points are not a lot. As long as he goes to the 10,000 realms to collect the exercises, he won't have a lot of points. These 2 exercises are given by the system function Ordinary People's Strengthening Plan. They have special benefits, but other exercises do not. That's really a pity. After another day, Yuan Xiling's ordinary breathing method became more proficient. During this period, he also tried the technique 2 mentioned before in the system, but the effect was not satisfactory. Use the breathing method alone, not to mention the whole body is hot and uncomfortable. After the end, you need to adjust the breath by Yang Qiju, which is equivalent to losing your combat effectiveness. Congratulations, host. Ordinary breathing method reached a bottleneck. It is detected that the host is up to the standard, and the plug-in function, the universal furnace of the system, is turned on. Please make persistent efforts. Is it finally possible to merge? Yuanqi 0 opens the plug-in function, puts his mind on function 2, and opens the system melting pot. A huge furnace appeared on the right side of the panel, and the sound of steel beating was faintly heard. On the left are skills, system items, and system points. Yuanqi opens skills at 0 and drags the normal Qi Yangju and normal breathing method into the furnace on the right. Whether to fuse normal Yang Qiju and normal breathing method. Yes or no? Yes. Yuan Xiling suppressed his excitement. Yang Qiju and breathing method turned into 2 icons and collided together, and then a new icon was formed with a pen sound. Gong Method 1 Qi after the day. Introduction to the second floor. It is formed by the perfect fusion of Yang Qiju and breathing method. It can nourish Qi in the body and breathe, can control the blood Qi in the body. Yuan Xiling felt the previous 2 strings of information merged together in his mind, and immediately began to operate according to the day after tomorrow. This feeling is very subtle, very different from running Yang Qiju and breathing method at the same time. It has been detected that the host has reached the standard on the spot, and all functions of the system are turned on. Please make persistent efforts. When Yuan Xiling was overjoyed, the voice of the system sounded again. The host has reached the system function 4 standard, and the final reward has been given to the system item, and the system function 4 will be closed soon. Is the strengthening project going to be closed? Turn it off and turn it off. Anyway, it has done a lot of benefits. For some reason, Saitama-sensei's bald skills has also turned into a small icon hidden in the corner of the system panel. This can only be considered later. System open personal panel. Host Yuan Xiling. Race human. Skills Gongfa Hotian Ichi. Introduction to the second floor. System items Ordinary meditation thoughts X1. System points 20. Yuan Xiling first used the ordinary meditation thought and then merged it with Hotian Ichi. After the fusion, the method is still Hotian Ichi, but it has the function of meditation. Function 2 is easy to understand, which is to travel through the heavens and all realms. As for function 1, it seems that you can hook things from the void, but you have to pay a certain amount of system points. System turn on void miner. The system panel popped up instantly, and a small figure was drawn on the panel. This function can be used after completing the system database. Is it to be completed? Completing the database may be noticed by the park, and the host needs to leave the world within 5 hours after completing the database. Yuan Xiling was stunned and thought for a moment, paradise. He rubbed his eyebrows and quietly moved, the day after tomorrow, to calm down his emotions. That's right. The system has all appeared, so is the paradise not allowed to appear? Besides, there is no serious cultivation system in this world, no spiritual power, true qi, and only broken energy in the air, and there is no loss if you leave. How to complete? The system automatically completes. Then make it up. In the completion of the system database. The completion is successful. Do you use Void Miner, and how many times do you use it? First use it once. Yuan Xiling stared at the panel and saw the miner throw the claw out. Woo, Golden Legend. The golden light occupies the entire panel, and after the golden light dissipated, a blue knight sword appeared. Weapon Knight's one-handed sword. Devil Sword. The sharp blade can pierce energy. Cross Sword. Cut out the word 10, and the enemy that is cut will be marked with the mark of Evil Demon. Guardian. The sword body opens a translucent light shield to protect it in front of you. Note, The one-handed sword of a certain holy light knight. The whole sword is made of materials containing light attributes, which has a certain effect on demons. But the blood of the holy light will make it stronger. Yuan Xiling turned the knight's sword upside down, swung it twice, and included it in the system item. He doesn't have time to appreciate this sword now, he has to clean up and leave here. System. Can other things be stored in system items? Cannot. Only items obtained through the system can be deposited. That's really difficult. Yuan Xiling scratched the back of his head. The soul of Yuan Xiling merged with the soul fragments of the original owner and also inherited the nostalgia for this house. The original owner and Yuan Xiling were both an otaku in his previous life and were not familiar with the outside world, so during this period of time when Yuan Xiling traveled over, he didn't even want to go out. It seems that I can only bring something selectively, Nanan said to himself, but the action on his hand was a meal. This bead. It used to be that the system database was missing and could not be detected, but now it should be able to be detected. System, check this bead. Checking. Item Carl Horace Swollen Magic Eye. Inactive. Space. There are countless spaces inside, and the size of the space can be adjusted at any time. Isolation. Isolate the outside world, and each space is isolated from each other. Note 1. I really don't know who Carl Horace is, but this bead really looks like his eyeball. Note 2. Beads made with 3 worlds and a little special material can do more than just loading things. Yuan Xiling stared at the beads in her hand blankly. Unexpectedly, this bead is a magic weapon of space, and its background is so big. But looking at this introduction, the eyeball seems to be just the name of this bead. Otherwise, this thing is really eyeball. Then, system, how to activate this stuff? Host puts the magic eye on the forehead and uses the acquired chi to meditate. Yuan Xiling lay on the sofa, put the magic eye behind her forehead, and immediately meditated. It hurts, it hurts. Yuan Xiling's body emits a faint light up and down. After the magic eye comes into contact with the light, it directly turns into a blue light spot and penetrates into the center of her eyebrows, and then Yuan Xiling loses consciousness. Know the sea. The blue light spots filled the entire space and then gathered into a bead in one place. Yuan Xiling's soul also opened his eyes. System, what's going on? Magic Eye forcibly opens up the identification C for the host and binds it with the host. Knowledge of the sea? Magic Eye, you can release the consciousness of the sea in the future, so you won't lose it. Yuan Xiling scratched his head symbolically and continued. System, send me. Yuan Xiling hadn't finished speaking yet. The entire consciousness sea trembled violently and abruptly doubled again. The newly expanded area continuously has golden light spots, which are quickly stacked together to outline the appearance of a small golden tower. The golden small tower is completely formed, and when it turns into substance, the golden light spots will no longer be produced. System. The system quickly understood the meaning of Yuan Xiling, and an information window popped up in time. Item Golden Tower. Containment. Contain the soul in the small tower. Soul Guard. Soul mental attacks will be absorbed by the small tower. Note. The previous protective shell of the system. Yuan Xiling breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be the protective shell of the system. He thought something had happened, but the system was really generous. After the fusion of the Sea of Knowledge and the 2 items, the spiritual power increased by more than 1 star. Withdrawing from the Sea of Knowledge, Yuan Xiling felt a moment of depression. Above, there are things on it that make him very uncomfortable. The system, help me collect everything in the house, Magic Eye. The system is binding with Magic Eye. The binding is successful. The items in the house are being collected. The collection is successful. While the system was collecting items, Yuan Xiling was also trying his best to adjust his own state, the day after tomorrow, moving quickly. Probably because of the skyrocketing mental power, coupled with the suppression of the sky, Yuan Xiling felt groggy. Heaven? Yuan Xiling suddenly thought of the information about this world found on the internet a few days ago. The huge transparent diaphragm was a day. As if feeling something in his heart, the sky slowly cracked a hole, like an empty eye, looking towards Yuan Xiling. Yuan Xiling felt that the pressure was even greater and directly half-kneeled on the ground. Not mental attack? Detecting that the host is in a state of mental instability, it is recommended that the host use the system to hang up. Whether to use the system to hang up? Yes or no? Yuan Xiling did not answer immediately. He remembered that the world's land accounted for more than 70%, and it would definitely cause extreme weather changes, increased temperature changes, etc., but these did not happen. It's like there is a pair of big hands sweeping these out, arranging everything in this world, or the sky is like a cage, and someone outside is keeping the world in captivity. Can't stay any longer. System, can you put the whole house and this yard into the magic eye? The host's mental power is not enough to support such a large portal. Forcibly supporting the meeting to make the host enter a short-term dormancy, you can use the system points to protect the host's soul from harm. During hibernation, the system will automatically hang up. System, turn on automatic hang-up. As soon as the voice fell, Yuan Xiling's soul disappeared into the sea of knowledge. Outside, Yuan Xiling slowly opened his eyes and stood up. The eyes that lost their highlights did not fluctuate. Raising both hands, a portal appeared in the middle. Yuan Xiling threw the portal up, and the portal was actually like a liquid, gradually becoming larger in the air and covering the entire area when it fell. The sphere shrank quickly and flew back into his palm. Yuan Xiling glanced lightly at the cracked sky and slowly disappeared. After a long time, a tall young man appeared there. Did you run again, eh? It's so uncomfortable. This was Yuan Xiling's first feeling after waking up. He felt that his body was squeezed into a small room, and all parts of his body were being squeezed. Then, he couldn't feel the existence of other parts of the body, as if he was born without these. And then, Yuan Xiling opened his eyes. Too dark. Tormented, Yuan Shirue tried to touch his head with his hands, but his hands did not respond. But before that, the head didn't seem to know where it was. System, what's wrong with me? The sound echoed in this small dark space. However, the system did not directly answer him. Host has successfully left Golden Paradise Experimental World Number 2. It's really an experimental world, and the name Golden Paradise is too sloppy. Ignoring Yuan Xiling's complaints, the system continued to report. In order to avoid the managers of this world, the system adopts the best plan, leaving the original body of the host in the experimental world. What's the best solution? Then those things I practiced before are all in vain. Yuan Xiling felt a bit of toothache. The original physical skill information system has been backed up. That's good, system. Where am I now? And what's wrong with me now? The host is now located in an unnamed, fragmented world. In addition, in order to save the power of the system, the body of the host uses the most potential template in the low sequence, Slimlimlu Tempest, incomplete. Meiwang template? Why is it still incomplete? Yuan Xiling wanted to scratch his head, only to remember that he didn't even have a hand. No core skills - great sage. Host, please get acquainted with the new body as soon as possible. The system rarely paused. The day after tomorrow, Zhongming's thoughts can be released from the spirit. Yuan Xiling didn't care about that much anymore and directly used meditation to release his mental power. A blue irregular dumpling writhed around the desolate hole. Not the ordinary blue, but blue and white with some noble white. Oh, Moe King, not a dream. But when Yuan Xiling wanted to expand the scope of his mental power, he felt a scorching pain. It seems that the sea of knowledge has not stabilized yet. He concentrated his consciousness on the lower part again and moved vigorously. Moved. Finally moved. It's really difficult. Okay, then up. The blue and white dumpling jumped up and flew far away. It's really Moe King, Long Aotian's Moe King, although he can't be directly invincible like Mr. Saitama. Yuan Xiling sighed again that it was a surprise to get the Meiwang template, but he always had an inexplicable taste. System, in the future, except for emergencies, you have to ask me about other decisions. The system will only take measures autonomously when it hangs up. Well, system, what is Fragment World? Fragmented World, The normal world is destroyed by man-made influences, and the remaining world exists in the form of fragments. It's the world played badly by the reincarnations. Yuan Xiling went around the world like this and found that this fragmented world was also quite small. The whole world was covered with desolate scorched earth, connected to the sky in red, with a huge pothole in the center. Yuan Xiling radiated his spiritual power, and the result was like hitting a wall. The spiritual power was bounced back. The system, can it detect what's below? The distance is too far to detect. Consumption of one system point allows for long-distance map drawing. Use a map to draw. Drawing. The drawing is successful. A three-dimensional map appeared in Yuan Xiling's mind. The workmanship was so rough that it could barely be seen clearly. There was a green dot flashing on the side of the pothole, and there was a huge cave below without any red dot flashing. It seems that there is no danger anymore. Yuan Xiling jumped directly, and after a feeling of weightlessness, she steadily fell to the ground. He hurriedly released his spiritual power. Yuan Xiling discovered that he could only radiate up to 5 meters at most, and then radiate just like the previous situation. He looked at the map in his mind, chose a direction, and proceeded cautiously. This should be the fragmented world earlier. The traps such as magic markings have been damaged, the world rules have been solidified, and the degree of danger is extremely low. The blue dumpling stretched out a small tentacle and scratched his head. According to you, there is nothing good in it? The magic engraving can't be activated. It doesn't mean that there is no magic. System, it's not right. At the entrance of the cave, my mental power can't enter. There are creatures with powerful mental powers that die here, their souls volatilize, and their mental powers fill the cave, which poses no threat. Then, this fragmented world, has no one ever been here? Yuan Xiling didn't think that the group of vampires of reincarnation would not be greedy when he knew it. There are countless fragmented worlds in the void. The smaller the size of the world, the faster it moves, and it often hides in the void and reappears many years later. Understood? In other words, this world has just appeared. The road soon came to an end, and the surrounding area became much wider. This is Shirtai? I saw a huge stone engraved with magical spells at the end. Yuan Shi felt it carefully, and the surrounding stone walls were also engraved with this kind of spells, but they were not as clear as those from the huge stone. Yuan Shiru compressed her body and jumped up like a spring. Yuan Xiling didn't control her strength and slammed her head directly on the ceiling, and the dust spread all over the floor. Gee, come over again. Yuan Xiling estimated the height of the boulder, made a slight leap, and landed on the boulder steadily. Yuan Xiling can see clearly now. The boulder is inlaid with a polyhedral sphere, and the 4 sides of the stone wall are respectively tied with a chain, and 4 chains are inserted around the polyhedral sphere. System detection. Item magic core, fire. The magic core left over after the death of an ancient fire dragon was absorbed by the brave and lost some of its magic power. Yuan Xiling looked at the flickering lines on the magic core. There should be a lot of magic left. He jumped on top of the magic core. Great sage, System, predator. The blue ball turned into a black mist, covering the magic core. The system is binding with stomach bag. The binding is successful. System, by the way, bind magic eye and stomach bag to save trouble in the future. Magic eye is binding with stomach bag, bind successfully. Analyzing the magic core. The analysis was successful. Obtain characteristics: primary fire, fire element affinity, dragon power, skills, dragon scale armor, dragon breath, swallow, dragon wing. The blue dumpling was turbulent, and it was visibly enlarged by the naked eye, and strange fiery red lines appeared on it. The fiery red lines shine brightly, attracting the surrounding mental energy to slowly move closer to here. Yuan Xiling controlled her body. The red lines slowly dissipated, and the dumplings returned to their original size. It's better to be like this. Swallow. Yuan Xiling once again turned into a cloud of black mist, covering the entire stone platform. As for the chain, it turned into dust and dissipated in the world when it touched it. Analyzing. The analysis was successful. Obtain characteristics, Earth Element Affinity, Skills, Gathering, Demon Talisman, Seal Talisman, incomplete. After the black mist swallowed the stone platform, it stuck to the stone walls on all sides. When the black mist fell, the carvings on the stone walls had disappeared. Analyzing. The analysis was successful. Obtain characteristics, Dark Element Affinity, and Skill, Shadow Guard Rune. Yuan Xiling went back and forth a few times in this pothole again, swallowing a lot of things. Is there anything good about the system? The solidification rules of this fragmented world can help the host transform into a human form. Huh? This is a rule anyway. Can it only be used to transform? The system has detected that the fragmented world's mother world personality is too high, and the monster's transformation needs to break through the transformation period, attracting the rules of heaven and earth transformation, and helping it transform. But the fire dragon was sealed here in order to get out of trouble and break through the transformation period. The rules of transformation were introduced. Just about to transform, the mother world collapses, and the rules are solidified here. This fire dragon is really miserable. The system, transform it now. The rules are being sharpened. The rule has been activated. Please prepare the host. At this moment, the mental power that had just gathered slowly suddenly turned into a light ball, suspended in midair. System. Yuan Xiling was a little uneasy. Income, magic eye. The blue dumpling trembled slightly, turning into a black mist and instantly enveloping the light cluster. Starting to transform. Outside the pothole, the reddish sky rippled slightly and a transparent water drop-like object fell, ignoring the heavy scorched earth rock layer, and fell on the blue ball. Shaping rules, evenly cover Yuan Xiling's whole body and slowly merge with it. Yuan Xiling could feel the presence of his limbs only when he felt the sky and the earth revolve. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. They were a pair of hands that were much more delicate than the original body. System. Open the personal panel. Host. Yuan Xiling. Race. Slime. Transformation. Features. Primary fire, Fire Element Affinity, Earth Element Affinity, Dark Element Affinity, Long Way. Skills. Thursday Ichi, Introduction to the Second Floor, Predation, Mimicry, Stomach Pouch, Dragon Scale Armor, Dragon Breath, Swallow, Dragon Wing, Devil Gathering Rune, Seal Rune, Incomplete, Shadow Guard Rune, Void Step. System Items. Knight's One-Handed Sword. System Points, 15. Swollen Eyes, Yuan Xiling, Book Fairy, Blank Book. Taxu was obtained by Yuan Xiling swallowing a strange little stone, while Book Fairy and Blank Book were in a small box. As soon as Yuan Xiru touched, the small box was weathered and the two items inside were fine. As for the system points, it was deducted to 10 points before, and 5 points were added after crossing again. System, you should have given me the Meiwang template long ago? Why wait for me to finish, the day after tomorrow, before giving it to me? Looking at the personal panel that is gradually enriching, Yuan Xiling has some questions. Host, after the day 1 Qi is the best auxiliary exercise selected by the system. When you reach the second-tier bottleneck, you can simply mediate internal conflicts. Slime Template is a temporary decision made by the system and does not consume system points. The host will face the 10,000 realms, no matter which way it goes. It is good to have an auxiliary technique. All right, you win. Yuan Xiling shrugged and looked at the body again. Visually 150, it can't be more. It should have absorbed a magic core before. It's really awesome, from 130 to 150 directly. I touched my head. Fortunately, I still have hair, otherwise the picture of the bald Moe King is too beautiful. As for the pupils, the King Moe should be golden. Unfortunately, there is no mirror here. Yuan Xiling looked down slowly. Flat chest, smooth underneath, you can see your feet at a glance. The skin is also very white, the limbs, short, thin arms and legs. Lowly still needs to be a bit fleshy to hold it comfortably. Wait, what are you thinking about? A****. Yuan Xiling took out a set of clothes from Magic Eyes and put them on, but the clothes were too big for him now. One shoulder was exposed directly, but unfortunately no one here can appreciate it. Host can enter keywords in Void Miner to hook the corresponding items. No need to spend more points? Unnecessary. Yuan Shi opened Void Miner at 0 and entered the keywords clothes, reparable and adjustable size. Feeling a little wrong, he added boys again. The boy's heart is not dead. After Yuan Xiling finished all this, he let the system start. In the screen, the miner found a direction. The claws broke away in an instant and flew out. Item Chiba. The style and size can be changed without any attribute bonuses. Item Magician's Gift. Explosion Art. Input magic power into the black top hat, from which you can transform into rabbits, doves, or eggs, which can be detonated at any time. Poker Cards. After wearing poker gloves, the magic power can be transformed into playing cards. The lowest is 3, and the highest is King. The color of the poker gloves can be changed. Magic Wand. A wand with ordinary appearance, but it can store a lot of magic power. Magic. 3 small flying knives without attributes and a small silver needle. This time 5 system points are spent. Good guys. 2 items were exploded at once. Yuan Xiling took out Chiba and turned it into a sweater, which fits well. It seemed that something was wrong. Yuan Xiling turned into a rubber band again, tied her hair behind her head, and then began to organize her personal panel. Skill Predation. Every part of the body can be turned into black mist, and the shrouded things will enter the stomach pouch. Bound, Swelling Eye selectable. Skill Devour. The black dragon swallows everything and turns it into energy. Yuan Xiling matched these 2 skills at first glance. The system has also reminded him that for perfect integration, the 2 must at least be related. Yuan Xiling did not directly fuse the 2, but put Swallow into the furnace first. He wants to develop the melting pot. Sure enough, after putting Swallow up the furnace, ejected a lot of information. Host has successfully developed the refining and reshaping functions of melting furnace. Function Refining. Refine characteristics, skills, etc. into attribute points. Function Reshaping. Reallocate attribute points for items, skills, etc. These 2 functions don't seem to be used temporarily. Let's merge them first. Yuan Xiling squeezed his chin. Infusion. Perfect Fusion. Skill Predation. Every part of the body can be turned into black mist, and the covered objects will enter the stomach pouch or turn into magic power. Bound, Swelling Eye selectable. Yuan Xiling was quite satisfied with the result of this fusion, and he continued to check the new profile. Skill Stomach Pouch. The prey is placed in the stomach pouch. Skill Mimicry. The body can become a complete predator. Skill Dragon Scale Armor. Use magic power to attach a layer of dragon scales on the body surface. Skill Dragon's Breath. Breath with magic power. The more magic power, the stronger the power. Skill Dragon Wing. Spread his wings behind him. Skill Gathering Magic Rune. It is painted on an object that can withstand magic power and has the effect of gathering magic power. Skill Seal Talisman, incomplete. It is painted on an object that can withstand magic and placed according to a certain rule, incomplete, which can seal the creature in the middle. Skill Shadow Guard Rune. It is painted on an object that can withstand magic power, and the character can consume magic power to summon shadow guards from it. Skill Void Step. The weird pace silent on the ground can float for a short time. Using magic power will bring up phantoms. Features the original fire. Natal Fire. Feature Longwei. The natural coercion of the dragon can be closed. After reading these introductions, Yuan Xiling found a problem. Only after twisting can it be used in 10,000 realms, otherwise it seems that it can only be used in this world. In other words, you can only use the characteristics, the skills brought by the Moe King template, and the day after tomorrow. As for why the features can be used, the feature is that it has been integrated into this slime body, and this body is brought by the Mengwang template, so it can be used naturally. System, let's take a look at those items first. Item Book Fairy. Smart little paperman. After refining, you can control its actions, and you can remember the contents of the book when you clip it in the book. Item blank book. A book is empty on white. Maybe it will be effective after refining. Yuanxi used her own mental power to refine both things. There is no book now, and it is impossible to test Shu Xian. But after the refining was successful, the blank book reacted first. There is a faint flow of light on the cover, conveying a message to Yuan Xiling. Let me draw a pattern. Yuan Xioi didn't think of any patterns, so he drew a 6-pointed star on the cover. After painting, the blank book turned into a stream of light and got into Yuan Xiling's calf. Yuan Xiling rolled up his trouser legs, and a 6-pointed star was tattooed on her smooth skin. It's turned into a tattoo? It's a bit like a sign. Yuan Xiling seemed to think of something again, and took out the magic wand. Yuan Xiling seemed to think of something again, and took out the magic wand. The magic power is gathered at the fingertips, and the lines of gathering magic talisman are carved on the handle, while the stick body is carved with the lines of Shadow Guard talisman. Yuan Xiling felt the flow of magic around him. Sure enough, the surrounding magic power flows here and is stored in the magic wand. Yuan Xiling touched the stick on the ground again, and a row of soldiers in black armor appeared around him. Haha, I really am a genius. The Shadow Guard did not hold a weapon. The armor was all over his body, only his eyes were exposed, and the dark blue light beating slightly. Is this the Shadow Guard? It's pretty handsome. Yuan Shirue carefully observed for a moment. How do you fight and play karate? Hearing that, a Shadow Guard stood up, raised his hand, the armor on his fingers suddenly became sharp, and then he grabbed it directly on the wall. Because of the seal talisman, the hard rock wall has been shattered every inch. Not bad. Is there any ability? A group of Shadow Guards instantly escaped into the shadow and gathered in the shadow of Yuan Xiling. This ability reminds Yuan Shirue of the ninja soldiers in The Adventures of Jackie Chan, but there is no doubt that the Shadow Guards are much stronger and more handsome than them. Yuan Xiling estimated the magic power consumed again. He exhausted all the magic power to activate, and he could turn out about 200 or 300 animals. No way, most of the magic core has been lost, and the damn brave. One day, he will swallow the brave too. January transformed the Shadow Guards into magic power again, and inserted the magic wand aside to let it replenish the magic power by itself. Yuan Xiling has cultivated the acquired qi for a long time, and the broken energy and magic power previously stored in that world in the body quickly merged. The system once said that as long as you cultivate to the second-tier bottleneck, you can simply adjust internal conflicts. I don't know how long it took before Yuan Xiling finally felt the bottleneck. Unlike the first-layer bottleneck, the bottleneck seemed a bit loose. Although this is loose, it is not something that can be broken through just by Yuan Xiling. He practiced for a while and then gave up. The next world is definitely not as lucky as this time, and the degree of danger is unknown, so the strength must be maximized. There are 10 more system points. Void Miner should be able to be used a few more times. System Furnace, Yuan Xiling can't think of anything that can be integrated for the time being. The system, if it detects that it can be perfectly integrated, remember to remind me. Receive. Yuan Xiling also tattooed the Devil Gathering Talisman on poker gloves and black top hat. I wanted to have the Knight Sword also tattooed, but seeing the already very complicated patterns on the sword, I thought about it. Never mind. Parker gloves and black top hat cannot store magical powers, and they are tattooed with Devil Gathering Talisman, which can only reduce a certain amount of consumption in battle, not to mention the Demon Gathering Talisman will be unavailable in the next world. Forget it, take a gamble. Yuan Xiling no longer intends to slowly wear it down here. System, use Void Miner. All 10 points are used. By the way, help me choose what I need most now. As for keeping some to deal with emergencies, no need, you will have it again after passing through once. Whether to use Void Miner. Yes or no? Yes. On the screen, the miner's claws are divided into 4, grabbing in 4 directions. Item Vampiric Stone X3. Can store blood for a short time. Information Introduction to Swordsmanship. An introduction to swordsmanship can quickly familiarize beginners with swordsmanship. Item plain scabbard. Suitable for swords of any size and style, used to converge momentum. Item fast boots. Increase walking speed, can walk on liquid. This time consumes 7 system points. It's really needed now. Detected, vampire stone, can be perfectly integrated with little flying knife. Fusion. In fusion, the fusion is successful. Item vampire throwing knife x3. Short and powerful, it can control its flight with magic power and store blood for a short time. This is a good thing, and I will rely on it to steal blood in the future. Yuan Xiling put boots on her feet, tried a few steps, and then cut the sword sheath from her waist, and took out the knight one-handed sword, and inserted it into it. System, receive, introduction to swordsmanship. Received successfully. It really talked about how to use the sword. There was no advanced swordsmanship. System, Golden Tower, seems to have a mental light group in it. It is recommended that the host should not be swallowed now. Some time ago, the spirit has skyrocketed, and it will cause mental instability if it continues. All right. Yuan Xiling took out Parker gloves and put it on again, squeezed a few playing cards, and shot it out. The stronger the number on the playing card, the higher the magic power consumed and the faster the speed, but the faster the speed makes it difficult to control its trajectory. Although my spiritual power has opened up the sea of knowledge, it is far from enough. In the future, I will have to practice spiritual power. The system used the void train. Yuan Xiling held the cane in his hand. A green-skinned train car drove out of the sky. Just one carriage? Where's the front? Unnecessary. The doors of the carriage opened slowly, and there were no entertainment facilities such as TV sets as imagined by Xiling, only rows of seats. Feel free to find a place to sit down. Selecting the world for host. The selection was successful. Please be prepared for host. Already arrived. Please get off host. Get 10 points this time. The door of the carriage opened slowly. Yuan Xiling stood in the aisle, looking at the setting sun sneaking in outside the window, feeling again. Last time I saw the scene, it seemed to be a junior high school in my previous life. Although Yuan Xiling is very slow to the feelings between people, it does not hinder his sentimental feelings about the scenery. System, can I still go back? When the host reaches a certain standard, the void train will start to return to the earth. As the boots stepped on the sunset, Yuan Xiling walked off the carriage, and the carriage disappeared as a spot of light. This is a farmland, but there is no one on it. System, which world is this? Black Clover. Black Clover? The system in this world does not seem to be very high. It's funny to say that Yuan Xiling also watched this episode when he was on Earth. He ordered chai fans soon after the anime appeared, and then watched 20 or 30 episodes, ready to stock up a bit. After I don't know how long it has been, when I want to come back to see, I already need the big membership, and then the big membership expires again. Looking at the house under the sunset on the opposite side, Yuan Xiling felt his head a bit big. Don't know what time period it is now? Yuan Xiling's walking stick, income system, with the blessing of the boots, jumped to the opposite side in 3 steps. The outermost part of the village is a church, but the skull of the devil cannot be seen, so it must not be the village where the protagonist Asta is located. The nun was packing her clothes outside the church door, and a few children were playing nearby. Men, may I ask, where is this place? Yuan Xiling asked. The nun raised her head suspiciously, and a Japanese word popped out of her mouth. The translation function started successfully. It turns out that others just didn't understand it at all. Yuan Xiling repeated it again. Did you just come to this village? This is called Olive Village. The nun covered her mouth and smiled. Yuan Xiling looked at the nun who was taller than herself, feeling a little speechless. Olive Village? This name is too sloppy. Or is there a problem with the translation of the system? Please do not question this system. Is this from the Clover Kingdom? Yuan Xiling scratched his head. Yes, little sister. It looks like you have come to this country for the first time. Would you like to stay here tonight? Little sister? Is there anyone who is not so vigilant? Strangers who meet for the first time dare to invite them indirectly. Does this have to be courageous, silly, and cute, or his appearance is too deceptive? Okay, there's that. I'm a man. Yuan Xiling bowed as he learned how to thank Ri fondly. Huh? I'm sorry. Just now, because of Yuan Xiling's arrival, the children who hid behind the nun were poking out their heads, the oldest being only 11 years old. Then you choose a room with the children, and I'll prepare dinner. The nun put her clothes aside, patted her hands, and walked into the church first. For children stood in a group, at a loss what to do, and the oldest 11-year-old boy was pushed out. Yuan Xiling looked at the boy half a head shorter than himself, smiled slightly, and stretched out his hand first. Hello, my name is Yuan Xiling. I am here for the first time, and I will leave for one night. Seeing the other side's attitude, the boy became bolder. Hello, my name is Ryuichi. After speaking, he flashed over and pointed at the second biggest little girl. This is Jonah. Finally, there are two boys of similar age. This is Quanlin and Guangya. After speaking, he took Yuan Xiling into the church. I have to say that this church is much better than that of Byasta, and there are many rooms. Yuan Xiling chose an empty room on the left. Jonah also brought a set of clean bedding. It's time for dinner. The nun asked Yuan Xiling to come over for dinner. Everyone in the church was already sitting around the dining table. Yuan Xiling walked over and sat down. This was the first time he saw the priest in this church. The priest also looked towards Yuan Xiling. Your Excellency noble? Yuan Xiling wears much better than them, and she has a pair of golden eyes, which makes the priest think about it. No, I'm just a wandering traveler. Yuan Xiling waved his hand. The atmosphere was a bit weird for a while. The nun hurriedly broke the atmosphere. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Sally. This is the priest, Chris Cooper. Then, let's start eating. Yuan Xiling also followed them and shouted, I started. There is no four-leaf clover, as in Japan, which stipulates that you cannot speak when you eat. So the nun Sally chatted with Yuan Xiling, and the priest also mixed up a few words, and the previous seriousness was gone, and the hall burst into laughter. After getting acquainted at the dinner table, Yuan Xiling also asked the priest about the way to Haji village. Although when asked, what's special lately, the priest did not mention of four-leaf clover and Asta of no magic book, but this does not mean that it must be before the plot. It may also be far behind. After asking all this, Yuan Xiling returned to the room. System, if someone comes in at night, remember to wake me up. Receive. Although in theory slimes don't need to sleep or eat, this habit can't be changed. Yuan Xiling woke up very early, sitting on the bed and running, the day after tomorrow. He didn't go out until the nun Sally came to call him. When Yuan Xi cultivated in the morning, she also sorted out her understanding of the world in her previous life. This is a world full of magic. Everyone will awaken a magical attribute before the age of 15, and when they are 15 years old, they will go to the Magic Book Tower to participate in the award ceremony and obtain their own magic book. After obtaining the magic book, not only can the magic in the magic book be used, but the magic power will also be improved to a certain extent. After Yuan Xiling finished breakfast, he secretly stole some of their hair and blood. The nun is of water attribute, the priest and the two little boys are of fire attribute, the eldest boy is of earth attribute, and the little girl is of fog attribute. Before leaving, Yuan Xiling accepted the priest's commission again to clear the wild boars around the village. It turned out to be asking him. No wonder the nun was so enthusiastic yesterday. At this time, Yuan Xiling was running fast in a forest. He killed a lot of wild boars along the way, swallowing the corpses. His magic power increased a little, but he also gained a skill. Skill rampage. The body ignited flames, slamming the enemy fiercely. I have to say that this wild boar is everywhere, except for the wild boar. Yuan Xiling hasn't encountered anything. Because there is no map, Yuan Xiling went wrong more than once and asked many people for directions along the way. Do you know how to get to Haji village? Haji village? It's the village where the first-generation magic emperor defeated the Demon King. Oh, there. Yuan Xiling wanted to cry without tears, and in the end he went around again. It was indeed the most border village. It was really troublesome. He could already see the Demon King's skull from a distance, but the sky gradually dimmed. Are you going to go to the church to stay overnight, or will you turn into a slime and hang it on the branch? The dilapidated church didn't seem to be much better than the outside. Forget it, let's go to the hotel again and steal some blood by the way. Yuan Xiling put away the throwing knife spinning at his fingertips, leaving knight sword and poker gloves for self-defense, and turned poker gloves black. Then walked upright like a church. Then the next scene is exactly the same as the church in Olive Village. In the yard, the nun Lily was packing her clothes, and a few children were playing next to her. Look at the children, they're about the same age as the beginning of the plot, but I didn't see Yasta and I don't know if he is out or inside, or he has already joined the Magic Knights. Yuan Xiling quickened his pace and stopped not far from the nun. Hello, I'm a swordsman who travels around. Can I spend the night with you? Yuan Shirua took the lead in showing his identity. The children playing nearby also stopped after hearing this. The nun Lily narrowed her eyes, a little embarrassed. Sister, have you seen Asta? At this time, a black-haired handsome bee walked out of the house. Asta may have gone there to exercise, Sister Lily pointed at the skull of the demon god. Oh. Only noticed Yuan Xiling, who was standing aside. Who is this? Hello, I am Yuan Xiling, a swordsman traveling around, and I want to spend the night with you. Yuan Xiling scratched his head. You have to ask the priest is cooking inside. Turned and walked into the church. Then, January, aren't you a magician? Sister Lily pointed to the sword behind January's waist. No, I just turned 15, and I haven't awarded the magic book yet. This sword is for self-defense. Soon, walked out with the priest. Oh, I'm Father Orgy, you can stay here tonight, we happen to have a free bed here. And tonight we also cooked baked sweet potato pie. Wait for me. Yuan Xiling didn't want to eat all sweet potatoes. So he ran into the forest and took out the wild boar that had been killed before from the magic eye. All right. Yuan Xiling ran out of the forest, carrying 2 wild boars on his shoulders. Killed 2 wild boars so quickly? The priest showed a look of astonishment. Should I be surprised that he can kill 2 wild boars? The nun murmured from the side. It was killed before, so it's heavier, just put it over there. Yuan Xiling handed the 2 wild boars to the priest. Let's eat this tonight, sweet potatoes or something. It's not good to eat too much. Okay. The priest swallowed. The church had a rare meat tonight. Naturally, January is very popular with them, especially Asta. It's delicious. I've never eaten such a delicious one. Thank you, Yuan Xiling. Then tears flowed out of his mouth unconvincingly. At the dinner table, Yuan Xiling asked the time and place of the award ceremony in the same way. Unfortunately, the church was very broken and the priest himself did not have a map. After the meal, Yuan Xiling secretly obtained a little bit of their blood, but unfortunately there was only one more wind magic. Yuan Xiling did not collect blood all the way, but the magic attributes he collected overlapped with the previous ones. So now he has only collected 5 types: wind, soil, fire, water, and fog. And it only has magic attributes, not a single skill. The system said that he is not awarded the magic book and cannot use magic tricks. In other words, you must develop your own skills after obtaining the magic book. In fact, developing skills is very simple. If Yuan Xiling thinks about the style of skills, he can acquire skills by then. The system says the same. However, Yuan Xiling only saw more than 20 to 30 episodes and didn't make any moves like Magic Emperor and Commander level. What's more, the development of entertainment in this world is not very good. It is particularly boring. After Yuan Shizero collected several powerful magics, he wanted to leave the world directly. Difficult. There were still 2 or 3 days before the award ceremony, and Yuan Xiling stayed in the church. The people in the church were so happy, especially Asta, who was very curious about the sword behind Yuan Shi's waist. In the past few days, Yuan Xiling used Void Miner again. The keyword was Flying Broomstick, and a total of 1 point was consumed. Item Light Will 2000. It comes from a magical world that uses a magic wand. After injecting magic power, it has extraordinary flying ability. Acceleration. Inject a lot of magic power. This time consumes 1 system point. Yuan Xiling was afraid that he would get lost again in the future, so if he could fly a little bit higher at any rate, he would be able to hurry. In March, when the fireflies and dandelion fluff are flying, the Magical Book Award ceremony was held in various places. At this time, Yuan Xiling also came to the Magic Book Tower with a group of church members. Yuan Xiling raised his head and saw a huge Clover logo at the top, and various colorful magic books were placed on the huge cylindrical bookshelf. What would happen if I swallowed the entire Magic Book Tower? Yuan Xiling pinched his chin and thought. It is recommended that hosts do not do this. Host is still unable to beat the contemporary Magic Emperor. Oh, don't swallow until you can beat it later, right? Speaking of this, Yuan Xiling suddenly thought of the huge skull of the Demon King. System, how about I swallow that? Yuan Xiling muttered silently. The age is too old, and you can't get skills for non-core parts. You can only increase attribute points. Yuan Xiling wanted to curse a bit. As in the original book, there are 2 self-righteous people talking to each other nearby, pointing to Asta from time to time. Then the tower owner slowly floated down from above. In front of him was a cyan microphone like a drop of water. Exciting speech. Seriously, please. Although he knew the original work, Yuan Xiling was also taken aback. Then, begin to grant the magic book. All kinds of magic guidebooks are floating there in the air. Yuan Xiling silently released the spiritual power and magic power, and there was no coercion. He wants to learn about a magical world that uses a magic wand, where the protagonist exudes magic power, and let the wand choose the owner by himself. The magical books flew into the hands of the crowd below. The passers-by also began to discuss their magic book. The 4-leaf clover also flew to Yuno's hand. Only January and Asta in the audience have not obtained the magic book. The difference is that Asta is half kneeling and embrace the sun, while January is closing his eyes tightly. Then, the magic book didn't come to me. Yasta still refused to give up this posture. The tower master manages the beard. Why, you come back next year, look, there isn't anyone out there who hasn't obtained the magic book. Don't be discouraged. The tower's master hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly the sky was golden light, and the golden light spots instantly outlined a magical book. If there are reincarnations from the earth on the scene, they will definitely recognize this magic book. Isn't this the 7th edition of the Modern Wuxia Dictionary in an enlarged version? Modern Wuxia Dictionary does not drift down slowly like other magic books. But after sketching it in the air, it fell straight towards the source. Yuan Xiling seemed to feel something, suddenly opened her eyes, bent over, and wanted to avoid it. But it was too late. A Modern Wuxia Dictionary, with a length of about 120, a width of 80, and a thickness of 15 slammed on Yuan Xiling's back. The unit is centimeters. One can imagine how big this magic book is compared to others. He smashed Yuan Xiling straight out of a pit. It's still a bit painful. Yuan Xiling is of course fine, even the clothes are not torn. He pushed the magic book away, and a carp stood up and patted the dust on his body. In the distance, the duo began to mock again. Oh, look at that person, since he was hit by his own magic book, haha. That's it took so long for the magic book to choose it. I'm afraid it's not a waste of wood, so he can't move the big magic book. Yuan Xiling glanced at the two of them, and this kind of person is really disgusting everywhere. Yuan Xiling tried to move the magic book, but this thing is too big to move. Wait a minute, naturally someone will come to clean up the two of them. After Yuan Xiling dragged the magic book out of the magic book tower, he did not rush to leave. Wait a minute, there is still a good show to watch, not to mention, these people haven't collected blood yet. 3 knives were released and quickly collected. Yuan Xiling found a hidden alley and hid, spread the magic book on the ground, and checked the contents of the magic book. The appearance is similar to the Modern Wuxia Dictionary, but it's flattened. Turning over, there are words on the first page, but the others are blank. Skill Digital Magic. 2. Divide the total magic power into 2 halves in a short time. The weaker the opponent's magic power, the longer the duration. If the opponent's total magic power exceeds himself, there is a chance that it will be invalid. 2, 10, and so on. Yuan Xiling is still very satisfied with this magic. It is detected that Blank Book and Modern Huxia Dictionary can be perfectly integrated. Do they blend? Yes or no? After fusion, will this digital magic disappear? Will not. Then fuse. Another burst of golden light flashed. Item blank magic book. Digital magic. Water magic. Earth magic. Fire magic. Wind magic. Mist magic. Note, it can be transformed into a tattoo. Each magic attribute occupies a page of the magic book, and this magic book is so thick, it is quite difficult to collect all of it. System, now all my magic can be used in 10,000 realms? Canny. At this time, the knife flew back. After devouring the blood, Yuan Xiling gained 2 more magics, mud water magic and iron magic. Finally, Zhen heard Asta's roar. Wait a moment. Followed by the sound of something falling to the ground. Yuan Xiling clapped her hands, turned the magic book into a tattoo, and jumped onto the roof. It should be over there. The magic power fluctuates more over there. Yuan Xiling jumped again and jumped onto the roof over there. He didn't go down directly, but squatted on the roof to watch. After Asta loses his fighting spirit, the 5-leaf clover magic book will only appear when his fighting spirit is rekindled because of Yuno's words. Yuan Xiling can't destroy the plot. If the 5-leaf clover doesn't appear, he won't be able to get the repelling magic. Although Yuan Xiling is not an egoist, in this kind of world where the weak can eat the strong, he can become a little stronger. Chain creates magic, the dance of the lock snake. Asta was knocked to the wall, juxtaposed with the taunting duo in the morning. Then, it entered the classic villain talk link. It's been a long time, my legs are a bit numb. Yuan Xiling leaned back, but unexpectedly the knight's sword hit a corner of the roof. Who is on it? Labucci also stopped his speech. Yuan Xi's mouth twitched frantically, her long blue hair moving with the wind. It seems that this time must go on. Oh? You are the little dwarf who was hit by your own magic book. I couldn't find you just now, so I brought it to the door by myself. Yuan Xiling touched his nose, turned on Long Wei, the moment he jumped, and drew the knight sword from behind in midair and directly activated the demon sword. Golden light leaped on the sword, covering the original lines. This is... Labucci took 2 steps back and sat slumped on the ground, the 4-leaf clover magic book in his hand also not far away. This psychological quality is too bad. No wonder he was expelled from the Magic Knights. Yuan Xiling took a deep breath, flashed to Lebke's side, dropped a sword, and cut off one of his arms. What? Labucci yelled, blood gushing out. Zhen Yuri also resisted the discomfort in her heart and turned her head to look at Asta. He was still sitting on the ground, staring at the floor with dim eyes. Oh, for this ability, I can't lift my head after being hit by a few words. Return the Magic Emperor. I'm afraid you will never do anything in your life like you. Yuan Xiling was a little anxious, walked slowly towards Asta, and said sarcastically, That's it, a coward like Lepch. He also said never give up, which seems to be just a joke. Not a coward. Asta leaned on the wall with one hand, trying to stand up. I will become the Magic Emperor. A 5-leaf clover magic book suddenly appeared, suspended in front of him. Then fight, let me recognize you. After Yuan Xiling swallowed the blood on the sword, he shook it vigorously. Asta also drew a sword from the magic book. Then you have to be careful. He leaned over and rushed over. General Yuan Xiling, the original fire, covered the knight sword, used the cross sword, and the flame flew towards Asta with the sword light. Asta raised the sword and wanted to cut it off. Unexpectedly, when the sword body touched the flame, a violent explosion exploded, blowing him more than 10 meters away. Forget it, don't fight. You are quite strong if you can catch my blow. Your words are also very hurtful. Ignoring Asta, Zhen Yuri continued. I'm leaving, I won't live in your church tonight. Hey, don't you live for a few more days? Granted the magic book, I should go too. Yuan Xiling said goodbye to Yunhua again and jumped onto the roof as soon as he flashed away. In fact, during the battle, January quietly stole some of Asta's blood with a knife. After counting, he already knows 10 kinds of magic. Not enough, not enough. He is going to Sosi village now. The village chief Cece's magic is pretty good. System, take out Lightwell 2000. A broom appeared in Yuan Xiling's hands, but the broom had a strange shape, and the broom was flat and slightly curved. Yuan Xiling clamped the broom, injected magic power, the broom vibrated and slowly floated upward. After finding the right direction, Yuan Xiling flew up in the air. Sure enough, compared to flying with wind magic, it saves a little more magic power, and it is also faster. The day after tomorrow is also running fast, filling the vacancy of magic. A small group of primary fire appeared in Yuan Xiling's hands. Having had a trick with Asta before, Yuan Xiling not only wanted to steal some blood from the chaos, but also wanted to verify his idea whether Hanchuo is composed of magical power. The answer is negative. Asta's repelling magic can negate magic and magical creations, but the primary fire has not been eliminated. Not only that, but it can also be used to cast fire magic, such as the last fire magic burst. Coupled with the fire element affinity, Yuan Xiling has a very high control over the flame, which can make the flame attach to the object without burning. Everything is going in a good direction. Magic Book Tower. After the Tower Master negotiated with the priest to allow Yuno and Yasta to participate in the knight's examination, they stood alone in front of the window, behind one hand, and adjusted their beard. The white beard covered half of his face, but the thin skin was faintly visible. The dusk outside the window blends with the dusk of age, making it even more bleak. 4-leaf clover, it's really hard to see. 5-leaf clover? What's the other one? No matter what it is, he doesn't seem to be in this area. When the Tower Master thought of the Magic Knights coming, that Blake's look was also a bit of a chill. The times are always changing. Yuan Xiling parked the broom in front of the gate of Suwashi village and put it away. He came this time for friendly exchanges. If he flew directly into the village, he would inevitably have misunderstandings. Entering the village, Yuan Xiling releases his mental power to the entire village. At the center of the village is a house with a green roof. In front of the house is a huge open space, and other houses are arranged around the open space. Yuan Shirue threw out 3 small knives again, collecting blood everywhere. Here. The mental power shows the position of the village chief of Cece. After finding it, Yuan Xiling felt a little difficult. Thinking about the magic before, I talked about the various uses of magic with village chief Cece by the way, and came straight over. Think about it now. Wouldn't it be too abrupt to come here as a foreigner to discuss magic with others? Normal people will feel strange, easy to cut. Besides, Cece does not seem to be very famous in this world. Or leave without stealing the magic. Yuan Xiling stood still and tangled, but the village chief of Cece walked over here. Haha, isn't this one of the 3 wonders awarded to the magic book this year? Are you going to participate in the assessment of the Magic Knights? No. Yuan Shirue went to participate in the assessment of some magic knights only when his mind was caught by the door, and it was troublesome and troublesome. What's more, after joining the Magic Knights, you must not only abide by discipline, but also complete those tasks. Yuan Xiling is a person who wants to wander through the 10,000 realms. It is impossible to stay in the black 4-leaf clover all the time, and it is not easy to leave in the future. If you really want to talk about it slowly, there is actually a black bullfighter group, so consider this. But to participate in the examination of the knights, you cannot specify the Magic Knights. Although showing a certain strength, maybe all the knights will raise their hands, and then they can choose. But revealing strength? Isn't that playing a lantern in the toilet looking for death? I heard people say that village chief Cece has a lot of magic skills. Haha, do you want to learn 2 hands from me? Okay, I have time now, so let's do it now. On the other side of Suwashi village, in the wild boar forest. Several wild boars are lying together and dozing, but a blue space door appears beside them. There seems to be water flowing in the space door. With a sound, 4 figures walked out of the water. The leading man did not wear a cloak like the other 3, and there was still a white scar on his upper left forehead. Brute. An ice cube appeared beside him. The ice cube shattered, and the overflowing cold air sealed a few of them. Go and find what we want. Yes. Several people cast magic, turned into a stream, and entered Sosi village. The leading man leaned his pocket watch against his chest and let out a sigh of breath. Lost in the fog. The ice cubes shattered and turned into mist, and the wild boar was nowhere to be seen. After Xiafideo collected the blood, Yuan Xiling's excuse for going to the toilet slipped aside. Surprisingly, there are actually two new types of magic, puppet magic and tear magic. The doll magic was stolen from a little girl holding the doll, not the original one. I won't go into details about the magic of tears. What surprised Yuan Xiling most was that the village chief Cixi turned out to be the iron magic that he had already obtained. These magics are actually good, but it's a pity that the villagers' natural magic is too low to exert their power. Yuan Xiling suddenly felt something wrong. Tenten should be pretty good today. How could there be such a big fog? No, this fog is made of magic. Yuan Xiling remembers that Soxi village was also attacked in the plot. It was the four who used the magic of ice and fog to find the magic stone, but it was also the first mission encountered by Yasta after entering the Bull Gang. What is going on with this timeline? Yaster probably hasn't participated in the Magic Knight's examination yet, right? Is it your own butterfly effect? Or reincarnation? No reincarnation has been detected to enter the world. But it does not rule out that there will be reincarnations in the future. It's impossible for the future samsaras to come over and affect the present, right? Please don't care about host. There are so many strange sequences in the paradise, and some of them can twist the past with the help of props or the power of the world to a certain extent. Scare, twist. Not a twist in the void. The fog gradually enveloped the entire Suashi village, but Yuan Xiling did not take immediate action, but learned about the situation from the system. Yuan Xiling is waiting for them to gather the villagers together so that he can use large-scale defensive magic so that he doesn't have to think about his back when fighting. If Gongran was killed, it would be no good for them to hold a villager hostage. Regardless of the reincarnations, this attack is advanced, and the impact caused by Yuan Zizero's butterfly effect accounts for a greater proportion. Some people were killed because of me. I don't know it. I know Yuan Xiling still wants to save it. This is not anime. Crack. The iron sword of the village chief of Cixi broke. The leading white scarred man turned magic power into a huge ice fist and squeezed the iron sword abruptly. It's really like a beast. An inferior man with such a low magic power. Village chief Cixi didn't answer, but he snorted coldly, turning the remaining magic power into an iron sword again and protecting it in front of the villagers. It's almost there. Cixi will be like the plot when I go down. Yuan Xiling secretly said. Draw out the night sword and cover the body of the sword with repelling magic. Water Magic Sea Dragon's Lair. With the villagers as the center, including the mayor of Cixi, a huge water ball was slowly formed with a faint water dragon flowing above it. Really consumes magic. Who? One of the blue-robed men held the magic book across his chest and threw an ice cone in the direction of Yuan Xiling. Yuan Xiling swung a cross sword, the dark, repelling magic, followed the climb, and then flashed to the water polo. Boy, come back. Don't worry, I know it in my heart. Yuan Xiling looked back at the water polo, and Yulong was slowly spinning on the water polo. Children shouldn't be bloody, right? Yuan Xiu waved his hand, and the water polo quickly turned. The ice cone immediately shattered into fragments when it touched the sword light, but the dark golden sword light shot towards them. Defense. The headed man ordered. Mist creates magic the fog of the whole body. Ice creates magic ice shield. After breaking through the two lines of defense, the masterpiece of repelling magic on the sword light broke completely. Go away. The leading man flashed to the left, but his face was still cut by the sword light. The sword light remaining on the wound gathered on his forehead, forming a golden small sword. Evil mark. Before, they were all cut with a single knife, and there was no trigger mark. Yuan Xiling almost forgot about this. Damn. You are not a member of the Magic Knights. How can you have such a powerful magic power? The leading man met Yuan Xiling's golden eyes. You are a nobleman. How come you can help these inferior people like wild beasts? Beast? I think you look more embarrassed now like a beast. Yuan Xiling didn't stand up and talk to the enemy, but quietly planted muddy magic water marsh around to prevent the enemy from escaping. Obviously, the opposite is not a fool, and he naturally noticed Yuan Xiling's movements. Master Sith. The blue robe next to him retreated. Our allegiance is that lord. Do you want to shame that lord? Sith cast a glance at him. He used a large-scale defensive magic, so there won't be too much magic power left. Sith looked at Yuan Shirue, plotting the route of the breakthrough, raised his hand and glanced at his pocket watch again. Time has been disrupted again. January, regardless of Sith's thoughts, cut out another cross sword and then used attack magic to keep her distance. Water magic water dragon. Yuan Xiling doesn't have any dodge techniques or skills, and if he gets close, he will expose more of his whole cards. So from the beginning of the battle to the present, Yuan Xiling has only used mud water magic and water magic. As for the repelling magic, normal people would think it is the characteristic of this sword. At least until Yaster revealed his abilities. Our task is to find that thing. We can't drag it anymore. Sith had learned the lesson before, knowing that this sword light could not be blocked by their defensive magic. Go away. The four people, including Sith, quickly dispersed around. Upon seeing this, Yuan Xiling controlled Jian Meng to cut off at one of the blue-robed men. The blue-robed man couldn't dodge, so he had to move his figure and try his best to avoid the vital points. With a sound of "Sue," the blue-robed man's arm fell to the ground. I hacked someone for the second time, but I still felt a little uncomfortable. In fact, from the very beginning, Yuan Xiling has been in hypnosis, always seeing blood if he wants to become stronger. But Yuan Xiling is essentially just a 16 or 17-year-old high school student. He has never been out of society, and he is only faced with the troubles of school exams. If there is no crossing, no binding system, then he will be like that for the rest of his life. There is no time to think about it. Yuan Xiling endured the discomfort and used the extended magic of Mud Water Magic Water Marsh - Mud Water Magic Muddy Bed. A pair of giant hands appeared in the surrounding water marsh, and they grabbed the blue-robed man. The blue-robed man with a broken arm was caught in the mud, turned twice, and there was no sound. Damn. Sith leaned his pocket watch against his chest again. Yuan Xiling knew that there was a magic device buried in Sith, which was used to commit suicide when he was caught. But Yuan Xiling would not let him commit suicide. Water Dragon. The water dragon that had just been released came out of the ground again, swallowing Sith into his belly. Shichi kept blowing bubbles in her mouth and passed out. Water Magic Water Dragon. Without waiting for the remaining two blue-robed men to do anything, Yuan Xiling released two water dragons again and swallowed them into his belly. The prey swallowed by the water dragon will be forced into the stun effect, enough for them to stun for a long time. Yuan Xiling checked the blue-robed man with the broken arm in the marsh again. He was dying because of excessive bleeding. Yuan Xiling threw out a black mist, and the magic book, Predation, that was dissipating. Obtain characteristics, Ice Elemental Affinity, and acquire skills, Ice Magic. Yuan Xiling could feel the tattoo on her calf become hot and fell silent again. Can I enhance my own magic book if I devour the magic book? Yuan Xiling looked at several people, hesitated, and finally swallowed several blue-robed people. In the parsing wizard, the parsing succeeded. Yuan Xiling found that her water magic and ice magic had two more skills. They are Water Magic Portal and Ice Magic Ice Burial. This portal is a bit low-end compared to the one in the Black Bullfighter group and can only be used for short-distance transmission. After doing all this, Yuan Xiling unlocked Water Magic Sea Dragon's Lair. Just before the battle, Yuan Xiling accelerated the speed of the water so that the people inside couldn't see the outside clearly and couldn't get out. This is saved? Many people cried bitterly while holding their children. Village Chief Sishi looked at the mess around him, feeling a bit bitter. Where are those people? I beat him away. Yuan Xiling couldn't explain anything, so he chose a reason to prevaricate. By the way, Chief Sishi, did you bring back a stone not long ago? Yes, what's wrong? Those people are here for the stone. To ensure that they will attack the village again after I leave, I hope that the stone can be given to me for safekeeping. Yuan Xiling was not ready to hide it. That's fine, but what if they come to you? Yuan Xiling smiled. After coming to this world, it might be the first time that people care about it. Don't worry about it. Actually, I belong to the royal family. If they dare to come over, they won't be able to go back. In order not to worry him, Yuan Xiling had to make up another reason. That's all right. It was quiet at night. Yuan Xiling was sitting on the broom, slowly flying towards the capital. After getting the magic stone, January chose to leave. Suashi village had just been attacked. Many houses collapsed during the battle, and the floor was muddy, so Yuan Xiling would no longer be able to disturb others. After getting the magic stone, Yuan Shirua put it into the magic eye immediately. Magic eye, it's equivalent to another piece of space, and those people can't find it no matter how to find it. As for why to go to the royal capital? Can you go to the royal capital without participating in the Magic Knights exam? Mainly because there are more people in the royal capital, there are more types of magic that can be obtained. Yuan Xiling asked the system before, what kind of standards must be met before he can choose to leave this world? The system said it was at least 25 magic. Yuan Xiling has only collected 13 types now. After yawning, Yuan Xiling stopped on the forest below, turned into a blue ball, and hung on the tree. 3 poles in the day. The sun shines into the forest through the gaps of the leaves, shining a certain blue ball into a crystal-clear light. After a long time, when the sun was about to rise to its highest point, the blue balls did not move. Yuan Xiling stretched out 2 small tentacles on top of his head and made a stretching waist movement, only to realize that he was lying on a larger rock. When I went to bed last night, I accidentally fell off. The blue ball turned quickly and turned into a boy in a windbreaker with a golden saber on his back. Glanced at the sky. Is it so late already? It's time to go to the royal capital. Yuan Xiling took out Lightwell 2000 again and hurried towards the direction of the capital. In this way, Yuan Xiling has experienced several days and nights, crossing the grasslands and deserts. In the middle, he detoured several long roads and passed through several villages. He collected some blood and got some magic. Rocks, petals, slime, bronze, gold. In this way, he also mastered 18 magic attributes. The needle does not poke. Yuan Xiling also found that his magic seemed a little different from others. Others are X modeling magic and X creation magic. Yuan Xiling still remembers that the leader of the Red Lotus Lion group in the plot is Flame Creation Magic. And he can only steal X magic, but he can also construct those skills, even new skills, by himself. Thinking about it, Yuan Xiling can only put these on the magic book, and because of this, these magics, Yuan Xiling can be used in all worlds. This can be considered an advantage. After all, Yuan Xiling had read a lot of novels in his previous life, and the skills he constructed were certainly not inferior to the previous ones. Royal Capital. Yuan Xiling was looking for the venue for the Magic Knights assessment, and by the way, he also paid attention to the people around him. It is worth mentioning that before entering the royal capital, Yuan Xiling had already stretched the windbreaker made of chiba to the side of his calf, and at the same time he also pulled down the hat to cover his face. This is because of Asta's words dash, it's so beautiful, but I still live with the nun Lily. Yuan Xiling only remembered that Meng Wang still has a great appearance, and he doesn't want to mess around for the time being. Trouble. Although there are many people, there must be new magic attributes, but too many people are not easy to collect. Then I have to pay attention to those that look strange and collect them selectively. In this way, Yuan Xiling came to the venue for the group assessment, but unfortunately, he did not acquire new magic attributes. The square in front of the assessment gate was empty, with only a few people, not like the plot. Is this the end of the assessment? I'm too late? Yuan Xiling hurriedly grabbed a person next to him. The entrance exam for the Magic Knights, is this over? It hasn't started yet, it's still a week. The passers-by looked a little impatient. All right. Ever since, Yuan Xiling wandered aimlessly in the capital. It can't be said to be aimless. He still pays attention to the people around him, especially the old lady who sells purple snakes in the plot. Really resembles the robbed old woman. Maybe she is the magic emperor, and you can still collect time magic at that time. There is another one, the space magic of Finlar Elegais in the Black Bullfighter group. And depending on how lustful Fenlar is, maybe she is still chatting up with girls in a small hotel or hotel now. Ever since, Yuan Xiling spent 2 days turning the king's capital a few times, especially the small stalls and small hotels. As you can imagine, Yuan Xiling didn't find anything. He feels a little tired. But he is not without gain in these 2 days. When Yuan Xiling was looking for the Manchu capital, she also moved silently, the day after tomorrow. Although what is displayed on the screen is still the second layer bottleneck, Yuan Xiling feels that it is very different from before. Especially in places where the capital is crowded with people. When he calms down and moves, the day after tomorrow, he can feel the slight energy emanating from others. The energy emitted by a single person is relatively weak, but when 3 or 4 people gather together, Yuan Xiling can clearly feel it. Moreover, the magical attributes are different, and the energy emitted is not the same, but Yuan Xiling is only a preliminary perception and cannot be well recognized. Of course, there are special circumstances. For example, the magic power is too weak. Even without magic power, such as Asta, Gen Yururi can't feel anything. The other is strong control, which can weaken the magic power that escapes. Calm down, run, the day after tomorrow, Yuan Xiling searches for the 3rd time. Finally, the effort paid off. Yuan Xiling finally found Finlar Elegais, who was trying with the beautiful woman in a small corner of the small hotel. Yuan Xiling was naturally not interested in worrying about his elegance, but sneaked away a strand of his hair with a small throwing knife, then turned and left the tavern. Yuan Xiling turned around in the capital again, and when she passed a small alley, she suddenly felt a wave of magical power. Very weak magic fluctuations, but they have been maintained. Yuan Xiling walked in and found that it was a dead end. Is it a black market? Yuan Xiling pulled out the sword behind his waist and poked the wall. Sure enough, the sword head went straight through. It's really a black market. The black market appeared once in the early stages of the plot, or after Yasta entered the Bull Gang. And there are many magic devices sold in the black market, and they also support gambling. Yuan Xiling didn't hesitate anymore, and stepped into the wall. As soon as he stepped in, Yuan Xiling felt all kinds of energy radiating slightly from both sides of the road. Feel it gently. There are too many magic devices for sale. Shouldn't it be said that no loss is a black market? Walking to a stall at random, Yuan Xiling picked up a magic device and observed it carefully. The ice burial magical device that Yuan Xiling had obtained before was swallowed without careful observation. Afterwards, Yuan Xiling also asked the system, only to realize that the devouring magic device would not necessarily acquire the skills, only that he was lucky at that time. As for other magical devices, Yuan Xiling has not seen them before. They're all sold in stores in Wangdu, but they will not allow customers to observe this way. It should be okay in the black market? Hey, have you seen it? Can you buy it or not? The stall owner was a boy with a yellow hedgehog head, sitting on a rocking chair and staring at Yuan Xiling with his arms folded. Hurry up, I have to go gambling after selling these. The hedgehog head boy continued to urge Yuan Xiling. Introduce these functions. Yuan Xiling raised her clothes, looking like, I am rich. In fact, Yuan Xiling doesn't even have a gold coin now. These days, I still went out of the city and turned into a slime hanging on a tree to sleep. The waste paper, obtained in the experimental world before, is not used in this world at all. Later, I have to find a way to make money quickly in the black market. The hedgehog head boy jumped down, rubbing his hands vigorously. The guest officer, let me introduce to you, hee. This ring is used to increase the attack speed. After he finished the introduction, Yuan Xiling waved his hand again. Not what I want. Hedgehog head boy. After turning around 2 or 3 stalls, Yuan Xiling wandered in the black market. He really has no money now, and he's not embarrassed to keep observing those magical devices. What's the way to make money quickly? Gambling. Yuan Xiling still remembers that gambling in the black market appeared in the plot, which seems to be quite profitable. Wait, playing cards. Yuan Xiling squeezed out a three of spades. He had a bold idea at this time. The intersection of the gambling venue is easy to find. Yuan Xiling found it after turning 2 turns. The intersection is concealed with a piece of cloth, which seems to have the effect of reducing noise. Yuan Xiling opened the cloth, and it felt a lot brighter. That seems to be 2 big bald heads. Ha 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 ha. The 7th hand, you should give up quickly, otherwise you won't be able to keep the pants you lose after a while. One of the big bald heads laughed wildly. The man on the opposite side gritted his teeth and looked solemn. Please stare at the card in his hand. No. Impossible, another round. You said it yourself, don't go back on it later. Another big bald head handed the card in his hand to the maid next to him and said. The card game started soon, and Yuan Xiling stood aside and watched. There is no doubt that in the end it was the man who held his hand and ran away dingy, as if he was still cursing in his mouth. After losing all the man's money, the 2 big bald men turned and stared at the other gamblers who were alone. Both of them have superb gambling skills, coupled with constant ridicule, exerting psychological pressure on each other. In this way, the backpacks of the 2 of them gradually bulged, making Yuan Xiling a little greedy. It is impossible to steal. If you wait a moment to attract the magic knights, it won't be easy to get out. What's more, he has to build a good image and have a good exchange and discussion with the people of the magic knights. I'll gamble with you. Yuan Xiling counted the time and, after feeling almost, stood up. The bald man looked up and down Yuan Xiling and squinted his eyes when he saw the golden knight sword exposed outside the windbreaker behind him. Okay. The 3 of them sat down around a round table. Yuan Xiling covered the table with a thin layer of mental power, and when the cards were dealt, he could see the numbers and suits for the first time. After the maid handed out the cards, Yuan Xiling also pretended to rectify the whole card and threw 2. After doing all this, Yuan Xiling put his cheek in his left hand and buckled the card upside down on the table with his right hand, dignified. The 3 of them looked at each other and showed the cards. How can it be? Yuan Xi's number of zeros is much higher than theirs. Yuan Xiling took out the black top hat from behind and put it on the table. He tapped the table with his index finger again and motioned for the bald head to put money into it. This round is not counted. I didn't say the stakes just now. Then a gold coin. Yuan Xi Zero raised a finger. Yuan Xiling raised a finger in one hand and held the hilt of the knight's sword with the other. The metal scabbard and wooden chair made a bang sound. Patter, patter. Obviously, the casino was as loud as ever, but the 2 bald guys heard the sound of their cold sweat dripping down. We hear. After speaking, quickly put 2 gold coins into the top hat. That's right. General Yuan Xiling Long Wei put away, and the 2 big men slumped directly on the chairs. Terrible. Terrible. The aura alone suppressed the 2 of them. Go on, this time we bet 10 gold coins. How dare the 2 bald heads refuse to follow suit? They had to try to stabilize the game with their superb gambling skills. However, no matter how superb the technology is, how can the enemy be able to survive? In the process of gambling, Yuan Xiling also developed a new technique of playing cards. Trick playing cards. Cover the magic power on the card surface to make it into any playing card. My lord, we have 2 brothers, the old and the young, and we have to support the family with this little money, or you just look at it today. Okay, let's go. Looking at the dwindling backpack, Yuan Xiling was too embarrassed to pit it again, and he had won enough. The top hat can no longer hold these gold coins, and a large number of gold coins are stacked on the table. Uninteresting. Seeing the 2 gradually running away, Yuan Shi curled his lips. Shaking the black top hat, the black mist that had been laid out in advance moved quickly, and the gold coins were collected in the magic eye. After cleaning up the gold coins on the table again, Yuan Xiling left the casino directly. He just saw a few items on the black market and didn't go early for fear of being bought by others. When Yuan Xiling left, the remaining gamblers also started to discuss. Hey, he actually won the 2 bald heads. Just rely on him? Look at his body. I'm afraid it's not a child, but 1,000-year-old, right? Oh, you have come out? If you really have come out, that would be amazing. Can you come out in front of so many of us? Yuan Xiling quickly found the previous stall, and the yellow hedgehog head boy was still sitting on the recliner, shaking boredly. I want these 3 earrings. The hedgehog head boy sat up when he heard this, and was visibly startled when he saw Yuan Xiling. Didn't you say that there is nothing you want? I went around the black market and couldn't find a suitable one. Yuan Xiling found a reason at hand. Yuan Xiling had 2 magical devices in the black market. The first one was these 3 pure silver earrings. Yuan Xiling felt that these 3 earrings were handsome when worn together in his previous life, not to mention the magical perception of these earrings is of great use to him now. The second piece is a magic book. Yuan Xiling actually values this one more. But this one is a bit expensive, and it is estimated that few people buy it except him. It is better to buy these 3 earrings first. After Yuan Xiling collected her earrings, she walked to the booth selling magic books. The stall owner is a sloppy middle-aged uncle, his eyes closed tightly, and only the guests will open his eyes when they come. Boy, are you buying this magic book? Yuan Xiling didn't talk too much nonsense. After paying the money, he picked up the magic book and quickly got up and left. This uncle is not very strong, but the energy he emits is very strange, quite different from what he has seen before. It's not that Yuan Xiling has not stolen his blood, but it is a pity that he has obtained a repeated magic. The second is this magic book. Yuan Xiling did not feel any magic fluctuations from above. At first, he had 2 guesses about this. One is the rejection of magic. Like the protagonist Astana, other magical powers are cancelled out after encountering. The second is the destruction of the magic book and loss of magic power. Obviously, the second possibility is greater, and the rejection of magic is probably impossible to replicate. Yuan Xiling opened the first page, and sure enough, the pages inside were all incomplete. There is no Clover on the cover. This magic book should be a failed product of the fusion of the Diamond Kingdom. According to the perfect integration plan given by the system, Yuan Xiling threw the magic guide into the system melting pot. Reshape. Remodeling. The remodeling is successful. This time spent 2 points, and 17 points are left. Yuan Xiling put Xuxian into the furnace again. Fusion. Perfect integration. The integration is successful. Item Xuxian, unrefined. Record the text of the magic. Remodeling will cut off the relationship with the original owner, and use will require refining. Yuan Xiling took out the book fairy and refinished the blood on the cover. Except for the small paper figure on the cover, the book fairy looks like a very serious blackskin magic book. Nearly 2/3 of the money earned just now has been spent on hard work, and Yuan Xiling had to go to the gambling market to engage in some more. The gambling market is huge, and Yuan Xiling was only in one corner just now. But as soon as Yuan Xiling came back, the people here gave him the title of God of Gamblers and kept avoiding him. No money can be made from here. Yuan Xiling slowly wanders to the central location. After watching a few games, Yuan Xiling found that the bets placed here are generally higher than those in other corners. If you don't mind, add me. If you don't mind, add me. Yuan Xiling quickly spotted a few people who looked like bulging backpacks. One of the old men was wearing a pair of sunglasses with a cigarette in his mouth. After hearing what Yuan Xiling said, she pulled down her sunglasses and looked up and down Yuan Xiling. Good. Yeah, are you okay? Yuan Xiling learned the yin and yang people's voice, mocking the opposite, and put the top hat on the table. The overflowing gold coins are stimulating the nerves on the opposite side all the time. A zone-hair man threw the card on the table and took off his shirt. One more game, I bet on this dress. Yuan Xiling waved his hand. Only bet on gold coins. Helplessly, the 2 people on the opposite side curled their lips, seeming to be thinking about something bad, but they saw the sword behind Yuan Xiling again and had to leave. Alas, the money earned at one time is getting less and less. Excluding the 3 people he met at the beginning, Yuan Xiling found many gamblers, but they made less each time. But looking at the gold coins piled up like a hill on the table next to him, Yuan Xiling couldn't help laughing again, attracting the attention of the people around him. With so many gold coins, if you get the earth, hee hee. Boy, you played well, shall we have a game? Suddenly a pair of big hands rested on Yuan Xiling's shoulders. It's so cold. Yuan Xiling quickly slapped his big hand away, and a tumble jumped onto the table, and collected all the gold coins on the table. Holding the handle with his right hand, he tilted his body slightly downward, ready to pull out the knight's sword at any time. Just now, Yuan Xiling felt a chill that pierced deep into the bone, emanating from the owner of these big hands. The hand was slapped away, and the uncle in the white vest was not annoyed, so he placed his hand on his head and fiddled with his black hair. The other hand took the cigarette in his hand and let out a sigh of relief slowly. Are you so vigilant? I just want you to play cards. Looking at this somewhat familiar outfit, Yuan Xiling also understood the identity of the visitor and put down the knight's sword. See you at night. Isn't this the head of the Black Bull squad, Yi Jieda? Looking up at Yi Jian, Yuan Xiling suddenly felt a little tired. It seems you know me. Yi Jian didn't ask Yuan Xiling's opinion anymore, pulled out the chair and sat down. The head of the night see you, so you're here. Have you started playing cards? Magna strung out from the side. He suddenly saw Yuan Xiling standing aside. Gen Yuri had turned a somersault in the air just now, and Kabuto also fell off the cap. Wait, you are? The blue-haired golden pupil, the golden rapier, and the cute face seemed to be a bit like what Elder Cici said. Are you Gen Yuri? Huh? It's me. Thank you for saving Father Cici. Magna took a deep breath, straightened her body, and then bowed to Yuan Xiling. Yuan Xiling was a little confused by this sudden move. No thanks. By the way, is the news so well informed? Even the people of the Magic Knights knew about it. But when he cut off one of Blake's arm, the news should not have spread, otherwise they would never have reacted like this when they saw themselves. No, please accept my thanks. Magna held Gen Yuri's left hand. Don't be fussy, come and play cards. Yes! This time, Yuan Xiling did not cover the mental power on the table. He was afraid that he would be noticed by Yi Jian later. Had to adjust the cards that were transformed by guessing, Yuan Xiling didn't dare to turn out a big card. So among these 10, Yuan Xiling also lost one. The cards are playing well, you shouldn't have entered the Magic Knights yet, have you? Yi Jian spit out a puff of smoke. No. Then you come to our group, how about it? Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiling felt a little surprised. Don't you need to participate in the assessment of the knights? Need not. How does that work? If Yi Jian is willing to recruit Yuan Xiling into the Black Bull gang, Yuan Xiling can justifiably fight against other people. At that time, collect another wave of blood, and then see you at night to walk through the process, raise your hand, and then join the Black Bull squad. Wouldn't it be beautiful? Is this bad? I think we still have to. Yuan Xiling hadn't finished speaking, so Yi Jian interrupted him. I said that if you don't need it, you don't need it. Okay. You can always follow the knight to watch the game at that time, right? Magna, have you seen Finlar? No, I guess I went to pick up girls elsewhere. Guy, I just seemed to see him in a tavern. Stop fighting, go to Fenlar. The three went out of the casino and found Finlar in the small hotel. This is a new member. Also, take us to the headquarters. Yi Jian did not say anything about Fenlar's dog-licking behavior, but just motioned Fenlar to take them to the headquarters. All right. Fenlar reluctantly opened a space door and teleported the four to the headquarters. There is no sense of dizziness and tearing as imagined, and crossing the space door is like crossing an ordinary door. After crossing the space gate, the sky seemed to become a little gloomy. In the middle is a huge house, like a pile of huge gray building blocks. How? This is our home. Is it handsome? Magna was a little proud. It's pretty handsome. Fenlar wanted to go back to pick up girls after opening the space door, but was stopped by Yi Jian. Dish hashtag. After welcoming the new members, go again. Yi Jian smoked a cigarette. Fenlar had no choice but to follow the three of them into the house. Pushing open the door, he smelled a strong scent of alcohol, followed by the aroma of food. Gee, it's a bit choking. Come here all. Magna appeared in high spirits. Today we added a new member to our regiment, Everyone quickly came to get to know each other. A man wearing an officer's hat came over first, and his lips and eyes were painted black, like a panda. After standing over, Lo Xiu didn't know what he was talking about. The second is a little girl who has no source and zero height, but with a high hairline. She didn't forget to fill her mouth with food when she came over. Halfway through, as if thinking of something, the sheep standing next to him brought a plate of cakes. "Give you to eat." She handed him the cake the size of Yuri's head. Yuan Xiling took a sip. "Thank you, it's delicious." After getting Yuan Xiling's reply, the girl smiled and stepped aside. Finally, a flash of lightning slipped down the stairs and turned into a human form in front of Yuan Xiling. It was a little boy whose height was about the same as Yuan Xiru's. After stopping, he bent his arms and threw his fists into the air. "Are you new here? Can you fight with me, fight?" Wait a minute? Yuan Xiling wiped the non-existent cold sweat. Should I say that No Loss is a fighting madman? After dealing with this, Yuan Xiling began to look at the hall. The sofas were scattered throughout the hall. In addition to the 3 people who had just come to greet them, there were 3 other people sitting on the sofa. One of the men covered his left eye with his hair, holding a photo in one hand and a tissue in the other, wiping his nosebleeds. This should be Gihui Adelaide, a heavy sister-in-law. The girl, who is worthy of several Yuanxi 0 volume, should be Gray. She is good at transforming magic, and there should be a real appearance behind the plot. Punch! Gray spit out 2 white air. Finally, there is a female alcoholic Barnasha Anotika who wears underwear at the headquarters. "I still can drink. I also drink. Magna's yelling did not wake her up just now. "Forget it, let me introduce you one by one." Magna is quite enthusiastic about Yuan Xiling. Panda Head is Gordon Agrippa, who is good at poisonous magic and spells, and speaks very quietly. The little girl with high hairline, Chami Pavatzone, is a magician who is good at eating and seems to have a food magic. Fighting Madman Rak Portia, known as Ruck of Ecstasy, creates magic by lightning. Severe Sister controlling Gusho is a mirror magic. Female Drunkard Barnasha, silk magic. Head of the group Yijian Jieda, known as the God of Destruction, dark magic. Magna, fire magic, used to be a gangster. Finlar, space magic, scumbag. By the way, Yuan Xiling, I haven't asked you yet, which village are you from? I am not from the Clover Kingdom. Huh. The head of Yijian also looked over. I also forgot where I came from, I'm just a traveler. I happened to get there to grant the magic book. That's it. Magna scratched her head. There are still a few team members who have performed their missions outside and haven't come back. Okay, I'll take you upstairs to choose a room. After going upstairs, Yuan Xiling chose a relatively empty room at random. The room is a bit dirty. You can tidy it up a bit. After speaking, Magna turned and went downstairs to leave. Water magic. The water polo quickly turned on Jinuri's fingers and then wandered around the room. It's really convenient. If possible, Yuan Xiling actually wants to directly enter the magic eye, where there is also a whole house he brought out of the golden experimental world. It's a pity that Jinuri's master degree of magic eye is not enough for him to enter. After cleaning the room, Yuan Xiling adjusted the position of the things in the house again to free up a large space. After thinking about it, Yuan Xiling took out a full-length mirror from the magic eye and placed it in an empty space. This looks more comfortable. After finishing everything, Magna came and knocked on the door again. Magna briefly told Yuan Xiling about the baptism, and Yuan Xiling also pretended to ask a few words. Although you have saved Father Saishi, I will never keep my hands on the baptism. Don't worry, I am very strong, so use all your magic power. Yuan Xiling shrugged indifferently. 10 Magna probably couldn't beat him. It just so happened to take advantage of the baptism to collect the blood. He now has 19 kinds of magic attributes, and if he adds the magic of the bully group, he can directly break through to 26 kinds. At that time, if you still stay in the 4-leaf clover, you will have 1 more whole card. As soon as Yuan Shi came out, he saw a pink sofa. Did you even move out the sofa to watch the game? Magna, hurry up, I want to see Yuan Xiling's strength. Luck shouted, waving his fists. Okay, it's so noisy. Magna stepped aside and took out the magic book. Yuan Xiling, are you ready? All right. Magna was about to attack, but he hurriedly stopped thinking of something. Wait, although this question may involve personal privacy, I still want to ask. Your big magic book. Yuan Xiling was startled. That is the characteristic of my magic book, which can be turned into a tattoo and attached to the body. This is not a secret. As long as you spend some time with him, you will know that the magic book can become a tattoo. Come on, go beyond the limit. Fight with me as much as you like. Kind of secondary. Yuan Xiling also drew out the knight's sword behind her waist and signaled the opponent to attack first. Then I'm here, Magna pulled out a bat made of flames from the magic book and waved forward frantically. Guard. A translucent golden arc shield appeared in front of Yuan Xiling, stopping the baseball formed by flames. This is the first time Yuan Xiling has used the skill, and it seems that the effect is pretty good now. Damn it. Magna lifted his glasses, clenching his teeth. Since you saved old man Saishi, it means you still have some strength. I underestimate you. I know it, I've said it 3 or 4 times. If you want to enlarge the trick, hurry up. Hurry up. Fire magic blast the flame devil ball. Magna scattered the baseball bat and gathered a small fireball in his hand. Leaning back slightly, he threw the fireball in his hand. The fireball exploded in the air, turning into many tiny fireballs and shooting towards Yuan Xiling. Good guy, he will attack from the side. Yuan Xiling used Guardian again, and a shield appeared on the left and right sides. Bang, 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 bang. Many fireballs smashed on the light shield, and the sound was like a festive firecrackers on the new year, but the light shield only shook slightly. Magna, Sigma, degree. Are you only hiding in that tortoise shell? Come out if you have the ability, like a man, fighting dignifiedly. Yuan Xiling did not continue to test the power of Guardian and simply removed the light shield. After thinking about it, he inserted the knight's sword into the scabbard again. He was afraid that Magna would be killed by waiting. Mud water magic water marsh. A puddle of mud and water suddenly appeared under Magna, and it squirmed quickly. Magna wanted to use her strength to jump out of the mud pit, but found that the harder she was, the faster she would sink. Damn it, flame magic blast the flame ball. Magna pressed the fireball down. Boom. The mud splashed all over, contaminating Magna's body. Puff ha 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 ha. Barnasha finally couldn't help it. It's the first time I've seen Magna languish like this. Yuan Xiling, the final blow will determine the winner. Fire magic multiple explosions and bombing of the Yen Devil Ball. Magna's time has exhausted all his magic power, and multiple fireballs are condensed in his palm and shot into the air. Iron magic iron sword is generated. Yuan Xiling hovered many iron swords around her body, and then attached repelling magic to it, slowly turning it around. The fireball violently cracked in the air, split into many tiny fireballs, and then collided and merged continuously, bringing up a lot of smoke and dust. Mass bombing magic? Not bad, you can develop it. Yuan Xiling did not immediately attack, but continued to make iron swords all over his body. Puff, puff. Yuan Xiling would not have thought that Sith's organization had not only sent an opponent. After dispatching the Sith, the leader seemed to feel that something was wrong, and he sent a blue-robed man who did not know the portal to Lingxi village. So, you didn't find Sith when you went to Sosi village? Yes, sir. There is no trace of the magic stone pattern, but we investigated and it seems that there have been outsiders in that village. 3 men in blue robes knelt on one knee. It's impossible for the Sith to rebel, it could only be killed by that person. The leader stroked the steel and turned his back to them. My lord, do we need to kill those inferior people? No, don't worry about these ants, let them live longer. After a pause, he continued. Have you found out who is the one who snatched the magic stone? That person has joined the Black Bullfighter group, my lord. But I don't know who he is. That strength is definitely not great anymore. Don't care about him. It will temporarily be pinned to the Black Bullfighter group. With their strength, they can retrieve it at any time. Yes. Punch, punch. The fireball is as fragile as a balloon in front of the iron sword covered with repelling magic. Repelling magic. There is no solution in the front of the four-leaf clover world, and the only thing Yuan Xiling can think of is exhausting his magic power. Although Yuan Xiling's repelling magic was obtained from Asta, it was a little different from Asta's. Asta's repelling magic itself is the characteristic of his magic sword, and it does not need to consume magic power to cast it, but it cannot be covered on other objects. Yuan Xiling checked the remaining magic power again, counting the previous guardian. The magic power consumed by this duel was a bit large. But coupled with the automatic operation of the day after tomorrow, the magic power can be restored in 10 minutes. Oh, I can't fight Yuan. Magna shrugged, weeping, a little helpless. Do you have two kinds of magic? The head of Yijian did not know when he came to the back. Yuan Shi scattered to the iron sword. No, this is my magical characteristics. I call him mimicry magic, which can imitate other people's magical attributes. Seeing the head of the knight spit out a puff of smoke. That's really powerful magic. Yuan Xiling, do you want to fight with me? I'm super strong. Good. Yuan Xiling agreed, and he was also going to find a time to fight Rak, and then duplicating the opponent's magical attributes. Raiden creates Magic Thor's boots. The magic exploded under Luck's feet, turned into lightning, and spread to his legs, forming a pair of boots. TSK, don't wait for me to reply to the magic. After transforming the boots, Luck immediately flew to the sky, obviously learning Magna's lesson from Water Marsh. Fire magic. A group of primary fire appeared on Yuanshi Zero's hand. Fire Dragon Pillar. Hanchuo swelled up quickly and broke away from Yuan Xiling's palm. Rotate. Rotate. A pillar of fire is formed, with ferocious dragon heads hanging on it. Cool, looks pretty strong. Ruck was not surprised and rejoiced, and lightning slowly formed in his hands. The pillar of fire dissipated, and the fire dragon hovering on it broke free and attacked Luck. Luck's thunder and lightning also covered his hands, forming a pair of huge claws. When the fire dragon approached, Luck found the right time and smashed a fire dragon with one claw. The other fire dragons surrounded Luck layer by layer, slowly turning. Rak stepped in the air, and his speed increased again, bringing up a burst of lightning. Every time lightning strikes, there is a fire dragon torn into pieces, turning into sparks and spilling into the air. Electric light intersects with Mars, occupying the entire sky. Fire Dragon Pillar is specially developed by Yuan Xiling to deal with fighting madmen like Rak. A fighting madman like Luck is to fight all the attacks, and he doesn't pay attention to so many details. Luck's lightning can't actually completely extinguish the fire dragon, it can only smash it into sparks. Sure enough, the last two fire dragons stopped their fire-breathing behavior and quickly revolved around Luck. The sparks in the air also resonated at the right time, faintly shining with white light. Not good. Luck also felt something was wrong and wanted to escape. But these sparks almost covered that area. How could Luck escape? An explosion sounded, and the smoke and dust from the explosion enveloped the area. January estimated the location of Rak and created a water cube just below it with water magic to prevent Rak from being injured by a second fall. At the same time, he is also preparing for healing magic. Puff. Rak fell from the smoke, but did not suffer much damage. At the moment of the explosion, he had already covered his whole body with a thunder and lightning armor. Although he was blown away from a long distance, he was really not seriously injured. Yuan Xiling quickly adjusted the position of the water cube and steadily caught Luck. The other people from the bull squad also gathered around. Should be okay? Yi Jian looked up and down Luck. Of course it's okay. Luck took a sigh of relief and continued. I feel that I can continue to fight, Yuan Xiling. Let's continue fighting. No, just click until you finish. Yuan Xiling hurriedly waved his hand and refused. A joke, his magic power has been consumed more than half, and he will definitely lose if he continues to fight. Go back to the house. Thunder and lightning magic? Nan muttered to himself after Yuan Xiling swallowed Rak's blood. There are still 2 or 3 days left before the assessment of the Magic Knights, and we have to quickly copy the magic attributes of the Blowcow group. Huh? Let's develop it, by the way. Yuan Xiling now has 26 kinds of magic, and he is also facing a serious problem. Are you going to the next world? Or should I stay for a while, copy more magic attributes, and do more things before leaving? Before, the 4-leaf clover was too boring, there was nothing to entertain, and the system would help him choose the most suitable world. On the other hand, Yuan Xiling has only watched the previous plot, and he is afraid that the final plot will not be controlled by him. Therefore, Yuan Xiling thought that it only needed to meet the minimum standards. But it seems that it is not enough now. Far from enough. Reincarnation. Yuan Xiling had been selectively ignoring this issue before. Now the system helps to choose, so the world is basically the original indigenous people. He will definitely meet the reincarnation in the future, or enemies, or friends. But all of this must be based on strength. If the reincarnation finds that he is a wild traverser, he should be very interested. Moreover, Yuan Xiling didn't like the mechanism in the park. Every time he got any benefits, he had to pay taxes. Even if he finally dominated the world, he would still work for the park. He is still holding the thigh of the system, so he can improve his strength. If you go to a new world, it should be more difficult to improve your strength at the beginning, right? Next is the results of the 2 days of Yuan Xiling. Sometimes too much magic attribute is not a good thing. Yuan Xiling discovered that some magic is a system in itself. There is attack, defense, healing, assistance, short-range teleportation. This also means one thing. January will have a lot of overlapping abilities, and it is inevitable to encounter the question of whether it is better to use fire magic or ice magic in battle. And there are too many magical attributes to take care of. It's like Yuan Xiling's first encounter with Yi Jian, and he felt the coldness radiating from him. Later, I realized that this is something that you can only have after you have developed dark magic to a certain extent. The specialization is not bad, and it is very good to improve the strength. But Yuan Xiling is a cannibalistic slime, which means to take the miscellaneous route. You also need to summarize and integrate yourself, otherwise it will be really messy. Yuan Xiling did not practice too much distraction control method, and instantly used a variety of magic attributes, or, because of his strong mental power, the role of Yamato Magic Book. The same magic attribute also has extended magic and combination magic. What needs to be done now is to develop a magic attribute to a certain extent. After the mud, water, fire, and water are all developed to 8 kinds of magic, they can no longer be developed. After taking out the magic book and studying it carefully, Yuan Xiling discovered that there were 8 tree-like roots painted beside each page of the magic attribute. In the middle is written magic attributes, corresponding to the 8 roots of the tree is the developed magic. This also shows that each magic attribute can only develop 8 magic. Difficult. The system also put forward a solution in time. The fusion of magic attributes can increase the upper limit of magic development to a certain extent. Mixed magic attributes? This must first exclude some powerful and unique magic, such as space magic and repelling magic. Space magic, a long-distance teleportation, is not comparable to others, not to mention that there is no fusion with this kind of magic. Repelling magic, not to mention. Hiccup, this is your magic book? It's a big one. Just when Yuan Xiling was sitting in danger, leaning the magic book on his lap, and studying how to integrate the magic attributes, Barnasha came over with a blushing face, not forgetting to make a hiccup. Yuan Xiling replied. But Barnasha's sound attracted other people in the hall. It is said that the size of the magic book determines the talent. Yuan Xiling, the magic book of you is also in line with your strength. Magna said. Are you complimenting me? Yuan Xiling scratched his head in embarrassment. Yuan Xiling, have you recovered your magic power? Let's have another fight. Luck waved his fist again. No. After copying the magic attributes, the ghost will go to fight rack again. Fighting with the fighting madman is not a good thing. Is my sister beautiful? Guxiu, who had never been present before, came out. They are really full of personalities. I really don't know how Yujian put them together. What do they have in common? If you really want to say something in common, it seems that there is only a cloak with a black bully tattoo on his body. Yimi continued to clean the food on the table, and Gaodun, who had been forgotten, whispered from the side. Yuan Xiling can't stand it anymore, and can't concentrate on research in this place where the aroma of food and alcohol are mixed. Not to mention there are still a few people around. Yuan Xiling found an excuse to leave, then turned upstairs and returned to her room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed and resting the magic book on her lap, Yuan Xiling continued to conceive how to blend. Feeling a little uncomfortable, he turned Chiba into a Pikachu pajama. There was a long silence. Yuan Xiling first focused on rock magic and earth magic. There is no difference between these two magics. Soil can be synthesized into rocks, and rocks can be broken into soil. Especially for the rock giant and the earth giant, Yuan Xiling couldn't see the difference at all. Whether in terms of ability or appearance, well, the edges and corners of the rock giant are more distinct. Fusion earth magic and rock magic. Perfect integration. The integration is successful. Get skills - rock magic. Next, I was staring at silk magic and cotton magic. System, can you guess what will become of these two fusions? After the fusion, the host can be used as a down jacket. Yuan Shi 0_. What a down jacket. But having said that, the material inside the doll made by puppet magic is also a bit like cotton. Regardless of this, Yuan Xiling actually has a bold idea. He wants to make a curse doll. It is the skill, curse doll, developed from puppet magic. The result is not satisfactory. There is no curse attribute in puppet magic, and it is impossible to develop curse doll. But it is not without gain. He has also successfully developed standalone doll and teddy bear patties. It is worth mentioning that this teddy bear patties, after using this skill, a dark red bear doll named Patties will be summoned. Moreover, Patties can receive instructions, and Yuan Xiling does not need to use mental power to control it all the time. As long as there is a supply of magic power, it will always be stable. The offensive power is not so good. It will only be violent demolition. Defensive power is still okay, at least it can resist most low-level magic. Unfortunately, only one can be summoned at a time. Yuan Xiling also discovered the law of developing skills. The skills developed must be related to the attributes of magic. For example, with fire magic, if you develop a water gun, how can you develop it? The other is that the effective development may be different from what you expected. For example, the fire dragon pillar, used to deal with soliciting. After the skills are developed, the scope has achieved the expected effect, but this power. Even Ruck was not seriously injured. That's thunder and lightning magic, Magic with weak defensive ability. This power is a bit excessive. Yuan Xiling is not without magic with curse attributes, such as the poison magic, copied from Gordon before. Yuan Xiling had previously envisioned that as long as he obtains a drop of blood from his opponent, and then uses Curse the Doll, he can curse the opponent, or attacking the doll is directly equivalent to attacking the opponent. But this poisonous magic, I can't even think about it. Forget it, merge directly, look at it after fusion. In fusion, the fusion is successful. Get skills - voodoo doll magic. This time it costs 2 system points. 17 system points are left. Can't blend perfectly? Yuan Xiling felt a bit of toothache. After fusion, both standalone puppet and teddy bear parties have poison attributes. Yuan Xiling tried to develop curse doll again, but did not disappoint him and developed voodoo doll. It also requires a part of the opponent's body to be made into a voodoo doll, which will cause a certain curse damage to the opponent after being destroyed. After it is finished, no one can release it except the operator himself. If the level gap is too large, say another thing. For this, Yuan Xiling is still very satisfied. This is left with numbers, chains, iron, muddy water, fog, tears, mirrors, petals, mucus, bronze, gold, food, silk, cotton, ice, water, fire, wind, electricity, darkness, transformation, and space. There are also 4 puppets composed of rock and voodoo respectively, for a total of 24. After thinking about it, Yuan Xiling merged food magic and transformation magic into predator and mimicry respectively. Slimy magic merges with mud-water magic. In addition to elemental magic, there are only 15 types left. Among the remaining 15 kinds of magic, not all of them have been developed. For example, digital magic, with 1 to 10 as soon as it appears, it can't even be developed. Except for this, it is bronze and gold. To be honest, this seems to be really nothing to develop. Should we all blend together? Forget it, choose a few uncommon fusions. Then, golden magic, bronze magic. Yuan Shi paused for a while, suddenly had an idea. And chain magic and iron magic. Golden magic, bronze magic, chain magic, iron magic have been selected. Does it merge? Yes or no? This time the system has a rare hint. Yes! In the process of fusion, the fusion is successful. Get skills - magic. This time consumes 4 points. Magic. Yuan Xiling took out the magic book and checked it, and found that there were already 2 magics on it. Sword generation and magic sealing chain. Magic sword weapon generation. 3 swords of different colors appeared instantly beside Yuan Xiling. They are turquoise, golden, and dark gray. Isn't this the bronze sword, the golden sword, and the iron sword? Controlling the 3 swords to spin around the room for a while, then disperse them. After the fusion, the sword became quite cool. When it was time for dinner, Magna the toolman ran up and told Yuan Xiling to go down to eat. There are 2 days left before the assessment of the Magic Knights, and Yuan Xiling has been staying upstairs for these 2 days except for food. During the period, I also came down and fought with the head of Yi Jian. It is the kind that uses sword skills only and does not use skills. As you can imagine, Yuan Xiling's 3-legged cat Kung Fu, which hadn't been in contact with the sword for long, was directly crushed and beaten by the head of Yi Jian. However, this is also due to some height. With Yuan Xiling's height, that short-handed man goes to see the 170 and 180 strong men with swords and swords? That's just looking for abuse. See the leader at night, I also want to see. On the day of the assessment, Yuan Xiling also asked to follow along. Huh? You want to go too? Yi Jian took the cigarette off rare and spit out a long puff of smoke. Well, I'm going to look at the level of the leaders of the Magic Knights. What can Yuan Xiling do? Of course, to see if there are any new magic attributes, and then copy a wave. Then go. Yi Jian called Fenler over again and opened the space door to the assessment venue. As for why not just let Yuan Shizero open the space door? After Yuan Xiling obtained space magic, there was no time to mark the magic power on the assessment venue. There are 4 people in the group. In addition to the 3 of Yuan Xiling, Gao Dun, who has always been taciturn, also followed. The 4 people teleported around the venue. It's so lively. Yuan Xiling calmed down, habitually pressing the sword with one hand, feeling the flow of magical power from the people around him. With so many people, let's enter through the back door. Fenler familiarly led the 3 of them along the edge of the venue and walked towards the back door. The retrograde, with many candidates who came to participate in the assessment along the way, also attracted a lot of attention. Wait, are they from the Magic Knights? Well, look at that cloak, it should be from the Black Bull Band. Black Bulldogs? I heard that their performance is not very good. Thank God for being able to join a night group casually. What kind of group it is? Yuan Xiling came along this way and didn't find a new wave of magic power, which was a bit regrettable. Asta and Yuno should have arrived too. I don't know if it will be like in the plot. Yaster enters the Bull Squad, and Yuno enters the Golden Dawn. In this way, he is still Asta's predecessor? Not bad. Yuan Xiling, have you seen where the leader of Yi Jian went? Yuan Xiling heard Fenler's questioning, and then he came back to his senses. The head of Yi Jian is gone? Yuan Xiling looked around, but did not find the head of Yi Jian. This is... Go to the toilet? Yuan Xiling still clearly remembered that the leader of Yi Jian met Yasta only because he went to the toilet and got lost. Is the next step the same as the plot? Yuan Xiling, hurry up and find the head of Yi Jian. The assessment is about to begin. If the head of Yijian is not present, it will be finished. Before meeting a woman, Finlar was quite serious. Good. In fact, there is no need to look for it at all. Just pay attention to the big movement made when the head of the group meets Yasta next night. Yuan Xiling thought so and did so. He felt the flow of magic in the air while paying attention to the surroundings. Yuan Xiling felt the magic flow in the air while paying attention to the surroundings. Speaking of which, this place should not belong to the royal capital. It seems to be the underground city Sekar, with the royal capital in the center. Forget it. Yuan Xiling, Gao Dun, let's enter the venue first. Maybe the group leader has already gone first. Finlar greeted Jen Yururi and Gordon, and he took the lead in leaving the venue. Gordon was whispering again. As soon as he entered the venue, Yuan Xiling saw many avoiding demon birds. The avoiding demon is unique to the venue. The lower the magic power, the more they like to pester. As soon as the three of them entered the assessment venue, the evasion bird that was still staying there seemed to sense something and fled one after another. Gordon and Finlar looked at each other, knowing that they didn't have such high magical powers. Then the two looked at Yuan Xiling together. Jen Xiling, didn't you expect your magic power to be so high? Actually, these birds dare not come over because I'm more handsome. Fenler felt that he couldn't keep up with Yuan Xiling's rhythm. Yuan Xiling smiled. This should not only be related to the magic power, but also the dragon core that was swallowed before. The dragon core not only endowed Yuan Xizero with skills and a relatively large magic power, but also endowed Yuan Shizero's magic with a bit of dragon attribute. Long way, although it is not turned on, Yuan Xiling's magic power contains dragon attributes. The magic bird can perceive magic power keenly, and naturally it will also be affected by the dragon attribute in the magic power. Fenler stared at Yuan Xiling for a good time again and said something. That's not right, but you are not as handsome as I am. Besides, you still wear such a big cloak. Yuan Xiling flipped Byakugan. Just kidding, so real. Where can you make me handsome? After speaking, he ignored Fenler and wandered around the venue. Found it. What are you doing here, Leader Yijian? Finlar took the lead in finding the leader of the night. But Yijian seemed to be holding a person's head, and the entire venue seemed to look over here. Yeah, no, how could the Knight Commander kill the candidate? Seeing that the knight did not stop, Fenler reminded him in time. But by the way, why are you running to the exam site? I got lost when I came out and shit. Really, Frank? Chief of the Knights? A few of them belong to the Magic Knights. Fenler Elegise, who is good at space magic, Gordon, who is expert in spell magic, and the Windbreaker is. Haha, you have less knowledge. A yellow hedgehog-headed boy who looked a little familiar appeared from the side. He is the god of gamblers, Yuan Xiling. I have been inquiring about this name for a long time. Never heard of. The passerby looked surprised. He was originally a candidate for this issue, and he joined the Magic Knights in advance. As he said, the yellow hedgehog head boy still waved his hands. He is my idol. If I can't get into the Knights this time, I have to practice my gambling skills. Yuan Xiling didn't hear this? He glanced at that yellow hedgehog boy. Inexplicably familiar. The last one is Lord Destruction. I don't care about the surroundings when I see you at night, counting down the countdown alone there. What countdown is this? Your lifespan. Asta was also anxious when he heard it and steadied his feet, his veins violent, and he held Yejian's hand holding his head with both hands, trying to pull it away. At this time, the fireworks in the venue sounded in time. Okay, the assessment has begun. Finlar continued to persuade. Yijian curled his mouth, spit out the smoke that he had finished smoking on the ground, and snorted. Released his hand, Asta knelt on the ground. You got your life back, kid. You have to cherish the life you've gotten back. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Seeing that knight turned around and left, it seemed that he didn't want to miss the assessment. It should be because of Magic Emperor. A gambling god, one that is not easy to communicate with, and a good girl. This black bullfighter group doesn't seem to be a serious group. Yes, the only thing I don't want to enter is this group. I also want to be killed by the captain. Yuan Xiling could hear Gordon's whisper this time. Yuri reached out and patted him on the shoulder as he walked past Asta. It's really bad luck, huh? Golden sword? Yuan Xiling. Asta stood up. Look at the source. Xiling is already a member of the Magic Knights, and I also want to speed up my efforts. Yuan Xiling walked up to the high platform with the three of them, and the leaders of the other Magic Knights also walked up with people. The powerful magic aura immediately shook all the avoiding demon birds in the arena. Yuan Xiling leaned against the chair where the head of Yi Jian was sitting, observing the other heads of the Magic Knights. The head of the Golden Dawn Regiment, William Van Johns, possesses the World Tree Magic. The Emerald Mantis Group Leader, Jack the Ripper, possesses Fracture Magic. The captain of the Emerald Briar Group, Charlotte Roselay, possesses Rose Magic. The leader of the Watercolored Magic Deer Group, Leal Morsha, possesses Painting Magic. The head of the Coral Peacock Group, Dorothy Ainsworth, possesses Dream Magic. These magical attributes were all focused on by Yuan Xiling this time, and if there were any unexpected gains, it would be even better. But some of the other leaders repeated magic, and some just didn't know what magic he was. Yuan Xiling pinched his nose, a little distressed. I don't know where the Magic Emperor is now. Could it be the grandmother who sells purple snakes outside? If it doesn't work, you will have to wait until Yaster and the others go to the black market for the first time, and then look for the robbed grandmother. Yuan Xiling put his right hand on the hilt again. When the assessment is over, find a chance to fight the leaders of the Magic Knights. They probably won't refuse it. Examinees, I've been waiting for a long time. I will preside over this assessment. William stood up, raised one hand, no expression on the half of his face covered by the mask. Next, everyone will accept several assessments, and then we will be reviewed by the leaders of our 9 Magic Knights. Choose the talents you want, and you can enter. Then I announce that the assessment begins. As soon as the voice fell, William's magic book was suspended. World Tree Magic. The magic tree comes. The originally clear sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. The sky facing the assessment venue was shining. The light dissipated the surrounding dark clouds. A huge tree descended slowly from the sky, bringing a strong wind to blow the people below and quickly covering their eyes. Sure enough, he is still so strong. Fenler raised his hands. His tone seemed to be a little envious. The roots of the magic tree quickly extended, turned into broomsticks, and delivered them to each examinee. This is the strength closest to the Magic Emperor. Yasta also secretly recorded this scene. The first test, you have to fly on a broomstick. The broomstick is the daily way of the Magister. If you don't, you will be laughed at by others. William continued to deliver his speech. The examinees also controlled their broomsticks to fly. Many of them fell to the ground halfway through, and many of them flew to high altitude, among which Yuno was the worst. It seems that there are still many good ones in this year. It was the leader of the Red Lotus Lion Group, Fagorian Vermilion, who was speaking with fire magic. Especially that kid with Clover. The head of the Silver Eagle Group, Nogil Silva, did not know whether it was pure water magic or mercury magic. After Nogir finished speaking, he seemed to have discovered something again. I'm going to be with you first. Yuan Xiling also scanned the entire venue and found the heroine Ainuor, who was hiding behind the pillar. Yuri should have joined the group earlier than Ainuor, right? So it should be considered senior, right? The next assessments are Magic Power Test, Magic Power Control Test, Creation Magic Test, and Evolution Magic Test. These things also made Yuan Xiling's understanding of magic a little more diligent. After Yuan Xiling swallowed other people's blood, he obtained other people's magic attributes, not magic. The copied magic attributes can be converted at will, but the most essential magic attributes of Yuan Xiling will not change. Because it had swallowed the dragon core, Yuan Xiling's magic attribute was a monster, plus some dragon attributes. If you use the most essential magic to shape your shape, it should be a dragon, right? Purification magic is to inject magic power into plants to upgrade them, accelerate their growth, or rapidly decline. Or the magic attribute is too strong, the plant may even explode. Finally, there is the question about using multiple magic. If Yuan Xiling uses this magic, He must transform his magic into this attribute, and the same applies to repelling magic. Repelling magic itself is a magic attribute, and there is no skill at all. If you want to use a variety of magic, you must transform it into other magic attributes before it leaves the body. To do this, the premise is to have a strong mental power. Although Yuan Xiling has opened up the sea of knowledge, there are not many mental powers that can be mobilized. The huge spiritual power stored in the spirit consciousness sea was brought by the Golden Tower and the Magic Eye, and Yuan Xiling could not use it well for the time being. Speaking of it, there seems to be a mental power light group in the Golden Tower. At that time, Yuan Xiling wanted to swallow it and was stopped by the system. It was too wasteful to devour pure mental power, which made Yuan Xiling a bit speechless. "What are you thinking about?" Yi Jian turned around and said. "Nothing." Ever since Yi Jian learned of Yuan Xiling's amnesia identity, his attitude towards Yuan Xiling has also improved a lot. This amnesia identity was only recently fabricated by Yuan Xiling. Before Magna asked where Yuan Xiling came from, Yuan Xiling fabricated an amnesia identity. It is said that it came from a country far away in the east, but I don't know how. Many things are suddenly forgotten. After waking up, he was in a small forest with a sword beside him. This should have been a very sloppy reason, and the most important thing is that they even believed it. This incident left Yuan Xiling speechless for a long time. What makes Yuan Xiling feel strange is that his attitude suddenly becomes much better after Yi Jian. Yuan Xiling only then remembered that he had heard others say in his previous life that Yi Jian also seemed to come from a distant eastern country, and he was considered a stranger here. This is the same sickness? The last assessment battle. As William was talking, Fagrain stood up suddenly. "Yes, it's fighting. You choose your opponents and fight in pairs. There are magisters who are good at healing magic behind you. Choose your opponents as much as you like. Fight as much as you like." Fagline made a fist with his right hand and placed it on his chest, delivering 2 of his speeches. But the atmosphere in the examination room below was also mobilized by him, and candidates began to choose their opponents. William opened his mouth, but he still didn't say anything. "Next, players will be invited in." The examiner shouted. "Let's go up first." Saigai also urged Asta. "Okay." Yasta quickly stepped forward. "Let's fight upright." "Ha ha." Saigai laughed loudly, leaned down, pressed Asta's shoulder, and whispered. "A kid from a remote village, it must be very hard to come here, right? You don't have to work hard anymore. The mouse that came out of the dirty and smelly ditch and went in the wrong place, go back to your village. I will take your share and work hard in the magic nights. Thank you for your continued foil. Understand? You should go back to your village, continue your life like this, and enjoy it as much as you can, haha." Saigai smiled and walked to the opposite side, and Yaster's pupils gradually widened. Then, the test begins. The examiner also waved in time. "Don't be merciful, Asta." Bronze creates magic bronze defensive magic cannonball. Pieces of translucent bronze sheets slowly appeared beside Saigai, wrapping him up, forming a green ball. At the level of candidates, this magic is already very good. Fenler said with a chin squeezed. "Does it look like the rare insect dumplings of the Mimo Amazon? See you at night." Hearing this, Yuan Xiling laughed directly. In the plot, didn't Saigai say that bugs are too disgusting? He himself looks like a bug now, no wonder he will eventually be accepted by the Emerald Mantis group. But this magic has a big loophole for Yuan Xiling. This kind of offensive and defensive magic is the easiest to break, even without repelling magic. When the magic ball is released when attacking, the magic power will fluctuate, and there will be a momentary magical instability. You don't even need a strong attack. Even if your magic power turns into a toothpick and plugs it on that node, it may cause the magic to collapse. "Oh, then I'm here." Yasta looked very calm, not so loud as before. He drew the magic sword from the magic book and set his posture. Black magic power radiated from the magic book, and the strong pressure made the surrounding lose its color for an instant. Asta stepped out with his left foot, and the strong leg strength caused the floor tiles under his feet to shatter. "Cut down." The black magic power seemed to be driven by Asta to form a straight line, which was chopped down with the magic sword. The demon sword how cut the bronze ball open without hindrance, and the surrounding bronze shards were shaken off, exposing Sigh with foaming foam inside. The strength formed into the wind, and even the floor tiles underneath Sight's feet were torn apart. I didn't come to enjoy the magic nights, but I was desperate to become the magic emperor that day. Judging from the previous assessments, I don't think it has such a huge magical power. Finlar speculated on the side. No, he didn't use magic at all. The head of Yi Jian also put down the cigarette, frowning. It's not that it's useless, it's that Asta has no magic power at all. Yuan Xiling told Asta's true situation without any violation. Anyway, Asta will have to join the bull squad sooner or later. Do you know him? Yi Jian tilted his head to look at Yuan Xiling. Well, when I traveled before, I went to the church where he lived to stay overnight. Yasta is a very interesting guy. Yuan Xiling said funny, but yawned all the time. No way, this assessment is really boring. Yuan Xiling turned her head randomly, but found Charlotte, the head of the Wild Rose Group, looking at this side. After Charlotte saw Yuan Xiling looking towards the side, she turned her head to look inside the field, pretending to be calm. Oh. Looking here when everyone is talking about Arthur Tower, there is definitely something wrong. Who is she looking at? She glanced at Fenler, who was standing nearby. This scumbag should be impossible, and then Gordon is even more impossible. Yuan Xiling looked at the head of Yi Jian again. Yuan Xiling is not so narcissistic that she thinks Charlotte is looking at herself, and the look is the kind of eyes that a little girl sees a handsome savior. It can only be the head of the night. I didn't expect that Yanfu, the head of the meeting at night, is not superficial, so I will pay more attention to it in the future. Asta had already left the field, and Guy was taken aside for treatment. And the next duel was a little boring. Except for the battle between Yuno and the nobleman who had forgotten his name, Yuno flew the opponent with a wind magic Tempest tower. Others felt like children fighting, and they even had a round of battle. One move for you, one move for me. It can be seen that Yuan Xiling wants to vomit blood. She is not strong at first, and she wants to pretend to be handsome, waiting for the other party to attack first. Then wait until the attack is in front of you before defending? Who do you think you are? Is the protagonist of the novel? Lord Kakuza dare not write like this. What makes Yuan Xiling speechless the most is that the opponent's attack power is not very strong yet. Even the floor tiles couldn't be broken, and then the two of them hit back and forth. Other people, Asta, can break a piece of floor tiles with 1 foot without magic. Yuan Xiling simply stopped watching the duel and opened the system panel. I haven't used Miner for a long time. How about trying European gas recently? The system uses gold miners. No keywords were selected this time. The white-haired old man in yellow clothes appeared on the panel. The difference from the previous one was that instead of throwing out the claws at will, he kneeled on the ground and adjusted the machine nailed to the ground. Is this adjusting the angle? Yuan Xiling discovered that the whole layout is a bit like a protractor. The miner's machine is also semi-arc shaped, and the visible area is also semi-solitary. Wow! The claws had been thrown out by the miners at some unknown time, and after flying out of the visible area, they made a sound like falling into the water. Yuan Xiling glanced around, making sure that no one else could hear him before looking at the panel again. Item: broken bronze sword. The former glory is the wedding dress of the strength of others now. It's a sword again, and as soon as you look at this profile, you know that it can't be used to fight. Yuan Xiling whispered. In other words, the system. Where did the things hooked by the gold miners come from? Some of the exercises are transformed from information that is easily scattered in the void, and most of the objects come from other worlds. A magical world that uses a magic wand. Nazian was sitting in a chair. As a wild traverser, he is very proud. After coming to the world of Harry Potter, he wants to make everything ultimate and perfect. But the facts are always different from what he expected. The Lightwell 2000 he bought for the Quidditch Cup some time ago suddenly disappeared. In desperation, he had to take a broken broomstick to the game. As you can imagine, he lost. Oh my god. He can't figure it out, Can't figure it out. If he were to find out who stole his broomstick, he would definitely put the thief's face in Aunt Tom's apple pie next door, and then kick him in the *** with Uncle Jerry's boots next door. Then use the forbidden technique stolen from the Hogwarts library to give him a severe shot, and then soak him in the potion for 3 days and 3 nights. At the same time, in a certain kingdom world. My dearest knight, haven't you found your knight sword? The princess walked down the stairs, her long pink hair drooping from the sides, hanging down to her feet. With his left hand akimbo, his right hand shook a fan with golden stars. The hem of the skirt swayed behind, revealing the short red skirt and knee-high socks in the front. At first glance, there seemed to be faint starlight flashes all over the body. No, my lady. The knight wore a blue and white gown. The difference was that he did not have the iconic golden sword behind him. Slightly bowed, touched the princess's head fondly, and straightened out her dull hair. Then you don't hurry to find it? What should I do when someone else finds out? The princess blushed, regardless of etiquette, and flashed behind the knight, her little crystal-clear hand pressed on the knight's back, trying to push him back to the room. It's okay. The knight smiled and turned and hugged the princess. I have checked the situation at the time through transmission magic. The knight's sword suddenly disappeared, and I couldn't find it no matter how I looked for it. Why don't I ask about revolving heaven? The purple wings spread out behind the princess, raising her head to ask the knight for advice. No, it's very chaotic outside now. One of the 5 heavenly angels has been eroded by negative forces and is making trouble in the heaven. You still don't go back. What's more, the sword was accompanied by my evolution, and other people using that sword have only those 3 skills. The knight scraped the bridge of the princess's nose. Is Brother Quan Angel contaminated? Well, Angel Quan, his desire for power is too strong. If it is not guided, even if it is not because of this energy riot, one day he will go astray. The knight took out a hairbrush from nowhere, turned the princess around, turned her back to him, and combed the hair on both sides for her. But it doesn't matter if there is a Lord Angel in the heavens. The knight sighed softly. The old naughty Lord Angel doesn't know where the lower realm is going to play, and the Archangel doesn't know why the lower realm is. The fallen angel alone can't stop the right angel. Isn't there still the Zodiac Palace and the Angel of Force? Part of the 12-star palace has also been eroded, and now it is internally restraining each other, and there is no way to free it. Don't tell me that you don't know about Lee Angel's situation. Don't pretend to be stupid. I will go out next. You have to stay here, not running around. The little lowly, who should have been taken apart, blushed and hurriedly pulled the knight's sleeve. But without that sword, you can't use many skills? It's too dangerous for you to go out like this. Don't you believe in the strength of your knight? I am very strong without that sword. But I'm worried. You must at least tell me where are you going? Little lowly pulled tighter. I'll go to the kingdom to find my uncomfortable brother, saying that your clan also has a younger generation who stays in the kingdom, the one who still followed the Saint Lena before. She also awakened. Holy light trial, bloodline, I haven't awakened yet. Didn't you have branched to evolve the fire attribute? And this companion fan, blood, is actually not important. But I just want, and after awakening the blood, I don't have to be afraid of those demons. Little lowly bends down slightly, shaking the knight's sleeves with both hands. After these things pass, I will take you to the Dark City. Okay, this is what you said yourself. Don't go back on it, Lagu. If you don't run around, I will take you there. Well, when did I run around? The princess made a face backwards and jumped back to the room. The knight stood alone in front of the glass wall of the hall, looking at the gradually changing sky outside. He looks calm, but his heart is not calm. As a companion sword, unless it is destroyed, it can be sensed everywhere, but this time, it's more like disappearing directly from the world. Black magic? Black magic can't do this level, right? And is the Archangel convulsed? As the supreme leader of the heavens, he also arbitrarily lowers the realm. Power Angel? But a stubborn old man elder who is gradually unable to keep up with the times, counts on him? The first dewdrop in the morning was smashed by a carriage, and the quiet forest was filled with the creaking of a wooden horse. Boss, haha, we got it, got it. The funny little fat man with a wig and a fake beard held up a long cyan box and shouted, "Don't take it indiscriminately. This is the stuff of the Bone Boss." A muscular man in a cowboy outfit grabbed the bronze box in the little fat man's hand and handed it to the thin boy sitting aside. "If it breaks, I can't afford to sell you. Don't forget, this time the Bone Boss took us out to do the task, so don't cause him any more trouble." The Scar Man on the other side also threatened in time. Hehehe, am I too excited? The little fat man scratched his head awkwardly and laughed twice. "Boss, what kind of treasure is in this bronze box? So many people are rushing to ask for it." The thin young man called the Boss of Bones by the three studied the bronze box and did not raise his head when he heard the words. "This is an advanced item." Advance? What level? The little fat man still didn't understand. The irritable cowboy man hit the fat man on the head with a punch. "The boss has said so clearly, don't you understand? The reincarnation is for nothing? Of course it is the sequence rank." At this time, a click sounded, and the bronze box slowly opened from the middle, exposing the contents, and all four of them gathered around with their probes. Inside was a sword, a broken bronze sword. The thin young man couldn't keep his cold image, and his hand trembled across the end of the bronze sword, as if he was recognizing the true from the false. "This thing can't be advanced, but it can replace advanced props. With it, I can advance to sequence 5. But, boss, I heard that this thing is only useful for special sequences. And this thing is so awkward, wait for the tax on Earth Paradise." Scarman also interjected in time. Hearing the words, his face froze instantly. "Wait a minute to find Zichin. She still owes me a favor and asked her to help me cover up the past. My subsequence meets the standard, and now the main sequence is not good enough." Before the bones were finished, there was an explosion outside the carriage, and the carriage stopped. The corpse squinted his eyes, closed the bronze box, and walked out of the carriage with the three of them. "I saw that the Trojan horse used to pull the cart had been blown to pieces. Master Jinghua, I have no grudges against you. Why stop me from waiting?" The bones did not look at the pile of fragments. He could perceive the partial yin-yang transition just momentarily, as if the heat and cold were uneven, causing the Trojan horse to explode. And the only one who could do this, I'm still idle and nothing to do, came to block them, and only Jinghua, Qian Mingyu. "Haha, long time no see, Bones. Don't come here unharmed." With that said, a delicate little Taoist came out of the forest. He was dressed in a light blue Taoist robe with a little green. Unlike other Taoists, he did not wear a Hunyuan scarf on his head, but a brown hair bun. Glancing at the bronze box in the hands of the corpse, there is a different meaning in his eyes. The group of four on the opposite side also noticed the look in Gua Jing's eyes, and Scar Man stabbed the body with his elbow. "Boss, why didn't you put it in the storage space when you came out just now?" "Idiot, wouldn't it be discovered by Paradise if I put it in the storage space?" The bones also softly responded. "You are conspiring loudly." "Then I won't hide it, I need that bronze sword." Gua Jing stretched out a hand from the robe and hooked it. "It doesn't matter whether it's a deal, it's not a matter of taking it." The bones snorted coldly, and instead of going to pick up the mirror, they said to the three people behind, "The three of you stay away." The three of them turned around and ran. After the three of them ran away, a faint black energy formed on the bones, forming a huge skeleton behind them. "Bring it on. TSK, how can you make me look like a villain? The reincarnations were robbed of each other, let alone you robbed it? Bones. Humph, stop talking nonsense." The bones' pale face seemed even paler. The black energy behind his back also grew stronger, and the skeleton gradually grew his hands and body. "Sequence 6, use on Soul 1? But Bones, don't forget, I am a Taoist priest. Is it unwise to use the sequence in front of Taoists?" Hearing the ridicule of the Jinghua, the bones remained silent, and the black energy emanating from his body plummeted, and the black energy that had not yet blended into the skull gathered under his feet, and after a full rotation, it turned into a blue energy. The blue chi, like the black chi before, slowly formed behind the bones, forming a huge bronze soldier with only the upper body. "Sequence 6, Bronze Soul? Isn't this two branches of the same sequence? Miragua feels a little tricky now. Of course, he is not afraid of the normal sequence 6, and even if he practices two sequence 6 at the same time, he is sure to be exhausted. Who calls him blood-thick? Even in such a ghost place. But this. The interoperability of different branches of the same series is still very strong, and it can be merged and advanced after the 5th sequence. Sequence 6 can even be confirmed to be fused into half sequence 5. You must know that after sequence 6, each sequence's strength is more than 10 times worse. After all, I underestimated him. I knew I would be ready to come again. The mirror hexa sacrificed Yin and Yang reversed mirror and also opened the sequence. Sequence 6, Li Gua, plus Sequence 7, Fu Shi. With the mirror hexagram as the center, a huge 8 trigrams picture appeared on the ground, and a Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish appeared in the sky. Yin and Yang go against each other, Fujian mountains and rivers. The 8 trigrams diagram and the Yin-Yang diagram were disassembled instantly. Yin and Yang occupies one side each, and 8 trigrams also occupies one bit. The space covered by the two diagrams was also distorted. The bones held the bronze box tightly and shouted, "Sequence fusion." The bones simply don't understand how these 8 trigrams and Yin and Yang work, let alone how to avoid these Yin and Yang chaos. He only knows how to break through 10,000 ways with one force. As long as he is fused, he can break through these all sorts of things forcibly. The blue and black air formed behind the bones blended together, causing the two pictures to faintly crack. That's Li Gua, Yang Nin. Shake. With the change of Jinggua's moves, the blue qi behind the bones that originally represented the Yang qi became as gloomy as black qi. The mirror hexagram didn't foolishly reverse the Yin and Yang of the two sequences. Isn't that fusion the same? As long as you reverse one, you can change the overall attributes after fusion. Taoist priests have more methods to deal with Yin Qi, and naturally it is better to transform all of Yin Qi into Yin Qi. Fulu Zhenin. Gua Jing took out a bunch of talisman from the robe, 2 fingers pinched to decision, and the talisman flew out in all directions. Yin and Yang mirror. Inverted the Yin-Yang mirror and flew back in his hand. The mirror Gua poured mana into it. A huge suction appeared on the mirror surface, and the black energy around the bones also slowly gathered here. The talismans scattered around also began to play a role, sucking in the surrounding black energy. Yuzan soul, not Xiaosh. The corpse, which had not had any expressions, was finally a little anxious, and forcibly stopped the fusion, and the manipulator black qi began to attack. Tompai, broken blue bridge. The big hands formed by black and blue qi abruptly stretched the space between the 8 trigrams diagram and the Taiji diagram. The black energy of the riot kept hitting the talisman, tearing the talisman to the Injinjin. But at this time, the bones felt a cold behind him, and he felt that Zhang Jinghua had no idea when he had flashed behind him. An acupoint sealing talisman had been affixed to the corpse, and the bronze box that was still in his hand had disappeared. After Jinghua got the bronze box, he turned and ran. Regardless of the talismans scattered on the ground, he turned halfway and made a grimace. No, this time I have the only chance to take a shortcut. The bones were heartbroken. Yuzan soul pattered. Under the effect of the 2 times just now, the black energy that was spilled exploded one after another, and the talisman that had left the mirror hexagram here exploded one after another. Isn't it so cruel? Jinghua pinched the magic rune and looked back. The bones that had produced impact from the explosion were already in sight. The remaining black energy turned into a dagger in the hands of the bones and pierced towards Jinghua. Li Gua, Yin and Yang rebellion. The Jing hexagram transforms the balance of Yin and Yang in the dagger, causing the dagger to turn into black energy again. Yuzan soul pattered. Under the explosion at close range, both of them were blasted away, and the bronze box was also taken out and smashed onto the gravel aside. The corpse once again gave birth to black qi, wrapping the bronze box and himself. The black qi dissipated, and the people inside were nowhere to be seen. I finally left. This damn ghost place, I can't let go of it at all. The Jinghua, who was pretending to be dead, crawled out of a bunch of broken trees, slapped the dust on his body, took out an identical bronze box from his sleeve, and glanced at the sky vaguely at the same time. Fortunately, I have a backhand. The bones should not be folded back. He was hurt so badly. The mirror hexa enveloped the surrounding space with the universe inside the sleeve. Prior inspection. Speaking hard, knocking on the bronze box. Kong dang. The bronze box fell to the ground, but there was nothing inside. Mirror hexagram? Sword. What about? Unlike the disputes and changes in other worlds, a certain magical world that uses a magic book seems very stable. It's a pity I don't know what garbage I caught this time. Yuan Xiling leaned against Yi Jian's seat, complaining. This time consumes 13 system points. Yuan Xiling, who was still a little sleepy, woke up in an instant. How many? 13 system points. Then how much do I have left? System points, 0. But then I don't know if this is deducted based on value. Is this broken bronze sword a treasure? If it weren't for many people around, Yuan Xiling really wanted to take it out and study it. Just thinking about it, the system gave the answer directly. Host, this item can be used as a substitute for the special sequence advanced items in the paradise, and it can also evolve some species. In addition, system points are deducted based on distance. Distance? Get the distance of the world from the world or the thickness of the world's barrier. Then what happens if I swallow the system? There is no need for host to evolve for the time being. Alright. Now I have to make up for my sleep, and I will invite a few night leaders to fight, which is sure to be exhausting. Yuan Xiling also wanted to secretly get some blood with a small dagger, but he couldn't do it at all. This vampire knife can only sneak in the blood of people who have no instinct to fight. As long as you join the Magic Knights and have received 3 or 4 missions and become sensitive to attacks, this little flying knife will not be so easy to use. Not to mention the leaders of these Magic Knights, each one is as keen as a dog, although all aspects of physical fitness may not be as good as Asta. Finally, it's time for the leader of the Magic Knights to choose members. This is the end of the assessment. Please call the numbered candidate to stand in front. I hope that the group leader of the candidate will raise his hand. Candidates can freely choose which group to enter after a group leader raises their hand, whether to join the group or when multiple group leaders raise their hands at the same time. However, if you don't have the leader to raise your hand, you can't join the Magic Knights, and it's better to leave early. The leader of the Magic Knights also read the rules in turn. Finally, the referee waved his hand and the selection began. Okay. Please come forward for Candidate 1. Good. Next, Candidate number 164. Yuno held the pendant on his chest tightly with his left hand. The pale yellowish gold pupils shrank slightly and slowly walked forward. Yes! Before reaching the center, all the leaders of the Magic Knight group raised their hands first. Even the leader of Yi Jian, who has been yawning with Gen Yuri, is no exception. Seeing such a scene, Yuno didn't seem surprised. His pale golden pupils glanced around. In order to become the Magic Emperor faster, he chooses the best path. I hope to enter the Golden Dawn group. William stared at Yuno, his mouth raised. A good seed was robbed. Seeing the leader at night felt a little pity. Actually, I think Yasta is also good. Yuan Xiling also looked down, unconsciously curling a trace of hair with her left hand. You went to other people's churches for a night, and it's not like that you keep talking about him, right? He will be the next one. Fenler murmured. I haven't said a good thing to anyone. Let's see for yourself. Next, number 165. Asta stepped forward, and unlike Yuno's calmness, Asta's sweat had dripped to the ground. Please, no matter which group is good, raise your hand quickly. Tick, tick. The sound of sweat drops on the ground is clear and audible. Raise your hand. Asta felt as long as a century had passed. Number 165, no one raised their hands. Asta clenched his fists, and his body trembled unconsciously. Why? Is that the way I am? It's no wonder. The last sentence was said by the head of Yi Jian. Even if there is a strong combat power, but this unknown power of unknown origin, who will take you? After all, the most basic thing about a magician is magic, which is also the pursuit of the Magic Knight. So what? Asta stopped shaking. Yi Jian, The head of the group's eyes wrinkled, and the blue veins all over his body violently let go of the magical pressure and jumped from the stands. Wait, see the leader at night. Fenler wanted to stop. After Yi Jian landed, he walked towards Asta step by step. You have no magic, no one will accept you, this is reality. You just said that you want to become a magic emperor. In other words, we have to surpass our 9 knights. A little devil with no magic power dare to scream in front of me, want to become the emperor of magic. A little devil with no magic power dare to scream in front of me to become a magic emperor? Yi Jian took down the cigarette, and while talking, the magical power smeared the surroundings into purple-black. Asta's loose fist clenched again, clenched and loosened. No matter how many failures I experience, no matter how many times I fall. He raised his head, which was low because of his depression. I will become the magic emperor, and I will prove it to you. Although he already knew the plot, Yuan Xiling still admired Asta's courage very much. Dare to tell your dreams when you are weak, and dare to challenge yourself. These are things that Yuan Xiling doesn't have. What can be done? He persuaded, he is not the protagonist, said that these are not afraid of being beaten to death. Yi Jian was stunned, then burst into laughter, and removed the magical coercion. Okay, very good. You are as interesting as Yuan Xiling said, come to our group. Huh? Yasta couldn't believe it. I said let you enter the Black Bullfighter group. You know Yuan Xiling and are in our group. By the way, you don't have the right to veto. Yi Jian patted Asta on the shoulder and said, you will be miserable in the Black Bull gang, so be prepared, kid. After that, Yi Jian's tone softened. Then one day in the future, become the Emperor of Magic, kid. Asta shivered again. From the very beginning, he couldn't use magic, and his dream of becoming a magic emperor was like a joke that every family chatted after dinner. Even if he owns the magic book, no one recognizes him except Yuno, who competes with him for the magic emperor. Nobles will ridicule, common people will ridicule. Finally, a rare blush appeared on Yasno's face. Yes! Number 512, no one raised their hands. This is the end of the entrance exam for the Magic Knights. The examinees in the examination venue gradually dispersed, and the leaders of the Magic Knights also stood up, preparing to leave. Yuan Xiling also got up quickly and initiated an invitation to the leader of the Magic Knight group he had stared at before. But it was not good for him to send out all together, so he had to invite one by one, and finally invited 3. To be precise, there is only one. Your pretty spine, come on. Jack the Ripper had a shark fin-like blade on his arm and licked it close to his mouth. Well, it's a bit unhygienic. The other was Fagilane, the head of the Red Lotus Lions group. Yuan Xiling had a good impression of him, and he was fairly friendly to civilians. Yasta's dream is also recognized later in the plot. There is also Charlotte, the head of the Green Wild Rose group. Yuan Xiling actually didn't invite her, she just stood by and watched. But Yuan Xiling knew that she didn't come for herself. Yuan Xiling actually only invited Jack the Ripper at the beginning, and the other 3 who wanted to invite had already left the show when Yuan Xiling reacted. In order to avoid embarrassment, Fagel was invited again to let him watch the game. Yasta had already gone to the toilet because he had a bad stomach, and the candidates in the venue gradually disappeared. Yuan Xiling and Jack walked off the stands, and the 2 stood aside. Try your best. I still know how to score. Jack said indifferently. Oh, know how to measure? Yuan Xiling still remembers that someone told him in a previous life that Jack the Ripper had a contradiction with Yi Jianchao once, and he used break magic to flatten a mountain. Does this know how to measure? Yuan Shi0 held the hilt with her right hand, ready to activate Guardian at any time. Yi Jian and Fenler continued to stay in the stands. Are you okay? You just let Yuan Xiling challenge Jack? You know Jack. Fenler was interrupted by Yi Jian before he finished speaking. It's okay. Don't be irritated. What do you think of Yuan Shi0's strength? Yi Jian was still expressionless, but Fenler could feel that he seemed to be gloating. Very strong, but this. I have discussed with Yuan Xiling before. He didn't use all his strength. He was a little shy when fighting. I don't know what he was afraid of. Yu Jian took a cigarette and continued. Although I didn't use all my strength, I still felt that his magical power was only higher than that of most Magic Knight group leaders. What he needs now is a lot of practical experience. The assessment venue was quiet, and everyone present was paying attention to the duel. Are you ready? On Jack the Ripper's knife, there seemed to be a special magic flowing. Yuan Xiling had already pulled out the knight sword and placed it in front of her, with her skills ready to go. Then I will be the referee. Finlar stood aside. Start. As soon as the voice fell, Yuan Xiling rushed out, wind magic power covering his whole body. This time, Yuan Xiling is determined to lose. First, there are many in the world of Black Clover that are stronger than the leader of the Magic Knights, and they still need to forbear. Second, Yuan Xiling is indeed, as Yi Jian leader said, requires a lot of practical experience, and Jack is the most suitable. The heads of other Magic Knights may not be able to hurt Yuan Xiling, provided that they did not use magic skins, magic domains, and the like. Of course, it is not easy for Genere to defeat them, but fighting with them is not a good practice. Third, if Yuan Xiling copied the magic attributes of other Magic Knight group leaders, it would just be more attacking methods. And break magic can still improve Yuan Xi's strength more intuitively. Magic comes from human desires. Jack the Ripper's break magic because of Jack's desire. He wants to cut everything, so he can change magic attributes to cut everything. But this magic attribute does not seem to be those of water, fire, and earth, but some special attributes, such as the attributes between splitting void. Yuan Xiling's body was wrapped in wind magic, and he slammed out with a step on his front foot. Stab. The sword body was shining with the golden light of Broken Demon Sword, and it pierced out until only golden light was left. Jack the Ripper also reacted in time. Instead of retreating, the magic power on the blade flowed more quickly. Jack crossed his hands and slashed towards Yuan Xiling. Yuan Xiling had already anticipated Jack's offensive is the best defense fighting method. The wind magic power all over the body was ready to explode, forming a triangle in an instant, and it quickly revolved around Yuan Xiling. Break magic, it can cut everything, but as long as it doesn't let you cut or can't cut it, it's fine. Everything was as expected by Yuan Xiling. Although some of the cyan triangles were cut off by Jack, most of them were hit on the fishbone-like knife surface, causing them to deviate seriously. Jack squinted his eyes, and the scar that passed through his left eye looked even more hideous. Before Jack could think about it, Yuan Xiling's stab was already in front of him, and Jack had no choice but to activate Break Magic. Break Magic Shinigami's Sickle. Jack threw out the magic power on the blade, forming a series of white magic blades. Upon seeing this, Yuan Xiling had to tap his toes lightly, and the magic of the wind wrapped around his feet made his body lighter a lot. Relying on the toughness of the slime's body, Yuan Xiling accurately and unmistakably drew an arc in the air, turned somersaults, and fell behind Jack. Jack quickly turned around, and the two shark fins were intertwined with the cross sword. Long before Yuan Xiling had landed, he launched the cross sword. After landing, he quickly turned around and slashed the cross sword towards Jack. Cross sword intertwined with shark fin, making the sound of metal collision. The two took a step back each, the blades carrying each other's blood. Hoo-ha-ha-ha, for the first time there was a woman having such a great time in the field with me. You have the value of tearing, Jack said. Female? Please, don't you have bad eyes? I'm a man. Yuan Xiling's head was full of question marks. You are so tough, you still have such long hair, and you look pretty cute. I thought you were a female, and I couldn't tell from your voice. Jack squeezed his chin. Yuan Xiling's hat also fell off just before the fight. Haha, I didn't say that you bite a shark like a bite. Yuan Xiling complained inwardly. He didn't plan to talk nonsense with Jack, and secretly separated a piece of black mist to swallow the blood from the sword, and cut it at Jack again. Jack directly activated fracturing magic, from a long distance this time, and the floor tiles shattered every inch of the way the magic blade passed. Secret skills, jump left and right. Yuan Xiling lay down perfectly with all the attacks with the radiated mental power, but the venue behind him was not so lucky. After casting Break Magic, Jack also hacked towards Yuan Xiling. After half an hour, Yuan Xiling and Jack's competition has long ended. It is worth laughing that Jack was left behind due to the severe damage to the venue and the fact that Yuan Xiling was a little Mingxin who had just joined the group. The reason is that he needs to stay to fix the venue. But how could the well-known head Jack really stay and repair the venue? So, the good guy Sigh voluntarily volunteered to take on this task. Just when he was about to go to the toilet in Asta, Guy, who attacked Asta, ran into Yuno unluckily. He was warned again, and he sneaked out and was caught by Captain Jack. As a result, the first mission of Sigh Guy's joining the group changed from catching the thief in the plot to repairing the venue. After Saika was arrested, he just wanted to refute. He was stared back by Captain Jack. In the end, I had to silently repair the venue with bronze creation magic. Next, let's talk about the follow-up content of the exchange between Yuan Xiling and Jack. This time Yuan Xiling really didn't give up on purpose. He spread his mental power at the very beginning of the battle and placed it in the air to observe Jack's attack. Jack used Break Magic to chop out many magic blades, and Yuan Xiling escaped with mental power. However, when the two were fighting swords closely, Yuan Xiling's Sea of Consciousness, which was unstable due to the skyrocketing mental power, stabilized. Yuan Xiling was taken aback for a while. Jack also seized this opportunity, and a magical blade flew Yuan Xiling away. There was nothing wrong with Yuan Xiling, after all. The magic blade separated by Break Magic didn't have much actual damage. Chiba is also somewhat resistant to magic, and this blunderbuss cloak is not so lucky. Yuan Xiling photographed the dust on her body and picked up the black cloth strip on the ground. This can no longer even be called a cloth strip, and after picking it up, it is scattered into rags. There are outsiders here, and Yuan Xiling can't directly use silk magic to repair it, so he has to put it away first. If it wasn't for honing the combat experience, Yuan Xiling actually had many ways to deal with Jack. For example, you can first come to a Fire Dragon Pillar or Storm Tower or put both together. It is really impossible to use rock magic to create a few rock giants to contain them. Then crazily use remote skills to smash. If it doesn't work, you can also use the blood you just collected to make a voodoo doll and pierce it crazy with a knife in the distance. You can also use the Berserker route. After the repelling magic is attached to the sword, it will move forward madly, and Jack will die uncomfortably if he does not die. This also strengthened Yuan Shiziro's determination to enlarge the move as soon as the start and run when it is finished in actual combat. Although I don't know what Jack's magic field is like. UB*********** D really made us wait. How long did you have a bowel movement? January's discussions did not change the fact that Yasta was late to the toilet. No, it's really long, as she said. Yasta gestured with his hands. It's almost this so long, super long. Before Yasta finished speaking, the head of Yi Jian reached out and grabbed his head and lifted him up. Who wants to talk to you about the length of stool? You idiot, let's go, Findao. Good. Space magic, the secret path of the fallen angel. A space door was unfolded around it, and the space was flowing like mercury. What's this? Yaster stopped his head without asking questions. If you can't do magic flying, at least you have to learn a teleportation magic or something, But you don't have magic power. Excuse me, see the leader at night, I can't hold on anymore. Can I trouble you to hurry up? Are you pointing fingers at me again? The head of Yi Jian said as he threw Asta in, turning his head and continuing to talk to Finnell. You have to work hard. You have to surpass the limit here. Later, Yi Jian walked in first, followed by Yuan Xiling and Gao Dan. The castle of the Black Bull group exploded as before. Magna and Luck pinched each other there again. I can't beat January, can I still beat you? Idiot, you obviously ate my pudding first. Fire blast bombs bombed all over the castle. Welcome to the worst and worst magic Knights Black Bully. You seemingly weak little dwarf from a remote village, you are a new member of the Black Bull group. Although I don't know that you bribed the head of the night to see you. But if you want to put on this Black Bullfighter group, you have to get the approval of Magna Swinger, the first man in my night, the first man in the group leader. Magna changed her previous appearance, or showed her punky nature, blowing her nose round toward Asta. As early as when the head of the group came in at night, he yelled, "Too noisy," and after breaking another wall, everyone in the bull squad who was still noisy calmed down. Those who were making noise just now all consciously knelt on the floor and confessed their mistakes. This little dwarf is another new member of the team. Give me a good training as long as you don't die. Yi Jian stretched his hand to Asta. I am Asta from Hagji village. Please take care of me. Your height is inversely proportional to your volume. Filar also stepped up to introduce Asta members. This is Rak Portia. Actually, he is pretty good. This is, where is Yuan Xiling? He went upstairs as soon as he got back. Chammy replied vaguely with his mouth filled with food. Isn't it? Yuan Xiling has stayed upstairs for the past 2 days. Why did he run up again when he came back? Of course, Yuan Xiling ran upstairs because of something. It was about his knowledge of the sea. When the spiritual power reaches a certain level, the sea of consciousness can be opened up. But Yuan Xiling was forced to open up after his mental power skyrocketed, which would inevitably cause instability. What's more, it skyrocketed again after the development, resulting in an unstable state until now. The instability of the sea of consciousness will inevitably cause the mental power to be unable to be released too far or difficult to use. I had been aware of the instability of the sea before, but Yuan Xiling was used to it. At this time, Yuan Xiling was sitting on the bed, running the day after tomorrow. Now he encountered a very strange thing. Since the sea of consciousness has stabilized, the small golden tower has begun to emit a faint golden light. Then Yuan Xiling's original vague memories became more vague, as if those memories were just illusions. Yuan Xiling had just crossed over to receive the memory, and he could only receive the memory from 1 or 2 years ago to the present in a clearer way, and the rest were vaguely large. At the same time, Yuan Xiling has also developed a good habit of running when something goes wrong, the day after tomorrow. This is an auxiliary technique produced by the system. Yuan Xiling originally thought that the operation of the day after tomorrow could stop this situation, and then even more weird things happened, and the operation of the day after tomorrow would only make the memory blurry faster. System, what's the matter? Forgetting those extra memories is actually not a big deal to Yuan Xiling. He was just afraid that these memories could be obscured and others might be. The system is being tested. The test is successful. Report situation 1 by 1. Physical condition, good. The state of mental awareness of the sea, stable. The item name, Golden Tower, is detected to be working and there is no damage, so please stay safe with the host. Shawan, don't be impatient. The system will explain to me what's going on. The soul fragments previously fused by the host have received the skill name, Override Cognition, and the item name, Golden Tower, is being expelled. The picture turned, returning to Magna's declaration to Asta. The Cloak of the Magic Knights? Please give it to me. Asta stretched out his left and right hands together with the hand in his mouth. Really? Really? Since you want it so much, then come and accept the baptism of joining the Black Bullfighter group 1 by 1. Hey, no matter what means you use next, as long as you can defend or avoid my next attack magic, you can officially admit that you are a member of the Black Bull Squad. Then this cloak can also be given to you. Magna, don't engage in the baptism ceremony that doesn't exist anymore. You lost to Yuan Xiling before. Speaking of this, Magna interrupted Barnasha directly. It's just that January is too strong. I think it is necessary to do a baptism ceremony. Ha ha ha. Barnasha smiled without saying a word. It's interesting, what does it matter? Rak excused Magna instead. I see, senior. Yasta didn't pay attention to other people's speech. He also wanted to try this baptism ceremony. At the same time, he also knew the cutting properties of his magic sword, and he thought that victory was in sight. Although I don't know why the magic of January was useless in the first place. Haha, take out your magic book, smelly dwarf. Please advise, senior. Magna and Asta opened the magic book almost at the same time. But this time Magna seemed to have learned a lesson. Go to Hellflame Magic Blast the Flame Demon Ball. The magic ball in his hand flew out directly 1 by 1, This time Magner directly opened the big move. Asta stared at the approaching magic ball, dumbfounded. At this time, the narration in the plot also began. Dead. Asta's brain intuitively realized. So far, Asta has relied on his tempered body, dynamic vision, and explosive power to cut off magic. But this time the magic, in terms of Asta's current ability, couldn't cut the master's movement before cutting it. Even if his master moves and cuts off, his offensive will not stop there. He will still be hit by the cut-off offensive. Unable to defend, while he knew his limits, he stopped thinking. However, despite this, his body did not give up. The super reaction of the tempered body, its last desperate struggle, will be cut off one by one. A way to survive. I don't know when Asta's magic sword changed to the form of slap. Boom. Yuan Xiling upstairs was also pulled out of contemplation by the explosion. Has the baptism ceremony begun? So soon. Yuan Shi rubbed her messy hair. The information he just gave in the digestive system. Coverage cognition is a skill that can be developed only with high mental sequence. Its function is to make the creatures within a range produce memory hallucinations, forming the same memory hallucination of Siamese. At the same time, cover the original cognitive range and memory. This is the basis for the stable experimental product of Golden Paradise Experimental World No. 2. With this skill, you can quickly form a society that seems to have existed for a long time. And the original owner is like this. The world where the original owner originally lived was shattered by the reincarnations, and the fragmented world was recovered by Golden Paradise. After the acquisition, they put together a bunch of fragmented worlds, patched the rules of the world, and stabilized the experimental products. The managers sent by the park only need to deal with some material details. And what are the experimental products used for? It goes without saying, of course it is for experimentation. For example, experiments such as symbiosis sequence. If the experiment is successful, you can also become a reincarnation in Golden Paradise. From little guinea pig to dog. In the paradise, this kind of person must have a relatively low status, and they will be forced to kill, becoming a qualified obedient dog who can bite. These operations really made Yuan Xiling disgusting. After the mother world becomes a fragmented world, the rules of the world will be solidified and the world barrier will be reconnected. The newly built world barrier is definitely more fragile. As long as you don't go to the fringe of the fragmented world and die, basically nothing will happen. Except that the world has become smaller, they can't get out. Perhaps in a sense, the managers who recycle the fragmented world in Golden Paradise certainly think so. They are rescuing the people in the fragmented world. It seems that you have to be more careful in the future and don't accidentally break the world of others. Yuan Shirue stretched out her hand, and a comb made of ice appeared in her hand, combing her hair in front of the full-length mirror. Suddenly hearing the shouts of Asta cheering outside, Yuan Xiling walked to the balcony. Asta was spreading his hands, as if he was hugging the sun. Aren't you going to check it out? Ainua, who was at Sundra by the wall, was startled by Genurero's words, and the honey blushed. Yuan Xiling smiled slightly. That's it. Maybe it's good. Yuan Xiling is sorting out the memories of previous lives to see what knowledge is helpful for fighting. He has read many novels in his previous life, in which the protagonist uses modern scientific knowledge to play new tricks with abilities or other special abilities. But Yuan Xiling only then remembered that he seemed to be just a freshman, as if he had overestimated himself. However, Yuan Xiling still questioned the feasibility of scientific abilities. The main reason is that the rules and environment of Otherworld are not the same as those of the Earth. Some laws on the Earth may not work here. Yasta joined the group last night and received the baptism ceremony. It is now the second day after he joined the group. But according to the novel and TV series, the first day is the most troublesome. Sure enough, like a plot. Magna took Asta around the Black Bullfighter Castle and met Anal, who was in Sundra. Ainur laughed at herself for fear that Asta and the others knew that they could not control the magic well, and at the same time, she was dissatisfied with Brother Wang's decision to send herself here. Under the dual emotions, He threw the Black Bullfowl group's cloak to the ground and ran out angrily. However, it was night now. Everyone in the Bullfowl group was busy with their own affairs, and did not find that Anuor ran out and Yasta just came and didn't understand. And Magna, who is a loyal guardian of the Black Bullfighter Regiment, was in anger because of the fact that Ainua threw his cloak and hit him with a water polo. It was quiet at night. After Yuan Xiling came out and turned around, he also returned to the room. At this time, he was lying on the bedboard. He was sculpting in the sand and dubbing the slightly boring night. Good night, Tom Buliber. Good night, Ursi Dixie. Good night, Maka Bakar. Good night, ha ha ha. Good night, Ding Ding Car. Good night, Flying Fish. Good night, kids. Wait a minute, there is one who hasn't slept yet, who hasn't gone to bed yet? It's Igu Bigu who hasn't slept yet. Indeed, Anuor is still not asleep in the small woods outside the Black Bullfighter group. She is practicing water polo. Why? Why can't I hit it as I want? Not far in front of Ainua there was a tree with a bullseye, and she kept hitting the tree with water polo, but the water polo would not listen to it in the middle of the way and deviated from the direction. Ainal was on her knees, panting loudly, but her hands were clenched into fists, just like when Asta saw no leader raise her hands. I don't want to give birth to your kind of trash. It's useless to be unable to control even the magic power. What is going on with your thin and terrible magic book? Are you really a royal family? For being ashamed of a clan like you, the Silver Eagle does not welcome you. You trash. When Ainuar thought of those two figures and the brother Wang who had been ridiculing him, she couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. I will definitely prove it to you. Ainuar condensed the water polo again, but again missed it. Finally, the magic started to run away. The tyrannical magic power forms a water ball, which envelopes Anuor, while the excess magic power forms a water spout, impacting everywhere in the forest. The resulting movement finally alarmed everyone in the building. Oh, what a terrible magic power. The magic has gone violently. See you at night, Magna, Baana, and Rak came out first. Yuan Xiling, who had made herself sleepy by Makabaka on the bed, also woke up. Oops, I almost forgot that Ainua's magic power went through once in the plot. Thinking about this, Yuan Xiling got out of bed immediately and wanted to put on slippers. Wait, it seems useless for him to go now. Ainal's magic riot was resolved by Asta, beyond the limit at once, and he was just watching. Yuan Xiling also didn't bother to grab the heroine. After all, he is still smooth underneath. His main task now is to become stronger. The water rushing around in the forest rushed Asta out. After rushing out, he was caught by the head of the night and threw it at Ainal. You are here to give me beyond the limit. The water ball was swelling in the sky and separated with the arrival of Asta. Yuan Xiling, who walked to the balcony, couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. To tell the truth, the head of the night was still in a mess and Yasta could withstand the toss. The next thing has become much simpler. Yasta rescued Ainal, and Ainal truly accepted the fact that he had joined the Black Bulls. The timeline goes back to the present. Yuan Xiling was so dizzy because of the too much information received yesterday, so he relaxed and fell asleep in Makabaka. Who knows that someone is making trouble again in the middle of the night? Just after Yuan Xiling got up the next day, the vague memory had disappeared, and the memory of the original owner had also emerged. That is an ancient street. When the original owner was a child, his grandfather often brought him here, and the old house is also quite close here, on a nearby hill. Speaking of which, the foundation of the old house is still in the Magic Eye. The world the original owner originally lived in is also very strange, a bit like the world of ancient martial arts, but without those fancy martial arts secrets. They're all the ones that start fighting as soon as they come up. Outside the ancient street is one mountain after another, but it is not ancient, and there are still some modern ones outside. To put it bluntly, the ancient street is probably a cultural reserve, but this can also explain why there are computers in the old house, although it is a kind of big but. Then one day, a few strange-looking, crooked nuts reincarnations came here, and it is estimated that they have been to several low-profile martial arts worlds. But it doesn't seem to come from the earth. Good guy, I learned Huxia Kung Fu, Daxia Kung Fu. Then I heard that many martial arts masters gathered in the ancient street. All of them were very excited, and they came to the ancient street one after another. Then I started kicking the gym, specifically to kick those martial arts gyms, but I didn't do anything excessive. Later, for some reason, it developed into a contest between reincarnations in different paradise. Then we're in a competition. I'm coming up, oops, I'm going down, I'm just playing. Playing with you. Then the friction got bigger and bigger. The old one came after the small one, forcibly breaking this world into pieces. The next thing is clear, golden paradise, seeing this, frantically recovering the fragmented world. Of course, golden paradise recovered more than one world. As for the original owner's grandfather, he happened to go to the ancient street to buy candied haws for his dear grandson, and then he disappeared. After many fragmented worlds were recovered, they were quickly spliced into a suture monster using the rules of the paradise. High spirit sequence managers came, first killed some strong rebels, and then controlled the masses with covering cognition. The original owner was assigned to a school, and he lived on his own for another 3 or 4 years before hanging up. So how many people are there like this kind of stitched world? Yuan Xiling raised his hand and asked in time. According to the database of the system, Golden Paradise is the first level of integration of the fragmented world. In the past, it only limited to recycling. For other parks, there is no such information in the system database. Wait a minute, so how many parks are there? I always thought there was only one. Yuan Xiling was frightened a little. Back to host, there are 9 extraordinary forces. Isn't it? Outside the world barrier, there is the void. At the very center of the void, the twisted void clock is the source of all extraordinary forces. So far, it has turned 10 times, and 9 extraordinary forces have been born. Extraordinary forces are not limited to paradise. Not only in paradise is it still the main god space. Also, why are there only 9 transcendent forces that rotate 10 times? System, why are you in the stitched monster world of Golden Paradise again? Why am I crossing again? Then why did you choose me in the system? Didn't you say that it's not the second experimental world? Why is there only one? Moreover, we leave that world and hide from paradise all the way. Will there be any consequences if we are caught by paradise? Is the paradise higher than the system? And when did the paradise appear? Will there be reincarnations on the earth? Yuan Xiling spit out the doubts in her heart. After she finished speaking, she remembered what she saw in the novels of the previous life, such as systematic conspiracy theories, and then she felt a little wrong, and quickly added, "If you don't want to answer, you don't have to answer." The system was silent for a while, and Yuan Xiling was a little anxious before speaking. "Host, you have too many questions." Although the electronically synthesized sound of the system still doesn't carry a trace of emotion, Yuan Xiling seems to hear a faint touch. In fact, Yuan Shi had these doubts a long time ago, but she didn't dare to ask. Who knows what this system is? From the first day after crossing into the Golden Paradise number 2 experimental world, Yuan Xiling has been a little anxious. He is not an orphan. What should parents do if he is not there? Although my parents are still working in other cities and live alone for the first time, they will come back someday. Then, when the 4-leaf clover world, the system explained that he could travel back, Yuan Xiling felt a little relieved. If there is hope. But Yuan Xiling also understands that the premise of all this is to be alive. If you are stronger than anyone, you can live. So he doesn't care what the system is, as long as the system can help him become stronger, it can send him back. But this time, I couldn't help it anymore, and the system also told him a lot about Barabara. It seems that the system is not a bad thing. As a result, I accidentally asked about it. Yuan Xiling was a little scared. Before answering host's question, the system must warn host. The system will not harm the host. Please don't be suspicious of the system. At the same time, the system will help the host become stronger. Please rest assured. January. It seems to be different from what we imagined. Yuan Xiling thought that the system would say, don't ask more in the future, even if it becomes stronger. If you ask more, find another host, and so on. Now, how does it sound like the system is like a big warm man or a scumbag who only loves you all his life? The database has been identified, and the content is as follows. 1. Extraordinary forces are not only limited to the paradise, but may also be like the chat group of hosts' previous life and the main god space. 2. The level of the system and the park is the same, but the park now has a larger volume than the system, and the system cannot compete, but the system is better than a single one. 3. Samsara rotated 10 times. In fact, 10 void seeds were produced. The other 9 were transformed into other extraordinary forces, and the remaining void seed was exploited by other extraordinary forces. 4. There are reincarnations on the earth, and the earth is also special. There is a paradise that accommodates reincarnations in a unified way. 5. The park usually has an exclusive small world for reincarnations to rest. The system speculates that Golden Paradise wants to create a second exclusive small world. Did not say why I chose me and why I crossed. Yuan Xiling thought, but didn't say it. What else could the system say before? It's a big deal to find out the truth by yourself. Woo! Yuan Xiling dragged the yawn to the old man and fell on the bed again with a whimper. The old problems of the previous life have been committed again. Being able to lie in bed for a while is a while, getting up early is a fool, getting up early is a fool. Although the cells in the slime body are both muscle cells and nerve cells, they can completely take turns to rest, and there is no need to sleep at all. But after Yuan Xiling's mimicry, except that he doesn't need to pull Papa, everything else is physiologically no different from ordinary people, and you still have to eat. The knock on the door also sounded in time. Yuan Xiling, get up soon. It's almost noon, don't you need to eat? Magna knocked hard on the door and shouted loudly. Hurry down and eat. Good. Yuan Xiling replied, rubbing her eyes, calling herself out of sleep, putting on the earrings that she had forgotten before, and not changing her pajamas. She put on her little cotton shoes and went downstairs. Canteen. There are already many people sitting around the table. Mr. Mianyang, chef made by Gene Magic, is constantly supplying food to the table. What are the sorcerer knights doing? The burger in the hands of the newcomer asked a chewer. It is said that the sheep chef cooks better than roasted wild boar. Are you serious? This is sometimes the job of defending the home and the country, sometimes serving as a guard, the world's #1 and most manly job. UB***************** D. Why do you want to join? Magna, who went down first, grabbed Asta by the collar, pulled it forward, and yelled. Yuan Xiling walked down the stairs slowly and suddenly frowned. I have been learning about paradise recently, but I have neglected another thing. Anuor also had a magical riot in the plot, but it seems to be noon, right? It can't be night anyway. The plot has changed again? Why don't you think it's wrong? Yuan Xiling also pulled a chair by the table and sat down. Mr. Chef Mianyang also served food in time. After Yuan Xiling sat down, he pulled the chair forward again, pushed the plate a little, and leaned his arms on the table. With one hand supporting the chin, the knife and fork are flying in the other hand, and the tip of the knife stained with break magic can easily cut the steak. The bright sauce on the steak slowly flows into the slit with the tip of the knife and slowly penetrates into the steak. There are also caviar pieces on the plate, adding a little color to the whole steak. Yuan Xiling is also in a better mood and has a great appetite. Pushing the chair back to its original position, Erling's legs were lifted, shaking unconsciously, his small toes hooked on his small cotton shoes. Sure enough, only eating can comfort the heart of food. Without waiting for Yuan Xiling to call one more plate, Mr. Sheep Chef quickly stepped forward and took away the empty plate and served new food. While Yuan Shi is scraping off the food, she is also thinking about the changes in the plot. The last time the Sith attacked Saucy Village in advance, it should have been the butterfly effect and then caused a big change in the plot. But did you follow the plot before? By the way, Black Clover also has anime and manga. Wait, manga? The anime seems to be adapted, and there seems to be an original plot. So which one is the world based on? Anime or manga? Or is it a fusion of the two? Yuan Xiling feels that he is the third party. He also reads some comics, in which Anuor seems to be running away with magic power in the middle of the night. In this way, everything makes sense. The more Yuan Shirue thought, The more he felt right, the more he thought about it, the more he felt right, so much so that when Mr. Sheepchef replaced him with the third dish, he didn't notice it. He just squeezed his chin with his hand and tapped the table lightly with the other hand. The cafeteria suddenly became quiet. It should be like this, Yuan Shirue was thinking, but was also brought back to his senses by the sudden silence, only to realize that most of the people around the table were looking at him. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Yuan Xiling felt a little puzzled. He glanced at his clothes. Today I did not wear a black trench coat as usual, but a Pikachu yellow pajamas. The trousers are about the knees, with yellow short sleeves printed with black stripes, all revealing white jade-like skin. Yuan Xiling used mirror magic to pinch out a mirror, took a picture of herself, smiled, blinked, revealing the crescent. The tip of a sky blue hair fell into the kabuto hat, and the golden pupils that should have represented majesty also appeared to be innocent, and a face that would definitely make stupid women go crazy. The 1.5-meter petite cute king is still very cute. Yuan Xiling wiped the non-existent nosebleed and was cute by herself. After all, it is to live what you like, and Yuan Xiling from the previous life should like this type the most. Yuan Xiling also reacted now. They didn't care about their clothes, but they looked too good-looking before they were wrapped in a windbreaker and didn't show that much. Fenler stepped forward suddenly, clasped his hands together, held Yuan Xiling's hand, and blinked his left eye. Jen Xiling, you are so cute, you should actually be a girl. Originally, Xiling was a girl, so I said how could there be a girl who is more prettier than the nun Lily? Yasta also interjected in due course. Yuan Xiling didn't wait for Asta to finish, but the small jade foot quickly slammed into the table leg. The knight sword, that was leaning on the foot of the table, violated the principles of physics. The scabbard accidentally smashed on the back of Fenler's head, smashing back all the words Fenler hadn't finished. The sword body whirled twice in the air and accidentally inserted into the table in front of Asta, and at the same time frightened Mr. Sheepchef, who had just picked up the plate, and Anal, who was sitting aside. Asta ended up with awe and swallowed what had just been said. Yuan Xiling is not a girl now, he is asexual now, just looks cute. 3. I still have to teach these two guys who don't have Wang Fa a lesson. Asta was scared and sweating profusely. This golden sword almost cut him. Previously, I am not a girl. As if thinking of something again, Yuan Xiling's heart of pranking burst out, and his tone changed. I want to call seniors. I can join the group before you, and there are people who are authentic boys. Yaster. What the hell is it to say that he is a boy, and in such a sweet tone? Haha, that's right, boys don't say they can't be cute. Magna knew Yuan Xiling's strength well, and couldn't say much, so she laughed and responded to alleviate the strange atmosphere. Yuan Xiling looked at Fenler, who was foaming at the mouth, and threw him a petal healing magic. The scabbard was indeed a bit cruel just now. Ha ha ha, what is so happy about? The head of Yijian arrived late, and then came to the cafeteria. He glanced around again, found Magna, and changed a serious expression. Magna, it's time for a mission. Yes. Magna also became serious, but he walked to the door, turned around and blinked his left eye frantically at Yuan Xiling. Jen Xiling, do you want to go on a mission too? Of course January knew what this task meant. Well, I won't go. Yuan Xiling now, Magic Eye, still has gold coins piled up in hills, and there is no need to continue gambling, although gambling is no different to him from stalking wool. But this time they should go to play cards with the village chief Cici. The last time Sosi village destroyed a lot of houses because of the battle between January and Sith. Now it is estimated that a large amount of gold coins will be needed, and it happened that night to see the leader and Magna be the boy for wealth. It would be too embarrassing to keep winning if he goes. Wait, what is your mission? I want to go too. Asta shouted loudly and hurriedly got up. You can't go here. This is a task that seniors can only complete. Magna looked more serious and continued. See you at night, let's go. Are you instigating me? No. No. The two walked out the door. Yuan Xiling muttered again, feeling a bit boring. The next plot is from the wild boar incident to the Sith preparing to slaughter the people in Sosi village. Now that the Sith has been killed by him, I don't know what the plot will develop into. Hiccup Yuan Xiling, since you are a man. Hiccup, come and have a drink with me. Barnasha burped drunk and shook the bottle in her hand to greet Yuan Xiling. Okay. Although Yuan Xiling had drunk wine in his previous life, he still only tasted it. Ha ha, try another bottle. As a slime, there is no drunk state in theory. Yuan Xiling picked up a bottle of wine next to it and blew it. Cool wakey. Yuan Xiling laughed and fell on the sofa opposite Barnasha in the same posture as Barnasha. Yuan Xiling, you're not good at it. Hiccup. Only 3 bottles. Before Barnasha finished speaking, she fell down. At this time, Fenler, who was foaming at the mouth, woke up, touched the back of his head in a daze, got up and looked around with a dazed expression. It seems that he was hit by something. Fenler pondered for a while and came to a conclusion. Yuan Xiling is not easy to mess with, so don't mess with him in the future. Huh? Filar, are you awake? Come on. Have a drink. What? No, I'll go find a girl. Fenler smiled awkwardly and quickly refused Yuan Xiling's invitation. Yuan Xiling is drunk now. Maybe he will do something later, afraid. Chasing girls. Yuan Xiling remembered that the only way Fenler chased the girls in the plot seemed to be licking. How dangerous and shameful it is. Oh. Yuan Xiling's righteous heart made a big splash and also learned the tone of translation. Love is mutual and equal. Let the world lick the dog understand this truth. Who is it? Fenler, don't think about it. You have never been able to strike up a conversation before, and you certainly can't chase it now. You can't be a licking dog all the time. After hearing this, Fenler was anxious. Could his scumbag thing be called licking a dog? Don't underestimate people. I will show you one now. Jen Yuri interrupted Fenler's words directly. Okay, as a male compatriot, I will teach you a secret. Yuan Xiling raised her feet, 90 degrees perpendicular to her body, and stood up with a who. Love is mutual. Don't use your native love words to strike up a conversation as soon as you go up. You can only talk to natives. Yuan Shirue manipulated ice magic, using the useless chicken ribs that was just developed some time ago and occupied a place. Ice sculpture creation. An ice cube of his size appeared in front of him instantly, and then there was a slap again, and the extra parts broke apart one after another, showing the extremely realistic and proportional Yuan Xiling ice sculptures inside. If you look closely, some details can also be seen. The ice sculpture is also wearing a Pikachu suit, with his hands in the pockets in front of his stomach. Unlike Yuan Xiling, it has a cool feeling, but it is a bit like a tomboy. Fenler also secretly sighed that Yuan Xiling had such a high degree of control over magic, not to mention Anal, who had been watching the show and had a magic riot not long ago. But when it comes to talking about marriage and marrying, you still have to be romantic. The ice cubes in Yuan Xiling's hands instantly spliced together, and a blue rose bloomed out. Do you want to? The drunk Yuan Xiling didn't seem to know what he was doing. He hugged his own proportional ice sculpture and adjusted the ice sculpture's posture with magic power. The leader of Yijian and Magna had lost only their pants, and once again they would only have their underwear. Haha, you deserve to be the old man Saishi. Someone who is carrying something on his back is really strong. The head of Yijian still smoked his inexhaustible cigarette. Are you burdened? But you can't do anything at a time of crisis. If it weren't for January. Elder Cici was a little melancholy. Well, old man Cici, you are already very strong. This time it was Magna who was speaking, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the head of the night. By the way, I haven't had time to ask you before, are the corpses of those who attacked your village still there? I don't know. At that time, Yuan Shishi used a large water attribute defensive magic to cover us. When they were fighting, we couldn't see the outside world. But because of this, no one in the village was injured except me. In addition, the sound of the water magic was too loud, smashing, and we didn't understand the situation outside. When Genyuki revoked the defensive magic, the battle was over. At the same time, Genyuri also said that they were fighting, but I always felt it was not that simple. The square is full of mud, water, ice, and cracks, all of which are mixed with bloodline. If you put it this way, some people were killed by Yuan Xiling, and their bodies were also disposed of. It would be a bit difficult to handle. The head of Yijian had already anticipated this situation a long time ago. Yijian leader recruits people to join the group relying on one thing: intuition. He knew the news of Juanxi village was attacked, and then he ran into Yuan Xiling in the casino again. Yuan Xiling's chi was adjusted very well, and his posture in which he drew his sword at that moment was a killer. The head of Yijian actually didn't care where Yuan Xiling came from, regardless of whether he was a royal clan or where. What he valued was Yuan Xiling's amazing potential. Yuan Xiling's petite figure looks only 15 or 6 years old at most, but he already possesses such a huge magic power and such a pervert magic. You can take part in a single fight or team battle. It's a good seed. What about killing someone? When a member of the Magic Knights protects the country, which hand is not stained with blood? What's more, the kind of pervert is killed. The head of Yijian looked at the 3 cards in his hand and continued to meditate. Well, see you at night. I seem to remember that Yuan Xiling seemed to have taken a stone before he left. He said those people came for that stone. Stone? What stone is so important? Is it a good material for magical devices? Thinking is so troublesome. Forget it. Let me think about it later. Yijian stopped thinking, threw out the 2 cards in his hand, and motioned to the maid beside him to change cards. Haha, old man Sigh, you will lose in this round. Oh? Don't be too angry for young people. It's hard to tell the final victory or defeat. Play cards. The ending is obvious. The head of Yijian and Magna lost again in this round. Cut. The head of Yijian and Magna skillfully untied their belts, threw their trousers to the opposite side, and sat down again. Father Cici, if I win this round, you need to return all the clothes to us. What if you lose? A pair of underwear. No, it's too uneconomical. The head of Yijian looked at the pocket where the magic book was placed next to him, took out the dark magic book, and said, What if you add this? Yijian leader, this is a magic book, can't. Magna interrupted. You shut up. The head of Yijian glared at him. Oh, this can't be done, or you can agree to my request. Huh? Well, it can only be said that Jiang is still hot. The young 28-year-old heads of Mr. Yijian and Mr. Magna lost even their underwear and owed a request. The 2 of them escorted old man Cici away, covering underneath them all the way. After going outside, the old man Saishi returned to them the cloak of the Black Bullfighter group. This cloak was a symbol of status. If an incident of identity forgery occurs after the sale, it will be over. Fortunately, the Knight Leader and Magna walked to the nearby casino, otherwise Fenler's space magic would lose their face. On the other side, after Yuan Xiling performed the proposal scene for Fenler, he pulled Fenler into a large bottle of wine and got drunk. How? The ones I just talked about. I don't feel good about what you said. I can only target one at a time. If this doesn't work, then don't waste this time. Oh, is it possible that you want to lick several at once and want to be Kajiru overnight? No, don't wait until the end. It's hard to hold hands. It's still Kajiru overnight, As early as when Yuan Xiling was drinking, Yaster went to do his day's tasks, cleaning the dishes, washing clothes, feeding monsters, and exercising. After about Yuan Xiling slept for a while. Warn. It is detected that there is a paradise-throwing reincarnation, and it is detected that there is a paradise-throwing reincarnation. Okay. Yuan Xiling opened his eyes in an instant and found that Yasta was carrying herself, struggling to get down. Asta felt January moving and quickly put him down. I'm afraid you will catch a cold while sleeping on the sofa, so I will send you back to your room. I'm interested. January patted Asta on the head, although the height of the 2 was almost the same. I'll see the head of the night and they will come back and tell him, I'll go out. Oh. Yuan Xiling ran silently, the day after tomorrow, exhausted the alcohol with magic power, and then jumped directly from the 2nd floor to the hall, grabbing the knight sword placed on the table. System. How is the descent method? The body descends or the soul descends. Only one reincarnation was detected this time, and it should belong to the pioneers. Pioneer? I still hunter. Location. Testing. Tested successfully. The landing place is near the village of Allah. Yuan Xiling ran straight out of the stronghold of the Black Bull Squad, and his yellow Pikachu suit turned into a handsome black windbreaker under a burst of blue light. Allah Village? Isn't that a village with a sloppy name? How did it come down there? The paradise will reduce costs and choose the place with the weakest barrier in the world. Oh, Rimuru also came near Allah Village before, so the world barrier there has become thinner? The void train will not reduce the thickness of the world barrier, and it will come randomly. Okay, it's a coincidence. January puts on the Kabuto hat of the windbreaker and takes out the long-lost Lightwell 2000 from the swollen eye. No way, space magic was obtained after he came to the royal capital, and now the only teleportation coordinates are only the strongholds of the royal capital and the bully group, and you can only ride a broomstick to go to Allah Village. The Black Bull Group base is in the eastern part of the Clover Kingdom, belonging to the outside world, very close to the junction of the Clover Kingdom and the Diamond Kingdom. These days, Yuan Xiling also found a map of the Clover Kingdom, although it was a bit crude. The four-leaf Clover Kingdom is divided into 3 realms, from the center to the outermost, Wangguiji, Pingjia, and benefiting the outside world. From the location, you can see the high and low. In the outside world, except for some magic knights based here, the others are civilians with weakened magical powers. The southern part is close to the sea, which means that only Wangguiji and Hepingji are close to the sea. Yuan Xiling came for a run-up, jumped directly on the broom, took out the crumpled and rough map, and studied it carefully. Haji Village is in the northwest direction of Wangguiji. Previously, from Allah Village to Haji Village, it was about northwest, no more than 45 degrees northwest, and almost all the way to Suashi Village to the west and south. So now you have to go to the northwest direction from the stronghold of the bully group to the village of Allah. The angle is greater than 45 degrees. So Yuan Shi changed the direction and set off. After about 10 minutes, Yuan Xiling took out the map again. Allah Village is right in the northwest direction of the stronghold of the Bulldog group, but it feels that it goes farther and farther, and it can't be distinguished even when it goes to the back. No way, Yuan Xiling had to open a space door obediently and teleported to the royal capital. Honestly, follow the route you came before. Allah Village, a village with a sloppy name, is also the place where Yuan Xiling first came to Clover. Church. In order to make a living, the nuns always have unfinished clothes, and the oldest 11-year-old boy, Lonjichi, also has unfinished firewood. The visit of Yuan Xiling did not bring any changes to their lives, at most. The wild boars nearby were a bit less. Raiwichi is the same today. He still has to go to the nearby small woods to chop wood. Although the wood in the deep forest may be better, he will only rub a clay ball now. So Raiwichi set off with his axe on his back. It's very close, go straight across the field, then climb a small dirt slope, and take a small path. Cut this one today. Longi patted the tree next to him. It was in good condition. What is that? The grass not far away seemed to be stained with red. After Yuan Xiling solved the route problem, he began to struggle with other problems on the broom. What is he going to do to find the samsara in such a hurry? It's over. That bit of horror is committed again. Host is not going to socialize. How can Host not do this to the Black Bulls? Come on, I have watched episodes 20 or 30 of Black Clover, and I also know what kind of people the Bulldogs are. They are very enthusiastic. And the reincarnation. Yuan Xiling remembered the Infinite Flow novels he had read in his previous life. Unconfirmed. Host, you already have a certain level of strength. There is only one person on the other side. The pioneers are just cannon fodder. Don't worry about Host, as other problems are solved by the system. Thanks. In the small forest near the village of Allah, Longi was leaning against a tree with his back facing the grass. What red? That is clearly blood. The irritating smell of blood has been irritating Long Yi's nasal cavity. He wanted to sneeze, vomit, and his legs kept shaking. No, you have to quickly talk to the priest and nun. No way, can't say. They are still cooking, and if the cooking time is delayed, the younger siblings will starve. Long Yi panted nervously. It doesn't have to be something terrible. What if a traveler is passing by and is attacked by a wild boar? Will you miss the best treatment time if you delay it like this? You have to check it out first. Long Yi picked up the newly bought brass axe and placed it on the side in front of him, his hands still shaking uncontrollably. Just take a look and run immediately if anything happens. Nothing will happen. Long Yi walked slowly to the grass, comforting himself constantly in his heart. After all, his kindness and curiosity defeated fear. Long Yi successfully walked into the grass. The smell of blood in the grass is stronger than outside, but the bloody grass clearly formed a straight line and finally stopped on a tree not far away. Long Yi raised his head and slowly looked at the tree. The closer he got there, the faster his heartbeat accelerated. That seems to be a person? A man covered in blood. Yuan Xiling is really about to vomit blood. By coincidence, he encountered a robber again on the road, and the robber didn't have any eyesight. His black bullfighter cloak was still draped over the windbreaker. Rob the worst Black Bull squad? Choose your own way of death. Of course Yuan Xiling didn't kill them either. He tied them all up with silk magic and threw them to the nearest magic knight's stronghold. Then I directly used the Lightwheel 2000 to accelerate and came straight to Olive Village. He wanted to leave more magic power to deal with the reincarnation, but now I am afraid that the time will be delayed for too long, so let's act according to the opportunity. In this way, Yuan Xiling ran all the way to Olive Village. Looking down at Olive Village from the sky, I didn't notice any difference from before. The system, can it detect the exact location? Doesn't the host have rock magic model rocks to tell the world? Haha, I forgot to forget. Rock magic model rock to tell the world. Yuan Xiling's magic power was released instantly, covering Olive Village. At the same time, he closed his hands firmly and pulled his palms outwards, and a huge rock model appeared in the middle. The rock model is made according to Olive Village, and even the dynamics and sounds can be imitated. Yuan Xiling can also spread the entire Olive Village with mental power, but it is too uncomfortable to explore one by one. It should be the small wood next to it. Yuan Shirua removed the other parts, leaving the small forest part and expanding it for observation. Your name is Long Yi. What are you doing? Yuan Shili's clear and loud neutral sound gave Long Yi a startle again. When Long Yi saw this bloody man, he was really shocked. After calming down, he wanted to use his sturdy body with some small muscles to carry him to the church to seek treatment with a nun. Who knows that Yuan Xiling jumped out from behind as soon as he approached here. Long Yi quickly turned around and took the axe to Yuan Xiling. After seeing who was coming, he let go of his vigilance. Aren't you January? Why are you here? Yuan Xiling glanced at the person covered in blood under the tree next to him and said, I joined the Magic Knights, and I am now on a mission. Some people say there are wounded here, so I can be transported and treated urgently. Yuan Xiling discovered that the system is still in the small forest. The system just said that it has detected distortions in the small forest. Then, Yuan Xiling's system points that had been reset to 0 rose to 5 again. Distorted fluctuations occurred in the small woods, indicating that the reincarnation also appeared in the small woods when they first entered. But it does not rule out that the reincarnation ran into the village of Ala during the period when Yuan Xiling arrived. So, Ganyu Petty used model rocks for narrating the world, first checked the situation in the small forest, only to find that Raiuchi and the one under the tree were covered in blood. Moreover, attentive Yuan Xiling also found that Long Yi's axe seemed to have some blood on it, and inferred a possibility that the soul of Samsara was crossing Long Yi. Oh, you joined the Magic Knights so soon? Long Yi was not as timid as he was just now because there was someone by his side. Yuan Shirue saw Raiuchi's expression, and his suspicion about him was reduced. Well, by the way, are there any weird people in your village today? Huh? It doesn't seem to be. In this case, the bloody person under the tree is more likely to be a reincarnation. Okay, I'm going to work. By the way, did you just want to carry him? If you see today's situation in the future, it's best to tell the priest or nun not to act rashly, otherwise it will cause the wounded to be injured again. Yuan Xiling said, rubbing Raiuchi's hair. I'm addicted to touching my head. Long Yi was taken aback again, and his face flushed again. I'm leaving. Yuan Xiling pinched cotton magic, slowly floated it from under the blood man, and used water magic to clean the bloodline in the grass. At the same time, he stepped onto the Lightwell 2000, and after bidding farewell to Longyi, he gradually flew away. After Yuan Xiling flew away, Longyi whispered, "What are you thinking?" He said he was a boy. "But I really want to join the Magic Knights." Yuan Xiling didn't actually fly far. He just flew some distance westward and flew to a place that was about to approach Haji village. It is a small hill in a forest. Yuan Xiling dared to do this, and he had already determined that this blood man was in a coma. Next is, the system requests the Devour Paradise template. Is it approved? Yes or no? There shouldn't be any impact, right? After the system swallows the opponent's Paradise template, the host will obtain the opponent's reincarnation identity, which can be opened at any time. Then swallow it. Please, host, touch the other party. Yuan Yuziro's slender fingers tapped on the opponent's forehead. Swallowing. In the process of information. In the process of shielding the information. In the process of receiving the template information. Initiating the identity of the reincarnation. The processing is successful. At this point, it can be completely determined that the blood man is the Wastelander this time. Ding Ziku is very lucky, at least he has always thought so. Even if his parents gave him the name Ding Ziku, but he passed away peacefully in a social practice. Fortunately, he crossed again. Traveling to a very boring world, the kind of world that has no illusion and is still the same in daily life. The new parents treated him well, and he liked the family very much. He thought his life would continue like this. But the world collapsed on its own for some reason, and there was no reincarnation invaded. Then he wandered into the hands of Golden Paradise. As for the world that I passed through, Golden Paradise thought that the world had no value even for stitching. They said that the rules of that world are somewhat faulty. Ding Ziku became a reincarnation of Golden Paradise, and his performance was not bad at the beginning, taking the top 50 of the rookie list. The world that first descended was also very joyful. Ding Ziku also made many little brothers and sisters and found new parents and placed them in the world that descended. However, one day, he failed a mission and was asked to perform a punishment mission. Punishment Task 1. The real strong are lonely. Please kill those who are bound to you. What kind of punishment is this? Administrator, I want to complain. Ding Ziku shouted at the administrator's complaint channel. The administrator's figure was gradually projected. It was a tall young man in a green shirt. If Yuan Xiling is here. Okay, well, that day Yuan Xiling went too eagerly, and he hasn't seen him yet. What use is it for you to complain to me? I, a low-level administrator, don't have the authority to change your punishment task. What's more, this punishment task is a paradise, directly assigned to you. You don't want to say that someone secretly harmed you, do you? Wake up, you. What age is it? Ding Ziku hit the projection of the tall young man with a punch, but he went straight through and hit the wall. His roar also echoed in the small, elevator-like house. Oh yo, so angry. Just stay in the punishment space, and you will be on the mission in a few minutes. Then the mission is not dead. Why are you so energetic? After speaking, the projection of the tall young man disappeared. Am I still too weak? Ask the player to perform punishment tasks. I don't want to kill. Ask the player to perform punishment tasks. They are all important people to me. Ask the player to perform punishment tasks. What can you do if I don't, you dog pee? Come on, come on. 3 warnings have passed. It has been determined that the player will not perform punishment tasks and enter the mandatory killing mode. No. The body is out of control. Ding Ziku's brain is very awake, but his body is out of control. Don't draw a knife. Don't. The 2 light knives looked extremely brisk in Ding Ziku's hands, and they could use all the knife styles that they couldn't use. Gading you. Don't. Ding Ziku watched his sword style bloom in the crowd. That day, the road was paved with blood roses. It has been detected that the player has completed the punishment task, and the evaluation is D. Already players sift out the next unreliable world. Determined world, magic world Black Clover. Not murder? Ding Ziku. He is only in sequence 9. Only sequence 9. Apprentice with knife? Brother, it's terrible to your girlfriend. Unlike me, he will only feel sorry for your brother. The past is constantly echoing in my mind. Little girl. I never had a girlfriend. Short sword sucks blood greedily. Strange, he was covered in blood and didn't even get hurt. Yuan Shi used water magic-bound seaweed to tie up the blood man, and at the same time, water magic absorbed the bloodline from him. He tried to predator some bloodline, but found that he didn't gain any abilities. Yuan Xiling picked up a branch on the road and stabbed the blood man in the face. This face is also quite tender, about 14 or 15 years old. He looks pretty, although he is a little bit worse than himself, but a black hair with some non-mainstream killing mat ruined his entire face. Speaking of this, Yuan Xiling suddenly remembered his iconic appearance, and it was hard not to let others recognize him as the King of Moe. A template like this long out yen. Will no one be greedy? Will it cause trouble? Thinking of this, Yuan Xiling immediately used mimicry and turned into a white-haired man with a scar on his face. It was Sith who attacked Sosi village at that time. I have to mention here that January is a mimicry that combines transformation magic. The merged mimicry perfectly inherits the characteristics of transformation magic. You can use magic to transform objects into things you have seen. In other words, you may not be able to transform yourself, but you can also act on others or even objects. As for the original, mimicry, it can be transformed into a life form that has been swallowed by itself, and it does not consume magic power, and this is also inherited after fusion. Yuan Xiling took out the pocket watch he had snatched from Sith, pressed it to his chest, and let out a breath of cold air. Lost in the smoke. Mist magic was activated and wrapped Yuan Shirue and the little boy, and made a chair with ice magic. Yuan Shirue sat on the chair with Erlang's legs upright, waiting for the little boy to wake up while operating the initialized panel in his brain. Welcome to join Golden Paradise, players. Gold brings wealth. There is everything you want here. Golden Paradise. The initial identity has been successfully activated. Host, Yuan Xiling. Paradise identity. Golden Paradise can be closed. Race, slime. Features. Primary fire, long way, fire element affinity, earth element affinity, dark element affinity, ice element affinity. Skills. Predator, stomach pouch, mimicry, dragon scale armor, dragon breath, dragon wing, devil gathering talisman, seal talisman, incomplete, shadow guard talisman engraving, Zool stepping, the day after tomorrow 1 chi, second layer bottleneck. Items. Swollen eye, golden tower, blank magic book, book fairy magic book, holy light night sword, magician's gift, quick boots, Shiba, magic earrings, and old house. Relatively speaking, the system panel has become a little simpler, and Yuan Xiling always feels very troublesome for the previous item column. When the system initialized the identity of the park, it also moved the storage space in the original identity. The first are 2 short swords full of blood. Isn't this guy really the hunter? Can the hunter live so miserably? Both short swords have good attributes and are suitable for beginners, but they don't even have a single skill. Rubbish. Yuan Shi used water magic to clean the short sword, revealing the words engraved on the scabbard, Ding Zika's possession, and the blood sacrifice protection. Ding Zika? Is this guy's name? It's so funny. After the blood sacrifice is protected, there is not a single skill, and there is enough rubbish. The mimicry became the Sith. Did he even imitate the character of Sith? It's really annoying. Yuan Xiling was playing with a cow charm in his hand. After removing the 2 short swords and some very basic white outfits, there is only this bull spell. The bull charm comes from Jackie Chan's adventures, which can increase the user's power, so I won't say much about the specific effect. At the same time, Yuan Xiling made a very serious mistake. How can the Sith have time to catch Ding Ziku? He is also busy serving that lord. And the Sith also received the lunchbox early in the plot. But if Ding Zika hadn't finished watching the black 4-leaf clover, it would be fine. What a laziness. The dark clouds in the sky also gradually moved away, but the sunlight could not penetrate the fog in the forest. Yuan Xiling quietly removed a little mist, but the hot sun at noon made him squint. It's noon, and the Black Bull group should also be open for dinner. What a dingziku, I missed the meal perfectly. Would you like Mr. Sheepchef to do it on the spot? Yuan Xiling did not complain, but the Sith after the mimicry was still expressionless. It seemed that the light that came and woke up Dingziku's sleep, and he appeared sluggish when he just woke up. Hey, kid, you're awake. A long bit of cold air was spit out from Yuan Xiling's mouth, and the surrounding cold air sprayed onto Dingziku's face, making Dingziku a little sober. But when he woke up, a sense of frustration swept through his body, causing his newly prepared body to fall heavily from neon magic to the ground. Dingziku's bloody, hoarse voice was choked up as soon as he made a sound, and tears couldn't help streaming out. What? What's happening here? It made me seem to be bullying him. Yuan Xiling glanced at the pocket watch pretendingly. If you want to turn around and leave, you're afraid that this reincarnation will do something here, although this situation seems impossible. But everything can't be too absolute. Who knows if this reincarnation is pretending? I don't have a girlfriend. At this moment, Yuan Xiling can hear clearly. This guy seems to be speaking Wuxia. The translation function of the system is a bit like simultaneous translation. To Yuan Xiling, they all speak Japanese, but the corresponding meaning will come to mind. But to the people of Clover, what Genuri just said will be automatically converted into Japanese by the system, or the universal language of that world. Could it be from the Earth? Not right, part of the experimental world of Golden Paradise, also spoke Wuxia. After Dingziku finished that sentence, he continued to sit there again, staring at the sky with his bright eyes, no matter what Yuan Xiling called him. This guy won't get mentally ill, will he? Does the murder just now have anything to do with whether he has a girlfriend? This is a sequelae of entering the forced killing mode, and I'm a little confused. Killing mode? Golden Paradise. In other words, this guy really seems to be in the Golden Paradise. There are more than just golden paradises that have this model. Now is not the time to correct this. So this guy was also drawn from the fragmented world by Golden Paradise to be a reincarnation? What are we going to do now? Killed? What killed? Am I such a cruel person? Can be put into mandatory killing mode. This guy shouldn't want to kill people either. Then the host can do whatever it wants, without asking the system's opinion. Or let him smash the corpse in the wilderness? With that said, Yuan Xiling is about to unlock mist magic. If you really leave him here, then Yuan Xiling's road for almost half a day will not be like Silly Bee. Just set up a coordinate near Olive Village and do nothing. It might as well not be used. But how do you handle this reincarnation without revealing your identity? Detected that the other party's soul is abnormal. The abnormality detection is successful. There is a state of soul overlap. Soul overlap. The soul passes through to another body. The original master soul has not yet dissipated, and the two souls are on one side. After some reason, the state of the two souls fusion. What is it? Reincarnation crossed again. According to the explanation of the system, Yuan Xiling is not difficult to guess that Dingziku has experienced two changes. Either pass through first and then reincarnate, or pass through first reincarnation. Yuan Xiling didn't know whether he was too lucky or too miserable. So the system, can you tell where he came from? Unable to detect. But there is a theorem in the void that most of those who pass through come from the earth. What's the point? Yuan Xiling was a little curious about this. He himself came from the earth. The location on the earth is a bit special, and most of the information will meet there. Information resonance is easy to pass through. According to this statement, Yuan Xiling resonated with the original owner's message, which caused the crossing. Regardless of too much, and first deal with Dingziku. System, do you actually have a solution? Other than killing. Otherwise, the system makes no sense to remind him of Dingziku's status. The individual name, Dingziku, has been deprived of the status of a player in the Golden Paradise, and it is recommended that the hosts send it back to the earth using the Void Train. Why is it a little bit like letting the tiger return to the mountain? Yuan Xiling will never be a virgin ***ch. Individual name Dingziku is now in an unconscious state, and the host does not have to worry about leaking. Moreover, after returning it to the Earth, Golden Paradise will not be able to detect the information of the Black Clover. Is it different to kill? Well, when I didn't ask. Just open your mouth and shut your mouth to kill, 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 and I just said that I'm not that cruel. Sith, who mimicked Yuan Xiling, stood up from the ice chair, took up his pocket watch, and looked at the time again. He is ready to follow the system. This is the best solution calculated by the system based on the host's own psychological situation. Yeah, it's the same. It didn't take long for him to join the Black Bull Squad, but he felt that he had known other people for a long time. As for the characters as villains, Yuan Xiling himself didn't seem to notice. He didn't treat them as human beings. It is the most appropriate name for Yuan Xiling just now in Golden Paradise. Players. All reincarnations are called players. So in fact, in Yuan Xiling's subconscious mind, he didn't seem to have killed anyone. What he killed was just a few NPCs who were villains, and his retching seemed to be just a bloody scene in the movie transformed into reality. More realistic, 3D game. As for Ding Ziku, this fellow came from the Earth, a real person and nothing more. Whether to open the void train? Yes or no? Turn it on. There was a sudden twist in the space in front of Yuan Xiling, but there was no sound. The dark green carriages slowly pulled out of the space, and the doors opened. Yuan Xiling released the shackles of silk magic and used silk magic to support Ding Ziku and put it in the aisle between the 2 rows of seats. Regardless of whether he belongs to the Earth or not, someone should naturally take care of it when he is sent there. Yuan Xiling can also take advantage of this opportunity to earn more points. As for the green carriage, it should disappear by itself after being sent to the Earth. After thinking about it, Yuan Xiling piled that pile of white clothes on Ding Ziku again. This pile of white clothes was really useless to him. The style is old and there is no attribute point bonus and skill. There are also these 2 short swords, which are really bad compared to the Night Sword. As for the bull charm, he laughed at Yuan Xiling. The door of the green car was slowly closed, and Ding Ziku, who was lying on the pile of equipment, was carried away. Send you back to Mother Earth's embrace. A burst of white mist dissipated, and Yuan Xiling returned to its original appearance. After sending Ding Ziku away, Yuan Xiling was also relieved a lot, used ice magic to recreate a table, and also used neon magic to summon Mr. Sheep Chef. The ice chair before was made to fit the height of Sith so that his feet could just hang down on the ground. But now it looks a little longer. Yuan Xiling's short legs can't reach the ground at all, and the 2 little boots sway back and forth, waiting for the food to be served. This Earth Mother may not want him anymore, after all, even the body has passed. Huh? It should be okay. After all, if you cross over, your body should still stay on the Earth, and you can just change it back in time. But then, the system. Sometimes you can be quite rude. Sometimes the names of individuals and objects are like the Great Sage, and sometimes they like to make jokes, like the one in the down jacket before. Speaking of the Great Sage, I'm angry. Why don't you make a complete Moe King template? Do you want to make this incomplete? Without the Great Sage, the Moe King will have no soul. The Great Sage is his wife. There is no complete information about the Great Sage in the system database. If the host wants it, you can complete the template by itself in the future. Then you tell me how to complete it? The sun in the sky was gradually blocked by dark clouds, and the afternoon wind slowly passed by. Yuan Xiling could vaguely see the huge Demon King's skull in the distance on the top of this hill. The power of the world can be supplemented by the power of the world. The power of the world? Yuan Xiling closed his eyes, feeling this non-magical natural wind. He remembered that when he had just crossed, the state of cultivating the normal Yang Qiju seemed to be called feeling the power of the world. The Golden Paradise identity that I just engaged, shouldn't there be a mandatory killing mode, right? The connection between the host and the park is based on the system, and the park cannot do anything with the host. However, the host can use the corresponding park permissions. There are more Golden Paradise vests, and they will continue to grow stronger. Speaking of system, is there a resurrection law in Paradise? It exists, but it's not something that Ding Ziku's low series can touch. That's the case. He is so desperate. Sheep Chef, don't do it yet. Let's go and devour the demon skull first. The head of Yi Jian and Magna ran naked back to the stronghold of the Black Bull group. Ha ha ha, old man Seaside is really tough. Asta, Aenior, you have a mission. Task. Asta, who was cleaning, immediately threw away the broom when he heard it. What task? Go hunt for wild boars in Lenzi village. Magna is very proud of the fact that Magna can issue tasks to the newcomer with her hands on her hips. A wild boar or something, I can do it with one hand. Asta rolled up his sleeves, showing off his muscles. Don't underestimate the wild boar. Haha, we lost a card game with others before, so we agreed to promise him a request. The head of Yi Jian explained aloud. Yeah, the village chief of Xixi came to the town with the purpose of making money for the poor village to make the poor village rich. He is really a man. Once human beings have something to carry, they will become stronger. Yasta and Aenior stood silently aside, watching the show of the leader of the night and Magna, a little speechless. What does it have to do with them? Good soil. Choose or die. The head of Yi Jian suddenly suppressed his smile. Go. ×2. Haha, this time, Fenler has not been to Sosi village. As a senior, I will fly over with the two of you on a broomstick. But I still can't control the magic. I can't fly with a broom. Aenior said. Me too. But by the way, Yuan Xiling should have been to Sosi village. He should be able to open space magic, right? Magna covered her face. He really couldn't stand this group of guys. Gunshi Zero Senior went out at about noon. Yasta raised his hand. I can't stand you guys. It seems that I can only ride my love broom and take you to fly. Magna led the two out of the stronghold. Its name is Hongling or Wine Chaotic. Isn't it handsome? Magna's broom should be made by some kind of larger reptile, with the bones removed from the feet, a leather back and a broom at the tail. Sitting up is a bit like a motorcycle, just hold the horn and pour magic power into it. Yasta naturally answered, so handsome. And anal. Good soil. What did you say? Good soil. Can you say that again? Good soil. Sure enough, you little girl can't understand the aesthetics of a man. Departure, Soxy village. In addition to the three, there was a little black bird that had been following Asta since the skull of the demon god. The Demon King's skull is located on the back mountain of Haji village, just behind the church of Asta and his others. Yuan Xiling is now hiding in the Demon King's skull. Although the system predicts that devouring the king's skull will not gain any skills, more just add some attribute points. But it is a little bit more. Yuan Shiru radiated spiritual power to the surroundings. It's already 1 or 2 in the afternoon, and there are still a few farmers in the far field who are cultivating. There is no one nearby, okay? The state is normal, okay? Pray. Yuan Xiling's whole body burst instantly, turning into a large black mist that enveloped the Demon King's skull. The target has been locked. Elven Clan Patriarch Licht, Demonization, First Generation Magic Emperor Lumiel Silba, Million Kuroba, Seal. The predation is successful. Parsing. Analysis. Elven Clan Chief Richter, Magic. Succeeded and gained attribute points bonus. Analyze First Generation Magic Emperor Lumiel Silba Million Kuroba, Seal. Successfully obtain Light Magic Seal Magic. Incomplete. Wait. What's the matter with the First Generation Magic Emperor with a long list of names? I seem to only devour a devil's skull, right? Yuan Xiling, who had just changed back to a group of slimes, was squatting on the branch to digest, instantly be blown away by this bunch of prompt messages. Didn't the First Generation Magic Emperor already receive the lunchbox? In the early stage of the plot, this guy seems to only appear in the legend. It looks like this is not completely dead, and then Yuan Xiling was preyed on. From the information point of view, the First Generation Magic Emperor should be light magic, and then it was sealed by a sealing magic. Has it survived until now? Where was it sealed before? Yuan Xiling thought of another possibility. There seems to be a statue of the First Generation Magic Emperor on the demon god's skull. Yuan Xiling just swallowed it easily. Isn't it that? Should this be considered a surprise? Just thinking about it, Yuan Xiling heard movement outside, quickly transformed into a human form, and opened a space door to escape from the scene. The skull of a demon god suddenly disappeared. Anyone would be surprised. Now it is better to avoid the limelight. Also pay attention to the one who used the sealing magic to seal the first-generation magic emperor, which shows that the strength is not weak, and it may still be alive to the present. Hiss, horrible. On the other side, Yuan Xiling left the demon god's skull not long ago. The three of Yasta successfully landed in the wild boar forest near Sosi village. Hoo-hoo-hoo, just now I was angry with Anuoer and accidentally injected too much magic power. Magna parked his love broom next to a big tree and collapsed under the tree to recover his magical powers. Anuoer stood not far away with the little black bird named Nero on his head. Nero is a direct transliteration of Japanese, meaning Shiohei. And unlike the original plot, Nero was named ahead of time. Asta just let him go like this, right? You don't help as a senior. Although Anal usually said that she didn't worry about Asta, she was actually quite worried. At this time, Asta was forced to the corner of another tree by a few wild boars, waving the rusty magic sword in his hand. Although it is rusty, I am afraid that it will have the effect of tetanus, but you must first break the opponent's defense. Yasta was finally lifted up into the sky by a wild boar in the yacht Butterfly. Although Asta's anti-magic magic sword can eliminate magic, except for this feature, it is just a rusty iron sword. In the original plot, the Sith was chopped for a lot of times and he didn't die, let alone these rough-skinned wild boars. After landing, Asta ran away quickly, but just after a step or two, he was lifted into the sky by a few wild boars. Elegant butterfly. Magna was helpless when she saw Asta being headed again. It's not that flying too fast just consumes too much magic power. Without magic power, I can't be far behind him, and why don't you help him yourself? Anal Sundara flicked the ponytails, don't go too far. I can't control the magic. Is this something to be proud of? Magna stored up almost a magic power of Fire Magic Blast Flame Demon Ball and eliminated the wild boar that had been chasing behind Asta. See clearly, this is the strength of the senior. That's it. Why is your little royal girl's mouth so poisonous? Magna was carrying a wild boar, and the remaining Asta said that he wanted to exercise his muscles and let him carry it all. Tell you, these wild boars are still delicious, and when it's done in the village, let the village chief and them barbecue. Magna said. I know that Yuan Xiling also caught a wild boar before going to our church for barbecue. Although it is not as delicious as Mr. Sheep Chef, it is much better than roasted yam. Asta carried several wild boars larger than him on his shoulders, and he was gasping for breath. While the two were talking, Nero suddenly seemed to feel something, and suddenly flew up to the sky in the direction of Haji village, a bit like a swallow's tail shaking. Then he swooped down from the air and landed on Asta's head, pecking frantically at his head. What are you doing, Nero? Asta threw the wild boar on the ground and ran around. Nero flew into the air again, his wings pointed in the direction of Haji village, and then flew in that direction. Asta was a little dazed, and looked at Magna, who was a little disdainful. It's just a demon bird, we still have a mission. Before Magna had finished speaking, Nero flew back again. Hurry up, go to the demon skull. Nero's beak snapped together, making a sharp sound. Did the bird speak? Hurry up. Take me over with your broomstick. The culprit responsible for the disappearance of the demon god's skull, Yuan Xiling opened a space door directly to the black market. The black market was in the capital, and Yuan Xiling had also marked it with magic before the capital. He wanted to go directly back to the stronghold of the Magic Knights, but the demon god's skull is gone now, and he went out just now, fearing that it would arouse people's suspicion. In fact, it's okay to be suspected. This is very troublesome, and it is best to have less trouble. The timing of Yuan Xiling's trip to the black market before was a bit unlucky. A few days before the exchange, the black market basically had nothing good at that time. The black market has a time every month to buy goods collectively, or to display the goods at the bottom of the box. These Yuan Xiling came to know from Barnasha, after all, as a drunkard witch, Barnasha would go to the black market from time to time to buy some wine and some weird materials. Yuan Xiling pulled the hat of the windbreaker down, and without concealing the golden sword hanging on his back, went straight into the black market. At first sight is a yellow-haired hedgehog boy. "Hey, isn't this the Lord of Gamblers? I bought some goods today. Would you like to take a look?" The hedgehog head boy still rubs his hands as before, and Yuan Xiling, the god of gamblers, has made so much before, and he is also watching it. Big customers, big customers. It's always the same. Let's introduce them all. When Huang Mao introduced, Yuan Xiling also discovered some rules of these magical devices. Most magic devices only have the ability to store a very small amount and some basic auxiliary abilities. For example, the 3 earrings bought before have the same amount of magic storage, which can only assist perception. The same price is the lowest. The second type is those with some special abilities, such as the magic power bank hidden in the left eye by Sister Gushio. That one is similar to the power bank, and the magic inside can be used in times of crisis. The third type is formation skills, such as the Ice Burial, magic device of the Sith, especially the recovery magic and some more powerful attack magic are more expensive. But speaking of it, those high-level magical devices were of no use to Yuan Shirua, he said. Including the light magic, just obtained, and the incomplete sealed magic, he now has 21 kinds of magic. 3 or 4 kinds of healing magic have been developed, and Xiling, a powerful attack magic source, has also developed 1 or 2 through combination magic. Unless that high-level magic weapon contains new magic attributes, it is really useless, and you may not get new skills if you pray. Now that Yuan Xiling is more troublesome, only magic skin and magic domain. Yuan Xiling had swallowed a dragon core before, and if he really had to say that his current magical attributes had a little dragon attribute, it could only be used to scare small animals now. Due to the reason of the day after tomorrow, Yuan Xiling's control of magic power is extremely high, but for some reason he cannot form a magic skin. Now it can only be temporarily attributed to Yuan Xiling's knowledge of magic is still very low. Magic comes from imagination. When he has a real opinion about the magic he has, he may be able to display the true strength of magic. "Hey, boss, why are you in a daze? I'll pack whichever you want." Halfway through Huang Mao's explanation, he raised his head and realized that Yuan Xiling seemed to be in a daze. Although he couldn't see the face under the cloak, his instinct told him that Yuan Xiling must be in a daze. "Huh? You continue, I was thinking about." Yuan Xiling was interrupted and couldn't help but froze for a while, said. Huang Mao was a little speechless, and he straightened up and rubbed it twice. He just saw the god of gamblers come to stand up from the rocking chair, and now the god of gamblers was in a daze when he bent over to explain. It was too shameful for him. "Well, he seems to have no face. Look at the golden sword behind the god of gamblers, don't mess with it." "Hey, then I will continue to talk, this is." Before he could continue speaking, Yuan Xiling raised his hand and interrupted him again. "Don't talk about that first, what is this?" Yuan Xiling picked up a small blue stone with 2 fingers, lifted it up and shook it in front of Huang Mao. "This, I don't know." Huang Mao stepped back a little, his eyes focused on the stone in Yuan Xiling's hand. He seems to have never bought this item. "Well?" Huang Mao realized that Yuan Xiling's hand stretched a bit close, and this hand was so small. There seems to be some slight fragrance. Yuan Xiling retracted his hand and lowered his head to observe the stone carefully. Huang Mao also looked down and just caught a glimpse of Yuan Xiling's chin, half of his face that was exposed when he just raised his head. Good kawaii. It seems that the god of gamblers had shown his face before. They said they looked good, but it was a pity that they only showed up for 2 or 3 seconds. By the way, the god of gamblers only came out of the awakening demons this year, right? Maybe the god of gamblers, she is only 15 years old, a little younger than himself. Although he had been unable to pass the Magic Knight's exam in the past few years, as long as he practiced his gambling skills desperately, he might be able to compete with the god of gamblers. Then you can. Yuan Xiling didn't find Huang Mao's abnormality. If he knew Huang Mao's careful thoughts, he would definitely send Huang Mao to see the first-generation magic emperor within today. He is now studying this stone. This stone is a bit strange. Sometimes it absorbs magic power, and sometimes releases unequal amounts of magic power, and its state is very uncertain. This reminded him of the broken magic book he bought when he first came to the black market. Under normal circumstances, once the owner dies, the magic book will disappear. But the neighboring country of the Clover Kingdom, the Diamond Kingdom, did not know how to keep the magic book, and even stitched the two magic books together so that the owner could use the two magic attributes. Finally, a magic device that can store magic power is embedded in the human body to provide sufficient magic power for the use of two magic attributes. They call this Magic Warrior. The last time the broken magic book seemed to be a failed piece of the Diamond Kingdom stitched together, Yuan Xiling merged it into the Book Fairy Magic Book. So far, I have not had the opportunity to test what it has. And this small stone is a bit like the thing inlaid on the head of the Diamond King's Magic Warrior, when the protagonist Asta went to the Magic Palace in the original plot. This black market really has everything, but how can some of the defective products of the Diamond Kingdom circulate to the Clover Kingdom? Is this a reasonable use? But think about it, it takes a lot of money to make these magic warriors. No wonder the Diamond Kingdom is invading neighboring countries all day long. I just bought these too, and this stone is not a loss for me, right? No loss, absolutely no loss. How can you lose? Old customers give you a 50% discount. The Huang Mao who was still in the hole under the cloak of fantasy Gen Yuri was taken aback by his words and quickly drew out a small abacus from the side. The culprit Yuan Xiling was on the other side while shopping on the black market. Magna drove his love broom to the sky above Haji Village. Why is the one as big as the demon god skull missing? Haji Village is not in danger, right? Senior Magna, go down and take a look. The wind was too strong, and Asta shouted to Magna ahead. I know, as a senior, would I not even understand this? Magna stopped behind the church in the village of Hog. The primary task of the Magic Knights is to protect the people. Yasta jumped down when the broom was near the ground. After all, there were his relatives in the Haji village church, so he had to go and see. The nun and the children must be fine. As for a humble priest, he seems to have no sense of existence. Inside the church. Father Priest, go out and have a look. The skull of the demon god defeated by the magic emperor was eaten by the black mist. A little girl grabbed the priest's clothes, trying to pull it out. Okay, you, as the biggest outside of Asta and stop making trouble. I also want to write a letter to the village chief, asking him to donate some roasted yam, otherwise he will be out of food. The priest patted her head impatiently and motioned for her to play. Father, it's true. The 2 or 3 children behind the little girl should also be attached. Then go and show the nun. There was a bang. Before the priest had finished speaking, the broken wooden door of the church that had been in disrepair was kicked open by Asta. But the broken wooden door took advantage of years of stubbornness, and with the help of reaction force, it closed again after Asta entered the door. Sister, are you all right? Yasta? ×4. Asta, why are you so rude? Aren't you afraid of kicking the door? The priest's hand, which was still writing a letter, snapped his feathers in an instant. Huh? The demon god's skull is gone outside. I thought you were also killed. The kid next to him quickly took advantage of this opportunity to pull the priest's clothes. Really, you see that Asta has said that the demon skull is gone outside. Father, go and have a look. The priest realized the seriousness of the matter. Although he looked funny in the plot, it didn't mean he was stupid. The demon god's skull is so big, it has been there for hundreds of years. If there is no powerful magic, it is impossible to carry or make it disappear. Something must happen. The priest immediately switched his stern face, and regardless of the fact that Asta nearly kicked the door just now, he walked straight to the door of the church and reached out to open the door. Then there was another bang. Asta, how is the situation? Magna kicked open the door of the church, alert with a small fireball in his hand. Everyone is okay, but the priest was knocked behind the door by you. After Asta pointed to the door, The priest with a serious face was instantly smashed back into a crying face. Haha, is the old man okay? We need to understand the situation of the demon god skull. Huh. I don't understand this situation. You are going to ask those children. Seeing Magna's attitude improved, the priest Sundara got up. It was a huge black mist, and then the black mist ate the demon god's skull, and then the black mist disappeared. The purpose of black mist is only the demon god's skull. But how did Nero know that the demon god's skull was missing? Asta, Anal, where's Nero? No need to look for it, I am Nero, the modern wizard. On the hillside where the demon god's skull was originally located. Don't look for that devil skull, it doesn't matter. Nero stood barefoot on the hillside, wearing a black miniskirt, blue-black short hair and a pair of small black horns on his head, and his red eyes stared at the Asta 3. The style of the skirt is a bit like ballet, but it's black. The important thing is the statue of the first-generation magic emperor on the demon god skull. Modern wizards, I hope you can take me to find your magic emperor. Wait, although you are Nero, not everyone can see the magic emperor. You must make things clear before sending you to the magic emperor. And this matter must be reported to the head of the night, and then let him take us to find the magic emperor. Magna, as the predecessor of the magic knights, may not be strong, but now he has the most right to speak. I'm going to talk about it in front of the magic emperor. It's just a waste of time to say it now, and I will repeat it again when that time comes. Please take me to find your Yi Jian leader right away. Nero leaned forward slightly as he spoke. The statue is sealed with the prince. It is absolutely impossible for the prince's light magic to release this kind of black mist. She glanced at Asta's magic book again. For 500 years, he has been guarding the statue of the prince. In addition, this magical book has found a new owner. Now it has to be ethical at both ends, but it has neglected the statue of the prince. The only thing I can do now is to look for the statue of the prince while keeping the magic book of this bloody fool. You said lightly, I think too. I flew from the stronghold to Sosi village and then flew here in the morning. The magic consumption has recovered many times, and there is not much magic left. Magna said that it will take some time to regain the magic power. Nero only bit his lower lip, his hands clenched into fists, and cold sweat broke out on the palms of his hands. For more than 500 years, the worst plan is if the devil breaks through the seal and reappears in the world, destroying the seal on the prince. In this way, even if there is more than one demon, it doesn't make much sense to continue to guard the magic book of the blood-blooded fool. The second is that the devil did not reappear in the world, but the devil's servant or someone who was hostile to the prince broke the statue of the prince to pieces. The third is the most ideal situation. Someone collected the magic stone and inserted it in the corresponding position of the statue, unlocking the seal and resurrecting the prince. There is not so much time for you to recover your magic. Little royal girl, temporarily borrow your magic power for a while. Please add magic power to him. Oh, good. Enior replied. Nero was still a little uneasy. She always felt that something disgusting had been approaching here. There was always a disgusting breath in the air, but where did she seem to feel it? Demon? Evil heart? This is definitely the evil spirit of the devil. She felt it when she faced the devil 500 years ago. If the devil is coming, there is really no time. The magic of the royal girl is the water attribute, and the magic of the coxcomb head is the fire attribute, and the magic attributes are opposite, so that the supplement of the magic power will not be much faster. And she had just reintroduced into a human form, and there was not much magic power to use. Coxcomb, hurry up and take them out of here on a flying broomstick. But this little magic power can't fly to the stronghold. As far as you can fly, just leave here first. Good. Wait, is there any danger? Nahaji village. Yasta keenly felt the anxiety in Nero's tone. This is no longer about Haji village. If we don't tell the magic emperor quickly, something will happen to the entire Clover kingdom. Nero changed back to bird form, grabbed Asta by the hair, and forcibly dragged him away. Soon, a light fell on this hillside, and the wind gently brushed his cloak outside, and the cloak of the Golden Dawn group could be vaguely seen inside. The devil's skull is really gone, and the disgusting human statue on it. However, does this have anything to do with our elves? It's just that 2 souvenirs are missing. Will you be angry, William? Haha. That Daoguang was talking to himself while standing on the hillside, but it seemed like a split personality. I don't think you will be angry. After all, it's just a stranger to you. I have only met the statue's man a few times and haven't spoken. Besides, it is only the modern magic emperor who is kind to you. Ha ha. William, if I were an enemy of the modern magic emperor, which side would you be on? Neutral? Ha ha, it doesn't exist. You have to make a choice, William. That light straightened the mask on his entire face. Most humans, it's disgusting. After speaking, the light rushed towards the sky and disappeared. Black market. Yuan Xiling played with the stone in his hand. Hey, do you know some craftsmen who can make more exquisite magical devices? Well, Huang Mao thought about it carefully. In fact, if you want to do this, you don't have to be in the black market. Are there any custom-made artisan shops outside? I am more used to here. Well, I actually do this. There are many in the black market. I know one who is quite good. I'll take you there. This time Yuan Xiling wanted to find someone to customize a necklace or some decorations that could store cow charms. But after much deliberation, there are only necklaces. Inlaid belts and the like will be relatively better. If it is bracelets and the like, will the bold charm be relatively too big? Huang Mao led Yuan Xiling to a relatively remote place in the black market. The person you know puts the shop in such a way that it can receive customers? She should eat old customers. Some magic devices on her side are very useful in battle. Huang Mao also felt a little puzzled, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a fat man who was picking his feet next to him. Isn't this the Lord of Gamblers? If you don't go to defend your family and defend your country, you come to gamble again? Sure enough, the trash who walks through the back door will never be able to go to the right way. The big fat man's words seemed Yin and Yang strange. God of Gamblers, don't listen to him. You must be able to enter the magic nights. Huang Mao looked a little scared when he saw the fat man, and he leaned toward Yuan Shi and whispered. Yuan Xiling stretched out his hand and shook it twice. Okay, let's lead the way. Don't worry about so much. This fat man is nothing more than jealous. He can enter the magic nights without taking the test. The other thing is that he doesn't have much strength to walk through the back door, and he is a soft persimmon that can be pinched. The fat man was boring too, and stopped talking, just staring at Yuan Xiling's leaving back, revealing a trace of greed. This Domina. He sells magic devices or makes them very well. Huang Mao pointed to the brown-haired woman in the shop. Hey, kid, it's rude to point at others like this. Domina turned her head and saw Huang Mao pointing at herself. Haha, eldest sister, I have brought you new customers. Huang Mao said to the eldest sister, then turned his head and said to Yuan Xiling. God of Gamblers, I brought you here, so I left. I have to look after the shop. After speaking, he quickly slipped away. Yuan Xiling took out a cow charm imitation made with magic from under the windbreaker and placed it on the table. Can you customize a necklace magic device to hold this stone? If you can you help me make a magic book satchel by the way? Yeah. Domina picked up the imitation of the bold charm and placed it in her palm to examine it carefully. The magic device necklace you want to make is used to hold this? If it is only used to install the stone, it is simple, but if it is still a magic device, the difficulty is much greater and your requirements are too extensive. What kind of magic device do you have to say? How is it like? Yuan Xiling thought for a while and said, it's the kind that can hide things inside. Hidden effect? This can be done, that is, the magic fluctuations of the necklace can be made consistent with the own magic fluctuations, but it is not visible or visible. It's okay, that's it. Domina measured the size of the bowl charm again and continued. But I have to remind you that the magic device must be in contact with magic power. The one you gave me should be a magical imitation. It is better to put something that does not contain magic power, otherwise it will inevitably be in contact with magic power. React. It deserves to be said to be a skilled craftsman. You can even tell that this is an imitation. It is for this reason that Yuan Xiling didn't use magic to make gold coins before. The other thing is, the magical device shoulder bag that contains the magical book. With that, Domina flipped a Byakugan and continued. This thing still needs to be customized? When you joined the group, didn't your team leader give it to you? This special situation. Yuan Xiling was a little embarrassed. Forget it, let me make one for you, but this is not a magical device. It doesn't matter. Yuan Xiling took out the book fairy magic book. The difference from the previous one is that the strange stone seen on the black market is inlaid in the upper left corner of the magic book. Just when Yuan Xiling followed Huang Mao over, he secretly identified this strange stone. I didn't expect that this was really a defective magical stone used by the Diamond Kingdom to make a magic warrior. Yuan Xiling's total magic power in the body now roughly exceeds that of most magic knight group leaders. Originally, he planned to put this magic guide stone on himself, but he didn't have this idea when he saw that it was a defective product. However, this strange aura attracted the attention of Book Fairy Magic Book. After being put into the system melting pot and fused, the little paper figure seemed to come alive. Yuan Xiling also studied the usage of this magic book, but none of the magic above appeared, and the little paper man only moved a little bit and disappeared sometimes. But this time the little paper man sent a message to Yuan Xiling he wanted to fuse this magical stone. Yuan Xiling had no choice but to believe its feeling, put both into the system furnace, consumed one system point, and merged it. The name hasn't changed much, but the appearance has changed. The little paper man is in the center of the cover of the magic book, and the magic guide stone is inlaid in the upper left corner. But the gratifying thing is that the little paper man can control this magic guide stone to absorb magic power. That is to say, this Book Fairy Magic Guide has become a magic power automatic charging treasure. But since you want it to charge automatically, you have to place it in a magical place, not in the magic eye. Yuan Xiling only felt that it was the safest to carry it on her body. There was a craftsman here, so he asked her to make a satchel. When Yuan Xiling took out the Book Fairy Magic Book, Domina's pupils contracted obviously, but Yuan Xiling did not notice. In fact, Yuan Xiling was hesitant to take out the Book Fairy Magic Book because there is a small paper figure in the middle of the cover of this magic book, not the clover or four-leaf clover symbolized by the four-leaf clover kingdom, or the five-leaf clover symbolizing the devil. But thinking of his other magic book, the middle of the cover is the modern Huxia dictionary, and the one in the middle is still a six-pointed star. In addition, the cover pattern of Chammy's magic book in the Black Bull group seems to be a knife and fork. It doesn't matter. There are still many doubts about the pattern on the cover of the magic book. There are 3 types of cover designs for the four-leaf clover kingdom. The first is the common clover, the second is the lucky four-leaf clover, and the third is the five-leaf clover that represents the devil. Yuno is a four-leaf clover, and Asta is a five-leaf clover. The cover of the Diamond Kingdom magic book does not seem to have any patterns, otherwise it is just a square. They have been sewing the magic book back and forth, even if there are any patterns originally sewed by them. The cover of the Red Heart Kingdom magic book is a red heart. Yuan Xiling also learned from the leader of Yijian that the Red Heart Kingdom is surrounded by mountains and rivers, and has the highest forest coverage among the 4 kingdoms, and rivers also crisscross the entire kingdom, and fog covers the borders of the entire kingdom. But if you want to go to the Kingdom of Hearts, you need the consent of the Queen of Hearts to be able to penetrate the fog. Finally, there is the Kingdom of Spades at the far north, shrouded in the cold all year round. The cover of the magic book should be spades. It is the most mysterious of the 4 kingdoms and has the least amount of information. You came from the Diamond Kingdom? Domina asked after seeing Yuan Xiling's magic book, obviously thinking of her past. No. This craftsman is a little bit powerful. She wouldn't recognize that this magical stone came from the Diamond Kingdom, right? Then do you know Fonsel Kruger? Dominier continued to ask. What? Who is this? Not to mention that it has been less than half a month since Yuan Xiling came to Black Clover. He saw only 30 or 40 episodes of anime in his previous life. How did you know that, Fong? Domina didn't say much. After taking out a paper note to write down the size specifications of the magic book and the bull talisman, she waved her hand towards Yuan Xiling, indicating that he could leave. You haven't said how much money it is? Yuan Shi is unclear, so I don't know that he was very lively just now. What happened suddenly now? 1,500 Yule, gold coin. Domina replied feebly. After Yuan Xiling put the gold coin on the table, he turned around and left with the magic book and came to pick it up in a few days. By the way, let this guy calm down, probably because he remembered something sad, and he seemed to be afraid of being related to the Diamond Kingdom. Yuan Xiling tried hard to recall the plot. Those magic warriors in the Diamond Kingdom seemed to have been cultivated since childhood, and then, just like raising goo, select some of them with more potential for transformation. The party or something may have something to do with this. Yuan Xiling walked out of the alley and suddenly saw an old woman staggering on the widest road in the black market. But the old woman was carrying a heavy-looking bag in her hand, and she never knew what she was muttering in her mouth. Yuan Xiling's eyes lit up. Of course he was not going to rob. The young magic emperor after the disguise I have found you. Evil heart. Definitely an evil heart. Only the evil spirit of the devil can make people feel so sick. Now the prince didn't know where to go, and only the contemporary magic emperor and the contemporary magic knights could contend with the devil. Well, Nero, let's go straight like this. There will be nothing wrong with Haji Village, right? Just along the way, Asta seemed very silent. That breath comes and goes quickly. There is nothing wrong with Haji Village. What we have to do now is to quickly tell you the news to the leader of the night and let him report it to you, Magic Emperor. Nero did feel the aura dissipating, not long after he was on the road. However, the evil heart's aura seemed a bit unstable and disappeared in the last 2 flashes. Is it because the devil hadn't obtained the body yet? Yeah. Yasta nodded firmly. There are 2 beliefs that he wants to be the Emperor of Magic. The first is to protect the weak, just like the legendary first-generation Magic Emperor defeated the demon god to protect the people. The second is to prove that you can achieve extraordinary achievements, whether you are a pariah or a commoner. There's not much magic power left. You can't fly directly to the stronghold. Let's take a rest here. Panting heavily, Magna parked the disperser around the town below. This time they flew directly from the northernmost village of Haji to the Black Bullfighter stronghold in the east, passing a part of the flat boundary on the way. Coxcomb had bullshit. Do you usually go out on missions without a communication magic device? Anior is a little confused. If there is really important information to report to the team leader, shouldn't it be as soon as possible? Wouldn't it be better to just use the communication magic device? Magna was a little embarrassed when he heard this. He finished the gambling with old man Cece, and he lost all his clothes, so he quickly put on his clothes and started the task. The busyness and the fact that I did not pay much attention to this task shouldn't be said. It should be said that I don't think wild boars are too dangerous. You can return by killing a few wild boars. It doesn't matter whether you bring a communicator or not. Then take advantage of the opportunity to rest. I will give you a brief overview of the situation. Nero flew to Asta's head. About 500 years ago, I was a prince, which is what you call the first-generation magic emperor. What? Nero, you are the first-generation magic emperor. Asta exclaimed. Don't bother, wait until I finish. Nero pecked Asta hardly on the head. At that time I was a maid of the prince, and the prince treated me very well. The prince wanted people with low magical powers to be able to use magic, so he has been working on researching magical devices and asked me to assist him. One day, he met Richter, the elven patriarch who shared his thoughts. The two became friends, and the prince's sister also married Richter. Both of them are looking forward to a day when humans and the elves will get along. However, in order to come to this world, the demon led the prince to the palace on the wedding day of the princess and the elven patriarch Richter and attacked the elves. The elves disappeared. When Nero said this, he did not go on. Some things are not, the more people know the better, not to mention that she can't fully trust these people. But the person who can be the magic emperor should be trustworthy. 500 years of loneliness, 500 years of guardianship. She is no longer the inferior, innocent little maid. Prince, even if you are gone, I will still guard this country. No light, full darkness, full distortion. There are spheres of light emitting fluorescence. Wherever the fluorescence is located, the distortion is avoided, and where the distortion is, the fluorescence has never set foot. This is the void, and a green leather carriage is slowly driving here. The car skin outside the green leather car did not disperse the distortion, but let the distortion raging on it, and when the distortion was assimilated, it instantly restored its original appearance. In the green leather compartment, Ding Zico was still unconscious in the weapon pile, with 2 short swords inserted on the top. The original bloodline had already been cleaned by Yuan Xi's petty magic. After all, this carriage belongs to Yuan Xiling, and Yuan Xiling fears that the carriage will be soiled by Ding Zico. The wheels of the green leather car finally accelerated violently, rushed out of the twisted envelope, and entered the fluorescent light. But the distortion that was raging on the outer shell had not had time to get out, as the green leather carriage entered the fluorescent range. The green leather carriage trembled twice, originally trying to assimilate his distortion, whooping into its body, assimilated by it. At this time, it was Lulu's turn to panic, and they hurriedly withdrew a passage for the green carriage to pass through. The sphere of light that was originally guarded by fluorescence was also exposed to the void. Twisting was ready to move, but due to the green leather carriage, it did not directly raged over. The green leather carriage entered the light sphere, and the fluorescence also shrouded the light sphere again, blocking the distortion. The void regained its tranquility. Inside the ball of light, the sky is full of stars here. The green leather carriage suddenly appeared in a corner of the universe. The twist was released from the green leather carriage, but it was surrounded by the green leather carriage, not daring to wreak havoc. Distance is distorting, space is distorting. At the same time, in a galaxy not far from the solar system, a distortion also breeds there. There was no sound, and the green leather carriage had already appeared in that twist. The twist is absorbed again by the green leather compartment, and the green leather compartment is revealed. Looking at the solar system from a distance, the Earth seems to be covered with a huge circle at this time. Just send it there. Maybe someone is whispering. The outside of the green leather car was covered with twists again, but it did not jump directly as before. It sailed to the solar system, but no one found it. After all, the distance is still distorted, and it does not include the height of human studies other than samsara for many years, and it is easily reached by the green leather carriage. It reached the solar system in just tens of seconds. When passing by the planets of the solar system, they did not receive any gravitational force. Chid. The green leather carriage slowly drove into the circle outside the Earth and disappeared. Ball circles. Unlike imagined, there are cities of different sizes here, and there is a special channel connection between the cities. Pedestrians hurried. No one noticed a green leather carriage that suddenly appeared in a small alley. After arriving at the destination, the green leather carriages suddenly turned into spots of light, falling apart, leaving behind a place of equipment and Ding Zico. After a long time, Earth Paradise seems to have discovered that its exclusive small world seems to have one more non-player. Unfortunately, the authority of the main system of the park is too scattered. It cannot mediate this person's information, so it has to send an invitation to this person first. Earth Paradise send an invitation to you. Do you become a player? Yes or no? The application is out of date. Please respond within 3 seconds, otherwise Earth Paradise will automatically make a selection. Welcome to join Earth Paradise players. There is everything you want here, but it's not a paradise for the delicate. Not long after the announcement of Earth Paradise finished broadcasting, Ding Zico heard another voice in his mind. Welcome to join the number 0 chat group. Please be careful when you speak. Black market. Yuan Xiling was thinking about how to steal a part of the Magic Emperor at this time, or get the Magic Emperor in an upright manner, but couldn't doubt it. This seems a bit difficult. You have to plan carefully. The Magic Emperor is very keen, and it is no longer something that can be stolen with a knife alone. A sneak attack is unlikely. It seems to be a conspiracy on the whole. In his previous life, Yuan Xiling was known as a small integration expert. At a certain point, he posted a chapter saying likes, and it must be more than 1,000. Digress. While Yuan Xiling was thinking, a thief using wind magic whizzed past the old woman and snatched a big bag of gold coins in his hand. "Ah, my bag." The old woman called for help. Good chance. Yuan Xiling did not directly catch up, stepping out with his left foot, posing as a pistol, directing the magic power to the finger, aiming at the thief, and then shooting it out sharply. When the magic bullet is ejected from the finger, it quickly transforms into wind magic, which converges into an arrow in a rapid shot. What is this? Why is it so fast? Feng was much faster than the rogue's wind and cloud, where the thief was sitting, and soon followed him. Use wind magic to defeat wind magic. Huh. The wind and cloud of the thieves, after being pierced by the wind arrow, Yuan Xiling opened his hand, and then gently clenched his fist. The wind arrow scattered into a ring shape, and the thief was restrained as soon as it contracted. "Old lady, are you okay?" Yuan Xiling walked to the old woman, supported him with one hand, and activated the silk magic, with the other to bind the thief and the strap that fell on the floor, and then pulled it up and took it off. "Thank you, boy. I'm fine." The old woman laughed, wondering why Yuan Xiling always felt that there was light in his eyes. "So heavy?" Yuan Xiling caught the flying bag and shook slightly, muttering in his heart. Had it not been for the attribute points obtained by the wild boars in Suashi village, otherwise he would not even be able to pick up this bag. But it's so heavy, is it money? This magic emperor definitely used time magic to make a bet. Oh, good or bad? Old lady, be careful when you bring so many valuables by yourself. Yuan Xiling returned the heavy bag to the old woman, while kindly instructed. By the way, there is. Old lady, I have a good way to prevent this from happening again in the future. Would you like to listen to it? Oh? Can you let me listen? The old woman suddenly became interested. You only need to cut a hairstyle. Yuan Xiling bought 2 home magic devices from Huang Mao before, namely a magic loudspeaker and magic scissors. Can you tell me what the principle is? The magic emperor is actually not too old. He seems to be about 30 or 40 years old on the surface, but he obviously can't keep up with Yuan Xiling's brain circuit. When you look different in a group, you can't blend in with them. If you are strong, they will reject you. If you are weak, they will bully you. So, for your own sake, you must learn to pretend. Camouflage. Yes, disguise. Take a look and see if the one who robbed you is a bad boy. Yuan Xiling lifted the thief's kabuto hat. It was indeed a bad boy with a strange haircut inside, but his mouth had been blocked by Yuan Xiling's gene magic. So as long as you blend in with a bad boy, they won't come to grab you. But the first step in getting into a bad boy is the hairstyle. Hearing this, the old woman seemed to realize that something was wrong, and she drew the hand held by Kai Xiling and wanted to leave. The old lady of Magic Emperor Yi Rongqing wanted to take her hand out of Yuan Xiling, but found that Yuan Xiling's strength was amazing. No matter how she pulled her hand, she didn't move at all. Yuan Xiling pretended not to notice and continued to support the old woman and talk to him. When you look at a person, the first thing you look at is the hairstyle. If you cut your hair, the first one is to mix into the bad boy. The bad boy will not come to rob you. The second is that when people see your hairstyle and think you are a bad boy, they won't come to rob you. Yuan Xiling stretched out his hand from the windbreaker, raised an index finger, and spoke serious nonsense. If Yuan Xiling opened the windbreaker, the old lady of Magic Emperor disguise could be 40 or 50 years younger, and passers-by might think that the two of them are good sisters and good girlfriends. So, the principle is like this. Can I think of this? Is it great? Yuan Xiling took the magic scissors out of the windbreaker. He was about to laugh, but fortunately, he hadn't practiced less before, acquisition chi, and the method of breathing was also integrated in the acquisition chi, which can better control the body's muscles. Yuan Xiling is now trying to use the acquired chi to solidify the muscles of the face and adjust the breath in the body to prevent it from laughing. If you only collect a little hair, the Magic Emperor would really doubt it, but Yuan Xiling only needs to talk about it, and excuse me. When the time comes, I only need to collect a few hair remnants, and the Magic Emperor should not think about it. Moreover, the Magic Emperor had to maintain his image as a grandmother, and he certainly couldn't do it. It's roughly like this. Now I'm about to start doing it. The scissors cut the bangs in front of the old woman in half without any distinction. And the old woman just confessed her fate, no longer speaking, just staring at Yuan Xiling. Being stared at by an old face full of wrinkles, Yuan Xiling was a little flustered for no reason, but his face was very calm, and the scissors in his hand couldn't help speeding up. With the scissors in hand, half of the old woman's hair was cut short. Wait, it seems to be cut wrong. Yuan Zizero has never learned to cut hair in his previous life. I wanted to cut something like Ding Ziku's killing mat, but accidentally cut it at the back. Forget it, now I can't remedy it, so I just cut it casually. Okay, very energetic. Yuan Shirua pinched her chin and pretended to check. Killing mat must be done without dyeing his hair, but he doesn't seem to have anything to dye his hair now. Is there any magic he has that can be printed with color? Mud magic combined with mud magic plus slime magic? Put a pot of soil directly on his head? Please, the magic emperor will kill him. It doesn't seem to be able to print colors, except for using mimicry to change his hair color. But forget it. Yuan Shi used petal magic to conjure a few petals which were scattered on her head. Insert a few petals and kill Matt, right? Okay, very hockey, so no one should come to rob you. Well, very energetic. Yuan Xiling repeated it again. This time he let go of the old woman's hand first and directly opened the space gate with the other hand. Then, old lady, I'll go first. Yuan Xiling had been singing a one-man show from behind, which made him a little embarrassed, and the only remaining social fear was committed again. After Yuan Xiling dragged the thief away, a certain roof in the black market. The Magic Emperor had changed back to his original appearance, and his hairstyle had also changed back to his original short head, but Yuan Xiling's petals were still scattered on his yellow hair. This guy, Yi Jian, this kid has a good vision. He really has a strange child. See you at night, the big thing is not good. Magna drove the chaos and rushed directly into the stronghold of the bullfighter group. After smashing the door, she was afraid that she would directly cross the stronghold and break the car. Ainur and Yaster in the back seat were not so lucky, and a sudden break drove them out. Chammy, who was eating wildly, realized that the two of them were flying over here, and they were about to smash their precious food, and quickly launched neon magic to create 2 balls of cotton to support the two of them. And Magna's disturbance was parked in front of the sofa in the living room. The head of Yi Jian was sitting on the sofa, holding a glass in his hand, with a disgusting face. Before he met Yuan Xiling last month, he even won the gambling on the black market, and the opponent gave him this bottle of wine. At that time, the salary was not paid, and the only thing left in his possession was this bottle of wine. He was still reluctant to drink it. He waited until the Magic Emperor paid his salary this month before preparing to taste it now. Fortunately, it just poured out a little bit. It was soiled by these guys and couldn't drink anymore. If it was all poured out. You people, do you want to die? The eyes of the head of Yi Jian, like the red eye special effect of the short video, emit red light in his eyes. Magna also reacted in time, realizing that she was in trouble, and hurriedly shouted. See the leader at night, we had an accident on our mission. It's so noisy, what's the accident? The devil's skull is gone. Is that the demon god who fought against the first-generation Magic Emperor? Head Yi Jian touched the scum on his face. Yes, and there are some things I need you to tell the contemporary Magic Emperor. Nero flew to the head of Yi Jian, transformed into a human form, and said solemnly, Who are you? If you want to talk to the Magic Emperor, just ask him directly. The head of Yi Jian looked troubled. But I don't know where the Magic Emperor is, I hope you can introduce me to it. It's troublesome, Magna. Call in Finlar and tell him to go to the royal capital. Fenler skillfully opened a space door to the floor where the Magic Emperor usually worked. After all, he had sent the head of the night to the meeting many times. Fenler, you wait here. Good. It's not a day or two to be a porter for the bull gang. At this moment, Finlar saw a lovely girl in the distance. No, now I have a task, so I can't start a conversation. The leader of the night sees Asta, Ainur, and Nero entering it, and a blue-haired mushroom head is greeted. Originally, The head of the group that I saw at night only wanted to bring Nero, but Nero named him by name and said that Asta would also go, and then Ainur didn't know what was going on and followed. Mushroom Head, help me call Boss Julius. The head of Yijian said as soon as he saw Mushroom Head. I've said that I'm not called Mushroom Head. Mushroom Head turned to the three of Yasta. When we first met, I was the assistant of the Magic Emperor. You can call me Marquez. Okay, we want to see Boss Julius. You hurry up and talk to him. Well, the Magic Emperor went out this morning and has not returned yet. Marquez smiled awkwardly. Then you should contact him quickly and say that there is something important. The head of Yijian was not surprised at this. He had known the Magic Emperor for a day or two. The Magic Emperor was just a big kid. Marquez used his memory magic to activate the communication to connect to the Magic Emperor, but he didn't answer once. But he was staring at the side at night, and he had to continue to activate it. Finally, the opposite Magic Emperor was finally connected. Magic Emperor, where did you go? Yi Jian seems to be looking for you in a hurry. The background of the opposite Magic Emperor looked a little fuzzy, but his hairstyle looked a little funny, with pink petals scattered around. Boss Julius, your hairstyle is a bit unique. It was the first time that the head of Yi Jian saw the shape of Magic Emperor. What? The Magic Empress swept away the petals after realizing it. He had just followed Yuno to Haji village and forgot to clean up the petals on his head. Boss Julius, the demon skull in Haji village seems to have disappeared, and there seems to be someone in our group who knows the situation, and now I want to talk to you in person. Okay, then I'll be right back. However, does the Black Bull group have this girl? Could it be that seeing you at night is talking to yourself and dragging others in? The Magic Emperor looked at Nero with a pair of horns on his head and thought. Not long ago, the Magic Emperor saw Yuno, who had grown up with Asta in the black market, flying over the black market, performing his first mission. His first task was to escort the opponent of the Uno Magic Knights to the Noble Magic Academy with Klaus and Mimosha. How could there be such a coincidence? The Magic Emperor could see through it at a glance, the trick of this son's generation of nobles, but he did not rush to reveal it, but followed them, wanting to see how it would develop next. On the way, the nobleman said he was going to visit Haji village, not to mention the others. At least the superficial attitude was still very sincere, Yunua accepted. Before arriving at Haji village, the Magic Emperor felt something was wrong. There was an uncomfortable breath in the air, which was a mixed breath, and the Magic Emperor could recognize the breath of ancient forbidden technique magic in it. He has never faced the devil directly, and he did not immediately recognize that there is a devil's evil aura in it, but he knows that it is this aura that makes him most disgusting. Magic Emperor's grinning face suddenly became serious, but the petals on his head looked a little funny. A flash, the Magic Emperor appeared in the sky above Haji village. Looking down, he found that the demon god's skull was missing. There is a little breath of ancient forbidden technique magic remaining here, but it shouldn't be launched recently. In the library of the royal capital, some information about ancient forbidden technique magic is recorded. Except for some special existences, activating forbidden technique magic requires a certain price, such as what assistance is needed, and there may be side effects after the attack. What is the purpose? Let the devil's skull disappear? If you think about it a little bit scary, maybe there are pervert fanatics who want to resurrect the demon god. But there should be no magic that can resurrect life. After receiving Marquez's communication magic, what he cared about was the pair of black horns on the little girl's head. That thing made him feel a bit like a sequelae of using forbidden technique magic. The Magic Emperor hid in the grove at hand, and the waste mercenaries bought by the nobles of the Sun's generation detained them with time magic. Throw it at the nearest division of the Magic Knights. He doesn't have time to watch the Sun's generation of nobles do anything interesting now, and he has to go back to the royal capital now. Yuan Xiling didn't go back to the stronghold of the bully group, but like the Magic Emperor, first found a Magic Knight's branch nearby and threw the thief in. By coincidence, I chose a place similar to the Magical Knights Joint Department, where each knight group sent 1 or 2 members to take turns on duty there. If there is an accident during the mission, you can contact here urgently and then notify other Magic Knights to go to rescue. Yuan Xiling directly threw the thief at the door, turned around and left directly, and the people inside would come out to deal with it by himself. But Yuan Xiling must have never expected that guy, who was in the Magic Knight's assessment and battle with Asta, was thrown here by Captain Jack and was doing duty here. In the eyes of Captain Jack, Sigh is just a messenger, and he recruits such people for this purpose, so he sends Sigh here. After Yuan Xiling threw the thief here, the Magic Emperor who rushed to the capital also threw the waste mercenaries here. The fledgling Sigh has not dealt with this situation. In the end, under the praise of the newly acquired younger brother, he confused these two achievements on himself. This is something. After Yuan Xiling finished this, he positioned the space magic in his room at the Black Bullfighter's stronghold and prepared to jump directly onto the bed as soon as he reached the space door and went back to sleep. But this is good. Yuan Xiling has forgotten one thing. The stronghold of the Black Bull squad is not static. Although according to this, the rotation of the planet will also affect space magic, but it should be related to the issue of reference objects. However, Yuan Xiling's reference object seemed to be the wrong choice. The distance to the Black Bulls is correct, but whose room is this? As soon as Yuan Xiling opened the space door, she felt a strong suction from the opposite side, which made the space door on the opposite side very unstable. Had it not been for the supply of magic power from Yuan Xiling's side, the space gate might collapse at any time. Let's go and see the situation first. Yuan Xiling walked over quickly, and it wouldn't be good to be cut in half by the space gate. This is a very empty room with a big bed in the middle and a man with blue hair lying on it. Yuan Xiling is blue to white. This one is completely blue and messy, with her hair almost covering the entire bed. Is this guy in the Black Bullfighter group? Yuan Xiling caught a glimpse of the black cloak and magic book on his quilt, and realized that he was also a member of the Bull Squad. However, the magical power of Yuan Xiling has been absorbed by this blue-haired guy, and the closer he gets, the stronger it becomes. The day after tomorrow, it is not possible to completely isolate the magic power from dissipating. If the magic power is stored in the stomach bag, it will be very troublesome to take it out during battle. So annoying. Well, my name is Yuan Xiling, and I am also a member of the Black Bullfighter group. Can you stop absorbing my magic power? Yuan Xiling adjusted the amount of magic power loss to a minimum with a sad face. The guy lying on the bed seemed to have not moved for a long time. He turned his head when he heard Yuan Xiling's words and made a crunchy, twisting sound, making Yuan Xiling startled. My name is Henry Lee. This one I know, there, and what to do. No way? But looking at the appearance of this magic book, it should be a new variety of magic. Forgive you at this point. Yuan Xiling touched the magic scissors in his pocket. I have become addicted to cutting my hair recently. You are a member of the Bull Squad, so why don't you usually go down? After Yuan Xiling asked this question, he knew that he had asked it in vain. Isn't the answer obvious? This guy is absorbing magic power everywhere. Yuan Xiling is okay. Someone with less magic power like Magna was sucked. Didn't he just kill half his life? Without waiting for Henry's sluggishness to answer, Yuan Shirua took out the magic scissors. Although they can't be driven directly by magic, they can still be used as ordinary scissors. Your hair seems a bit messy. Let me change it for you. When he said that, he approached Henry with a smile. In Henry's eyes, Yuan Xiling exuded a dangerous aura. Little bird. Henry leaned back, shielding his hair somewhat, and spoke with difficulty. Little bird? What bird? Little bird swims in Luwa? Henry shook his messy hair again, and most of his hair was curled up because he hadn't washed it for a long time. I saw a small head poked out of Henry's hair. The light yellow was very obvious in the blue, and then many more birds flew out. This hair is really a bird's nest. That? Henry's hair has a bird in it, so he can't make a big change, but it should be okay to cut it a little bit. Can you cut a little hair for me? This is my magical property. Yuan Shiji compared the length of a section with his fingertips and explained to Henry by the way, so as not to appear too sudden. After getting Henry's hair, the source of the panic, Xiling did not know what to talk to Henry and simply went back to the first floor. On the way downstairs, Yuan Xiling also predated the hair of Magic Emperor and Henry by the way. Successfully pray, get time magic. Successfully pray, get castle magic. Time magic. But it's a big killer. Yuan Xiling is going to find some time in the near future to quickly develop time magic. The reason why the Magic Emperor is so strong, time magic also has a lot of credit. As for the castle magic, it is a bit tasteless for the current Yuan Xiling. This magic can make the things familiar around you carry out a certain amount of magical refining, and you can control it after refining. The reason why this entire Black Bullfighter group's stronghold has been changing is that Henry has refined the entire house. Let's talk about this magic when there is a fixed settlement in the future. Going down to the first floor, there was no one in the hall. Magner fell tired on the sofa to one side, closing her eyes to rest. And the other members are doing their own things as usual. Asta and Anal are not there? In the original plot, the first mission of Asta and Anuor seems to be to go hunting wild boars with Magna in Sosi village, and then encounter Sith and others who are about to commit a crime and defeat them. Then Sith and others committed suicide, and one escaped. Elder Sishi, the mayor of Suashi village, also died this time to protect the villagers. However, this part of the plot has been almost destroyed by Yuan Xiling. Elder Cece did not receive the lunchbox, and the guy from the original plot failed to escape, so there should be no one to inform their boss. The original plot did not describe what Asta did before the first mission, but it must also be working in the stronghold. Is it hard to make it today? Yasta, Anuor, and the leader of the Night Sea are going to report the mission. To whom did the team leader report the task? Magic Emperor? Magic Emperor, I just saw him. In the sky of the four-leaf Clover Kingdom, a line has been extending to the royal capital. It's like a number line. The number axis stopped in the sky above the capital, transformed into a human form, and entered the office floor of the Magic Emperor through the window. Boss Julius, you're finally back. The head of Yi Jian was leaning on the windowsill to smoke, holding a task list in his hand. Although Marquez tried his best to stop the head of Yi Jian, he was helpless in the end. When the head of Yi Jian stared at him, he stood beside him obediently. No way, the strength of the head of Yi Jian is much higher than him, not to mention that he is not a combat type. As for this task list, it is the things that need to be dealt with in the four-leaf Clover Kingdom. The Magic Emperor will first handle it, and then distribute it to each group to allow other group members to carry out the task. Boss Julius, our regiment has recently arrived newcomers, and there are no tasks to do. Take some from here, isn't it too much? When the head of Yi Jian faced the Magic Emperor, he did not have the sense of restraint from the lower level to the higher level, but seemed relaxed and casual. Compared to this, let's discuss what you want to report first. Let me meet that girl first. The Magic Emperor raised his cloak and sat on the chair at the center of the table. While waiting for the Magic Emperor to come, Nero had already sorted out his thoughts and was about to speak, but the Magic Emperor said first. I've been to the Demon God's skull beforehand. The Demon God's skull has indeed disappeared, and at the scene, I also felt some mixed breath. Nero originally wanted to remind the Magic Emperor that this matter was related to the survival of the Clover Kingdom. She did not expect that the contemporary Magic Emperor had first revealed his information. It contains the breath of forbidden technique magic. I can't distinguish the type, but most of it is a kind of disgusting breath. Yes, that disgusting breath, I suspect it is evil. That is, the breath of the devil, so I hope to strengthen my defense. How is the strength of the devil? The Magic Emperor did not directly accept Nero's words, but asked her instead. Very strong. Nero said without hesitation. A demon has caused the destruction of the elves. Although there are elements of sneak attacks, it also shows that their wisdom is not inferior to humans. Really? Elves. The Magic Emperor frowned. In the Forbidden Library in the royal capital, there are records about the elves, a race that is extremely close to magical powers, and every individual has extremely high magical powers. There seems to be a first-generation Magic Emperor's notebook or diary in the Forbidden Library. It seems to contain information about the elf clan. What did the elf clan chief at that time seem to be called? But the diary was broken when it was written at the end of the diary, and the follow-up elves didn't say anything about it. What's more, he accidentally lost the key to the Forbidden Library, and the door lock seems to be made by the first-generation Magic Emperor and his assistant Sakor Spiritor. In addition to the key, it seems to be only forced to unlock. So the Magic Emperor hasn't entered that Forbidden Library for a long time. So, how did this little girl know about the elves? By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Sakor Spiritor. I am a prince, the maid and assistant of the first-generation Magic Emperor. I hope this will increase the credibility of my words. Magic Emperor. Why don't you introduce yourself first, and let me be suspicious here? The Magic Emperor frantically complained in his heart. I thought it was just a little girl who accidentally used the forbidden technique magic, and then didn't know where to get the information about the era of the first-generation Magic Emperor. Unexpectedly, she was the maid of the first-generation Magic Emperor. People who have personally experienced the events of that year. So why don't you tell the whole thing all at once, and let me bother with it? The Magic Emperor glanced at the black corner on Nero's head. On it, he couldn't notice the breath of forbidden technique magic. Thinking about it this way, this forbidden technique magic should have been released 500 years ago, and the aura had long dissipated during these 500 years. Then trouble, Miss Sakor, tell us about the incident at that time and your speculation. Nero cleared his throat and began to tell. 500 years ago, the prince and his sister met Licht, the then head of the elven clan at the time outside Hui. At that time, all the elves lived outside Hui. The prince and Licht have common thoughts and become close friends, and the prince's sister and Licht become lovers. The prince understood that if humans want to live in peace with the elves, they must first solve their internal problems inside humans. They must first live in peace. So the prince and I devoted themselves to studying the magic device. My seal magic is very helpful for the magic device to store the magic power, so we researched the magic stone and the dovetail. When the Magic Emperor heard this, his eyebrows twitched, and he subconsciously touched a blue star mark on his upper left forehead. Then on the day of the wedding of the prince's sister and Licht, the devil tricked the prince into the palace and went to attack the elves by himself. The demon fell in love with Licht's magical intimate physique as an elf, and wanted to seize his body. So the demon killed all the elves, leaving Lizard in despair, and turned his 4-leaf clover magic book into a 5-leaf clover so that the demon could enter his magic book and take his body. Aside, Asta has been staring at the Magic Emperor. This is the real Magic Emperor. He must surpass the goal in the future. This is not much to look at. Although he really wanted to run up to ask for an autograph, it seemed that a few big people had something very important now. It would be nice to let him listen to it, so don't bother. But when he heard the words 5-leaf clover will be robbed of the body by the devil, he jumped in shock instantly and took out his 5-leaf clover magic book from his shoulder bag. Wait, my magical book seems to be a 5-leaf clover. There will be no demons in it, right? Nero glanced at him, but he was accustomed to Asta's surprise. Please wait a moment. I will talk about your magic book later. Listening to the tone of the words, Asta realized that things might not be as bad as he thought, so he sat down quickly. After the prince arrived, Richter understood the truth of the matter. He didn't want his body to be possessed by the devil, but in the end he did not succeed. The devil did not occupy the body, but Licht also turned into a devil. In order to prevent Richter from destroying everywhere in the kingdom, the prince reluctantly killed the demon god, but he was also severely injured. I used the forbidden technique magic to seal the demon god's skull, and the demon was also sealed by me. Licht, the 5-leaf clover magic book also fell on the demon god's skull. Because of the use of forbidden technique magic, I turned into a demon bird and fell into a deep sleep. Not long after I woke up, the 5-leaf clover magic book had already chosen Asta. So my current magic book is the Magic Book of Licht, the Elven Clan Patriarch? Asta looked at his 5-leaf clover magic book. He didn't understand why the magic book chose himself. Yes, Licht seems to be sword magic, but I don't know why. The sword in your magic book seems to be a bit special, with the ability to anti-magic. Wait, I have a big question. The leader of Yijian finally chose a few tasks, and he was holding them under his arm to take them home to send out benefits to those members so that they would not feel bored again. But while choosing, he also pricked his ears to listen to Nero's narration. At this time, he had a big doubt. Why didn't his magic book disappear after something in that died? This looks like the one in the Diamond Kingdom. It may be that after Richter became a demon, he is no longer Richter, and only the demon, not Richter, died. The door of the room was pushed open, and Yuan Xiling walked in. His current expression is a bit subtle. He just predated the demon god's skull just before noon, accidentally predating the first-generation magic emperor who hadn't received his lunchbox. He thought that the demon god's skull was useless, and it wouldn't cause any storms when it suddenly disappeared. In the end, he thought it wrong and underestimated the power of the legend. In that legend, the demon god almost destroyed the existence of human beings. At that time, only the first-generation magic emperor could defeat him. Now that it disappeared suddenly, it would definitely cause confusion. TSK tut, my brain hurts. In the end, it's a big deal to hide in other worlds. Anyway, the magic emperor's time magic has already arrived. Boy, why are you here? Seeing Yuan Xiling suddenly appeared and caught the topic, the head of Yi Jian was a little confused. You have to ask the magic emperor. Every member of the Magic Knights will wear something similar to a communicator. Asta and Anal probably haven't distributed it yet, but Genyuri has already got it, although he thinks it's useless. Because the Black Bulls will not bring this thing when going out on missions or going out, and it won't be used if there is magical interference. However, soon after Yuan Xiling returned to the Black Bull Group's stronghold, he received a call from the Magic Emperor and asked him to come to the office of the Magic Emperor. He seemed to believe that Yuan Xiling could find this place. The Magic Emperor didn't even tell him the exact location, so he hung up the communication. Yuan Xiling didn't know how to call back this thing. After I came to the royal capital with space magic, I found it with rock magic a model for narrating the world. I asked him to come over. I have to ask him something. The Magic Emperor smiled awkwardly, and he couldn't bear Yi Jian staring like this. Although it is not good to call other people's members at will, it is different now. Are you Genyuri? Then I will call you like that. Can you elaborate on the situation of the attack on Soxi village at that time? The incident in Suashi village was very different from the usual robber invasion. This is one of the more special events that the Magic Emperor has encountered since he came to power and must be handled properly. If necessary, uproot that organization. Asta and Anal, who had been a little confused about the content of their conversation, became interested when they heard Sosi village. After all, they had just returned from there in the morning. I thought that eating the demon god's skull was discovered, but in the end I didn't expect this to be the case. At that time, I didn't seem to have done anything bad, and I was not afraid of shadows, so let's talk about it. So, only a few people in that organization were the ones who attacked Soxi village? The Magic Emperor confirmed to Yuan Xiling. The same as he expected, the first thing that can slaughter the village directly is that there is an organization. The few people in Tutsuin were not strong, but dared to die, and would rather die than reveal the information of their organization. Therefore, there is a common belief, which will inevitably form an organization. The second is to hate the four-leaf clover kingdom. The Magic Emperor estimated that their common belief was this, and they harbored resentment towards the four-leaf clover kingdom. According to Yuan Xiling, they were looking for something, but if they were only looking for something, they wouldn't kill the village directly. With the intent to injure people on a large scale, it can already be directly judged as an evil organization. Yes, the leader seems to be named Sith, and they said, all this is for the Lord's sake. That adult? Is it the leader of the organization? It's really crazy belief. Gen Xiling, I called you over today not just for this matter. The Magic Emperor was still in deep thought just now, suddenly raised his head, changed the conversation, and pointed to Yuan Xiling. What's up? No way, no way? Stealing food was really discovered? Although you have not joined the Magic Knight Order when you experienced the Sosi village incident. You are a citizen of the Clover Kingdom after all. I think it is necessary to raise your Magic Knight level. The Magic Emperor took out something a bit like a small medal at Station B from the drawer, except that it was not a small golden TV, but a golden clover. Frightened to death. Yuan Xiling secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It would be great if he became Saitama teacher when he first gained the system, and it won't be like that now. Magic Knight levels are divided into upper, middle, and lower levels, and each level is divided into 5 levels. Your mission is special this time, but since you are a newcomer, you can't directly increase the level of the Magic Knight, so you can make do with it first. The Magic Emperor seemed to feel that such a feat was not worthy of Yuan Xiling's mission. He handed the medal to Yuan Xiling. Yuan Xiling took it, and suddenly felt a heavy hammer in his brain. It must be courteous to award merits. The head of Yi Jian banged Yuan Xiling's head fiercely, and then gave him a demonstration. The index finger and middle finger stretched out across the chest. Ha ha, don't be too embarrassed to see you at night. You didn't do this back then. The Magic Emperor looked at the two and suddenly laughed. But I am now the leader, Boss Julius. The head of Yi Jian said angrily that he is now ready to cultivate newcomers. Yuan Xiling also barely compared this gesture, stepped aside after doing it, and observed the medal. There was a line crookedly written under the little golden clover. This, I can't understand the tadpole text. Hey, Asta, what is written on it? Gen Yuri sat next to Asta, stabs him with an elbow, and said, Senior Yuan Shizero, aren't you illiterate? Yasta said with a look of surprise. Please, I have said that it hasn't been long since I came to this country, and I don't understand the language of this country. Yuan Xiling inexplicably felt that Asta had a taunt in it, and responded in an angry manner. It says 5th Intermediate Magic Knight. Intermediate level 5? Skip all the stages of the lower level directly. This feat is already very good, okay? To be honest, Yuan Xiling actually doesn't care about these things, where strength is important in these imaginary things. He is not like Yasta. He needs to accumulate meritorious deeds if he wants to be a Magic Emperor. The Magic Emperor is dead in trouble. Whoever loves it will go. Gen Yururi was awarded a medal, and the Magic Knights he was in were naturally indispensable. The merit stars of the Black Bull group have changed from -31 to -30, which is the same as the original plot. Nero also joined the Black Bull gang smoothly. The goal of the devil is this 5-leaf clover magic book, and Nero also promised that if the first-generation Magic Emperor wants to protect this country, she must prevent the devil from getting this magic book. The best way is to become a little black bird and guard next to Yasta. Under the flicker of the head of the night, Nero joined the Black Bullfighter group, but the Magic Emperor suggested that this matter should be kept confidential, and at the same time, he asked Nilu not to become human in the public. 500 years have passed. Perhaps the devil had thought that everyone who had experienced that thing was dead, and thought he was in the dark. If the devil finds Nero, he will immediately understand that the people in the Clover Kingdom have become wary of him. When the devil wants to run, it will not be easy to catch him. All they have to do now is to continue to do tasks to become stronger. After sending away a few people, the Magic Emperor leaned on the chair alone, thinking about these things in his mind. Soci Village Incident? Demon Skull? First-generation Magic Emperor statue? Demon? Elves? These things are all connected. The skull and statue of the demon gods disappear, and there is a high probability that the devil will lift the seal. The internal and external causes are unknown. However, the Soci Village incident was before the demon skull disappeared. There are several joints that cannot be connected. Nero? Seal? Humanity? Peace? Very messy. Could it be a group of lunatics who worship demons? Everyone in the Black Bullfighter group quickly accepted Nero. After all, their group sometimes did not come to a newcomer for several sessions, and 4 people came directly in this session. Kaisin. Yuan Xiling is also quite open to sin, because then finally can go to the Magic Palace. When the Magic Emperor sent them out, he also gave them a task to designate Yuan Xiling, Yaster, and Anuor. The content of the mission is to explore a magic palace that appears at the junction of the Diamond Kingdom in the west. At the same time, the Golden Dawn group will also send 3 members over. The specifics are unknown. Nero would turn into a blackbird and follow them, but he would not make a move. In fact, the attack power of Nero's encapsulated magic is almost 0, but its auxiliary ability is absolutely top-notch. For your own side, you can seal the wound, seal the pain. If your hand is broken, you can press it back, seal it, and then go back to the professional treatment team for treatment. To the enemy, just to seal it, the strongest seems to be able to perform a designated magic seal. After Yuan Xiling knew that it was Nero who used the sealing magic, she also brazenly asked for a few hairs from Nero. Although Nero thought he was a pervert at one time, the misunderstanding was eliminated after explaining that it was magical. But what made Yuan Xiling uncomfortable was that Nero was even taller than him, and it felt like he was 160. In this way, he was the shortest among the 4 people who joined the group this year. Fortunately, the transformation did not give him the initial height of 130 for King Ming at the time, otherwise it might be about the same as Chami now. The Demon Palace should not change much from the plot. It should be the one where Asta got the second demon sword. There is also one of the 4 basic element elves, Wind Elf, which was acquired by Yuno in the plot. The magic sword is of no use to Yuan Xiling, but the Wind Spirit, he must take it. The elves are different from the elves. The Wind Elves are one of the 4 basic element elves, and the entire Black Clover of the element elves is limited to 4. This is the Magic Palace. It's so dark. A ball of light appeared in Yuan Xiling's hand. This was the first time he used light magic. Light magic is really a quiet and elegant magic. The same as dark magic, there is no sound when it is activated. Other magical activations will carry a special effect sound, such as fire magic S Pola Pola and water magic S Pop Scare. It's cool to have special effect sound, but sometimes it's not so convenient for sneak attacks. Senior Yuanxi Zero, is there light in front of you? Asta stood behind Gen Yuryu, holding the magic sword in his hand, and said nervously, "This is his first more formal mission, and I heard from the seniors that there is some ancient magic hidden in the Magic Palace, which is very dangerous, and you may die if you are not careful." Well, there should be a Magic Palace there. Gen Yuri glanced at Yasta with a bit of disgust. Your legs trembled like this. Are you excited or scared? Otherwise, isn't the Magic Palace that we walked over just now? Asta scratched his head in embarrassment. Isn't that Senior Xiling is here? He is so strong, there is no need to be afraid. It's a tunnel at best. Do you think we have encountered anything along the way? It doesn't seem to be. The 3 of the Black Bull squad are also fully prepared to come over. The day before Yasta came, he did more than 1,000 sit-ups or less. It's a pity not to be bald to become Saitama-sensei. Anuor also bought a small wand that assisted in magic control from Domina through Barnasha's recommendation, about the length of chopsticks. And Yuan Xiling also went to the black market to get the necklace and shoulder bag. The cow charm was put into the necklace, and there was a lid on it. It was just right, and there was a small rune engraved on it, which should be used to conceal the wave of magical power. However, the bull charm is not a thing in this world, and it will not produce any magical fluctuations at all when used. I have been worried before. The string on the shoulder bag is also an unexpected fit. Yuan Xiling also did some integration of these magics he possessed. He merged Shadow Guard rune into Dark Magic and Seal rune, incomplete, merged into Seal Magic. Now these 2 talismans can be used. After the original incomplete Seal Talisman was fused, the Seal Magic was used to fill in the incomplete part, forming a very different sealing method from the original. Shadow Guard rune. The guards summoned also have the effect of dark magic to attract enemies. But what makes Yuan Xiling speechless the most is that they are still runes after fusion, and they need to be portrayed before they can be used. Before coming, Yuan Xiling took out the long-lost magician's cane, reported Shadow Guard rune, summoned about a dozen shadow guards, and let them lurking in her shadow. "Wow, this is too bright," Yasta exclaimed. The sudden appearance of strong light caused a momentary trance of vision. The whole picture of the Magic Palace is also revealed. There are grass and rivers, and the rock walls are covered with fantastic white lines, which are in sharp contrast with the authentic darkness. The strange thing is that the river here seems to be on all 6 walls. It flows directly from the ground to the walls and then to the ceiling. It looks amazing. How did it build? Asta was completely relieved of the tension just now, just kept looking around. Most ancient magic is unimaginable. The magic power gathered here can already distort space. Yuan Xiling suddenly thought that she still had a devil-gathering talisman, and the effect seemed a bit similar to this magic attack gathering magic power. If you can find a rune that gathers magic power in this magic palace after predation and fusion, then the devil-gathering rune can be used. Asta, let's split up from here. You and Rimuru will team up. What? Asta was a little speechless, and in the end, Senior Xiling seemed a bit unreliable. Yuan Xiling put on the glove on his left hand at some point, and with a light pinch, 2 playing cards appeared. These 2 playing cards are one for each of you. When you are in danger, crush them. I will be there in time. Yuan Zizero's playing cards flicked and flew to both of them. Yuan Xiling. Senior, shouldn't you take your time to do the task for the first time? Wouldn't it be too anxious to split the soldiers? Calling a little annoying cute creature predecessor, Ainu was still a little uncomfortable. She understood that her strength and magic power could not be perfectly controlled, and she was a little uneasy about Asta, who was a newcomer with her. Even if she has some good feelings for him. This time, it is not only us who came to the Devil's Palace, the Golden Dawn Group, and the people from the Diamond Kingdom. In fact, Yuan Xiling didn't worry about these threats to him, but it's better not to let others know about his predation ability. The Diamond Kingdom. Yes, so if we want to attack the Devil's Palace, we need to be quicker if we get the merits this time. Your strength is not bad. It will be faster to split the troops into 2 lanes. After speaking, wind and electricity suddenly emerged from Yuan Xiling's feet, winding upwards and turning them into a pair of boots. Wind power combination magic, Wind Thor's boots. The speed is faster than Lux, Thor's boots, and because of the wind magic, it is also smoother, and there is no need to stop when turning. Bang, stab, stab. The place where Yuan Xiling originally stood was like a spider web bursting into a big hole, leaving only a blue arc forming a circle, crackling. The strong wind brought Asta and Ainur both narrowed their eyes, and Asta had to wave his anti-magic sword to counteract the strong wind blowing to the side. After the strong wind disappeared, Yuan Xiling was nowhere to be seen. So strong. Yasta took a deep breath. He already knew that Yuan Xiling was already very strong before he obtained the magic book, but he did not expect that after he obtained the magic book, this strength. It's too exaggerated. And the other side of the magic palace. Yuan Xiling smashed through several walls silky and plunged into a lake with a plop. The magic is really silky, you don't need to stop when you turn, but you really can't stop. Just now from a distance, he saw some wonderful lines on a stone gate, which was still shining with blue light, fearing that it would be a new rune. Then Yuan Xiling wanted to stop predation and drop the stone gate. Then he came across the stone gate, including the secret room behind it, smashed several walls in one breath, and plunged into a pool of water. Coming out of the water, Yuan Xiling's body was wet, her black windbreaker clinging to her body, drawing a perfect 3-no arc. Bah, why does this water have a strange smell? Yuan Xiling ignited the long-lost primary fire on her body, expelling the moisture from her body. This feeling of being wet all over is really uncomfortable. But why does this water have a weird smell? And it feels slimy. This lake is also quite clear. There is no unidentified white liquid in it, right? Evil. But the amount of magic power in the air here is more than just now. Yuan Xiling opened Rock Magic Model Rocks to narrate the world and observed the layout and structure of the Magic Palace. The biggest secret palace in the middle should be the place where the 6 members of the Clover Kingdom and the magic warrior from the Diamond Kingdom finally duel in the original plot. There should also be the place where the second anti-magic sword of the Wind Elves and Asta was stored. Let's call it the Treasure Hall for the time being. In addition, there are many gold coins stored in the Treasure Hall. The gold coins that Yuan Xiling won by strength before actually spent almost the same, just to replenish the inventory. Yuan Xiling turned back again before going to the Treasure Hall and went to see the secret room that the pair had just passed through. It can be seen that the walls around the secret room were originally engraved with blue lines, but because of Yuan Xiling's crossing, two walls almost collapsed and the other two sides were also damaged. The blue fluorescence had long since disappeared. System, if this is a predator, have you resolved what it is? It's scrapped. There are too many missing. I can't resolve it. But host, did you forget the ceiling? Yuan Xiling looked up when he heard the words. Although the blue fluorescence had turned gray, the lines on the ceiling were basically intact. Listening to the system say this, then there should be more than one kind of engraving in this room. Pray. Black mist ejected from Yuan Xiling's hands, covering the entire ceiling. Successful predation. Obtained, Shadow Prison Cage Talisman, incomplete. Oh, in the end it was only incomplete, no matter what. Let's go to the treasure hall first. The model rock that narrates the world, it's not just a map. If you zoom in on a certain area, you can restore the sound and scene. On the model rock, including the location of Yuan Xiling, there are already signs of life in 5 areas, of which 2 teams have already joined. If the guess is correct, it should be the Golden Dawn group Yuno, Mimosha, and Klaus who met Asta and Aenior. But then, the 5 of them will still act separately, and the friendly side will ignore it for the time being. Looking at the enemy again, there is only 1 red dot in one area and a dozen red dots in another area. The individual red dots walked very slowly, but the general direction can be seen to be moving towards the treasure hall, and the group of red dots gathered seemed to be aimless, only to shift the position from time to time, which seemed to be on standby. Yuan Shi rubs his chin. If he is going straight to the treasure shop, he must be passing by the cluster of red dots, that is, the little one in Diamond Kingdom who uses smoke magic to work hard for the 3 daughters of the family. The team led by Handsome Uncle. If possible, Yuan Xiling really didn't want to kill him. But it's okay to contain it. Voodoo Doll Magic Teddy Bear Parties. The magic turned into a teddy bear doll with dark red skin and a height of more than 2 meters. Let's go, potties. It's the first time to call you apart from the trial. I will take you to play today. Yuan Xiling beckoned to the teddy bear potties who was more than half a meter taller than him and motioned for him to follow. But potties didn't seem to hear Yuan Xiling shout. His eyes were all sewn up, and his left eye was a button with a trace of a quilt passing through. The right eye is a bit like a real eye, but combined with the feeling of a whole-body puppet, it looks very strange and hideous. Potties' face was toward Gen Yururi, and he clearly saw Gen Yururi beckoning to him. What's the matter? Potties? Yuan Shirue turned back again. He wanted to reach out and sway in front of Potties, but when he walked in front of Potties, he realized that the height difference could not be made up by tiptoeing or jumping. It's a bit bullying. Potties saw Yuan Xiling approaching him, bent down on his own initiative and stretched out his bare paw. What is this going to do? Yuan Xiling looked at this bear's paw, which was much bigger than her head, and put her hand up in doubt. The palm of his hand is furry, not like a puppet. Potties closed the bear's paw, wrapped Yuan Xiling's little hand in it, and shook it slightly. Then he smiled again. Potties seemed to want to say something, but because it was a puppet, he couldn't talk and could only laugh away. It's just that his teeth are sewn, and his mouth is sewn. This smile is not very beautiful, but it hides the original hideousness and ugliness. In the one-eyed one with a hideous appearance, Yuan Xiling saw gentleness. Are you saying hello to me? Potties didn't answer Gen Xiling's question. Instead, he directly struck him with the other hand, ravaging him frantically. In his mind, Yuan Xiling felt the comfort from Potties. What are you doing? I haven't had any psychological problems. Yuan Xiao slapped Potties' bear's paw away and pulled out his other hand. He jumped a step back, turned his head away, hands on hips. Tell you, Potties. Don't hurry up. People from the Diamond Kingdom will arrive at the treasure hall. Potties was still smiling, and the bear's paw was not held up as before, but stood upright, as if to shake hands with Yuan Shirue. Yuan Xiling stared at him for a while before holding his hand again, but after all, he was infected by Potties' smile, and he also laughed. When Yuan Xiling laughed, her eyes were crescents, and she looked like a girl next door has grown up, which is very cute. It's a pity that the soul is subconsciously male, and the body is asexual, and has nothing to do with girls. Then, Meet for the first time, potties. Please give me some advice in the future. Potties also let go of Xiling's hands and beat her chest twice with both hands, seeming to be unblocked. He wanted to yell, but realized that he couldn't make a sound. Without waiting for Yuan Xiling to call again, he ran to the front by himself, twisting and twisting his awkward body. Yuan Xiling now has only 4 autonomous skills: 1. Teddy bear parties, 3. Mr. Sheep Chef, 1. Advanced magic of the former, Sheep Master Chef, and Shadow Guard rune, several. Oh, no way. I was comforted by the system before, but now I am comforted by my own skill. This mental state is really bad, and I lose the face of the traverser. Yuan Xiling laughed at herself in her heart, and the previously unfounded sense of pressure in her heart was also reduced a lot. Regarding Yuan Xiling's unoriginated pressure, this is actually the case. Yuan Xiling did not expect to have such a big impact when he preyed on the skull of the demon god, let alone the figure of Nero. Not to mention that, by the way, the first-generation magic emperor was given to Predator, which caused some undercurrent riots. Yuan Xiling is not a fool. Listening to the conversation of the magic emperor at that time, you can guess that the disappearance of the demon god's skull may cause greater turmoil on the dark side than on the bright side, and even lead to the destruction of the four-leaf clover kingdom. Although this is not bad for Yuan Xiling, he is still in the Black Clover, and he will be forced to leave by then. He hasn't researched the magic skin and magic field yet, and it is even harder to research in other worlds. So the sense of pressure, pronounced as stress, is actually written as guilty conscience. If it is discovered at that time, it will be difficult to explain. I don't know if I can continue to stay in the Black Bull squad. Yuan Xiling doesn't like wandering. It's good to have a small place to belong. After getting the poker cards of Gen Yururi, the two of Yasta were very curious. One is the poor, and the poor can't get in touch with entertainment. The other is the royal family, who usually despise this kind of gambling, so they rarely get in touch. Therefore, both of them neglected their feet and stepped on some unbelievable runes as they walked. Bunches of vines suddenly burst out from under her feet. Before Anuor could react, she was tied up in a pose that would only appear in small movies. She tried her best to conceal the skirt to prevent herself from passing out. As a straight man of steel, Asta was also caught off guard, frantically waving the anti-magic sword in his hand, but he could only save himself. Damn it, this damn vine. When Asta found out that Anuor, who he thought was very powerful, was hung up, he had lost his sight. Anuor was hung into the air. A huge piranha appeared where she was standing. The blood basin opened wide, and Anuor was about to be delivered into her mouth. Damn, Senior Gen Xiling has just left for a while. Are you going to ask him for help? Asta, fight for your anger. You want to become the Emperor of Magic. Asta's body rushed out subconsciously, but at that moment, he still thought a lot. But Yasta couldn't run the wind after all. Wind creation magic rain of wind blade. Yuno's support arrived, and the precise and powerful wind magic tore the cannibals apart every inch. Asta, then, we should be even. With his four-leaf clover magic book floating beside Yuno, there were two people standing. Yuno and Yasta grew up together, both of whom were abandoned babies thrown in front of the church. Asta was lively and active since he was a child, and Yuno had been hiding behind Asta when he was a child, timid and crying. Once Yuno was on his way back to the village chief by sending a letter, he was snatched by a gambling idiot who lost all his pants. That was the only thing he was thrown on the church about his biological parents. Asta finally stalked the idiot, relying on his small muscles for several years, successfully frightened the idiot, and snatched the magic stone necklace for Yuno. The two agreed to see who would become the magic emperor first. In order to win, Yuno didn't cry anymore, but he always wanted to pay off the favor of Astana. There was also the time when Yuan Xiling defeated Uncle Chain. Really? Yuno? Seeing his competitor suddenly become so strong, Yasta was also stressed, and a drop of cold sweat dripped on his forehead. Rodas, the uncle of the Diamond Kingdom, who has 3 children in his family, is very distressed. He has now met a crazy kid. This crazy kid just appeared among them suddenly, with a sweet smile. His eyes curled like crescents, as cute as a daughter at home. Then she said hello, and several of their subordinates suddenly fell down. Suddenly a scary doll bear appeared behind she. He greeted him with a paw and slapped him in a daze. The cigarette in his hand also fell to the ground. Rhodas called out his smoke magic in the air, and the small solid particles gathered together to form a soft trampoline to catch him. What are these people? Of the Clover Kingdom? Are you so strong now? Rhodas quickly got up from the trampoline, and the magic book unfolded quickly. Don't be serious, it will really die this time. Yuan, she curled her lips and put away her sword and smiled. He thought he smiled like luck in the original plot, and then gave the other party a little bit, and he would get the uncle's very sorrowful uncle, I'm afraid of pain. Boring. After collecting smoke magic, go directly to the treasure hall and leave the rest to Big Bear. The playing cards in Yuan Xiling's hand were shot out very quickly, and many small space doors were opened around. Rhodas had just enveloped the black smoke in front of him, and the playing cards had passed through the space door to his left, cutting off the hair beside his ear. The other two playing cards were strung out, clamped the fallen hair, and sent them to Yuan Xiling. Successful analysis. Obtained smoke magic. Well, Big Bear, Shadow Guard, I'll leave the rest to you. At the same time, 4 or 5 shadow guards suddenly appeared at the shadow of Yuan Xiling's feet, and they surrounded Rhodas with potties. What are you doing? Do you want a cat to play with a mouse? Just now, he could end his life directly. Why? The fine cold sweat on Rhoda's head kept coming out, and there was a sense of fear after a trip between life and death. There was thunder at Yuan Xi's feet, and disappeared in a very fast speed. Well, the strongest one is gone. The remaining 7 don't seem to be very strong, and it shouldn't be a problem to run away. Rotasti waited for Yuan Xiling to walk a certain distance before launching smoke magic. Smoke magic, the occupied smoke court. This magic reduces the opponent's physical function, and it is a range magic, which is just right for running. Thick black smoke emitted from Rhodas's body, spreading around, trying to block the sight of the shadow guards and patties. But when the black smoke reached around the shadow guard, it was attracted by them, and the black smoke instantly merged with the shadow guard. Shadow guard, unexpectedly? I also smoke. But what Rhodas didn't notice was that the shadow guard's figure was not as solid as before. The black smoke dissipated, revealing Rhodas, who had just built a carriage inside and wanted to escape. Rhodas looked embarrassed. He didn't expect his method to be so simple that he would be broken by the opponent. Ha ha, uncles. Before Rhodas could finish speaking, Patties rushed up straight, grabbed a bear's paw, and patted the carriage made of smoke magic into pieces. MD, ITM fight with you. A spear appeared in the hands of one of Rhoda's subordinates and rushed towards Patties. Patties glanced at him contemptuously. Voodoo doll magic, extended magic, Patties' gas armor. Patties was full of purple and black armor, and his bloated and fat body seemed inconvenient. But there is no need for convenience. Start demolition. Rhodas, the uncle of the Diamond Kingdom, who has 3 children in his family, is very distressed. He has now met a crazy kid. This crazy kid just appeared among them suddenly, with a sweet smile, his eyes curled like crescents, as cute as a daughter at home. Then she said hello, and several of their subordinates suddenly fell down. Suddenly a scary doll bear appeared behind she. He greeted him with a paw and slapped him in a daze. The cigarette in his hand also fell to the ground. Rhodas called out his smoke magic in the air, and the small solid particles gathered together to form a soft trampoline to catch him. What are these people? Of the Clover Kingdom? Are you so strong now? Rhodas quickly got up from the trampoline, and the magic book unfolded quickly. Don't be serious, it will really die this time. Yuan, she curled her lips and put away her sword and smiled. He thought he smiled like luck in the original plot, and then gave the other party a little bit, and he would get the uncle's very sorrowful uncle, I'm afraid of pain. Boring. After collecting smoke magic, go directly to the treasure hall and leave the rest to Big Bear. The playing cards in Yuan Xiling's hand were shot out very quickly, and many small space doors were opened around. Rhoda's had just enveloped the black smoke in front of him, and the playing cards had passed through the space door to his left, cutting off the hair beside his ear. The other 2 playing cards were strung out, clamped the fallen hair, and sent them to Yuan Xiling. Successful analysis. Obtained smoke magic. Well, Big Bear, Shadow Guard, I'll leave the rest to you. At the same time, 4 or 5 shadow guards suddenly appeared at the shadow of Yuan Xiling's feet, and they surrounded Rhoda's with potties. What are you doing? Do you want a cat to play with a mouse? Just now, he could end his life directly. Why? The fine cold sweat on Rhoda's head kept coming out, and there was a sense of fear after a trip between life and death. There was thunder at Yuan Xi's feet, and disappeared in a very fast speed. Well, the strongest one is gone. The remaining 7 don't seem to be very strong, and it shouldn't be a problem to run away. Rotasti waited for Yuan Xiling to walk a certain distance before launching Smoke Magic. Smoke Magic, the occupied smoke court. This magic reduces the opponent's physical function, and it is a range magic, which is just right for running. Thick black smoke emitted from Rhoda's body, spreading around, trying to block the sight of the shadow guards and patties. But when the black smoke reached around the shadow guard, it was attracted by them, and the black smoke instantly merged with the shadow guard. Shadow guard, unexpectedly? I also smoke. But what Rhoda's didn't notice was that the shadow guard's figure was not as solid as before. The black smoke dissipated, revealing Rhoda's, who had just built a carriage inside and wanted to escape. Rhoda's looked embarrassed. He didn't expect his method to be so simple that he would be broken by the opponent. Ha ha, uncles. Before Rhoda's could finish speaking, Patties rushed up straight, grabbed a bear's paw, and patted the carriage made of smoke magic into pieces. MD, ITM fight with you. A spear appeared in the hands of one of Rhoda's subordinates and rushed towards Patties. Patties glanced at him contemptuously. Voodoo doll magic, extended magic, Patties' gas armor. Patties was full of purple and black armor, and his bloated and fat body seemed inconvenient. But there is no need for convenience. Start demolition. Then he will use the worst. Prey on the wind elves. After preying, he may not directly parasitize him in wind magic. The effect of the wind wizard will grow as you grow. The wind elves are not parasitic in the magic book, and they seem to have no skills. Yuan Xiling suddenly felt that her face was slapped lightly and turned her head to see that it was the little paper man on the cover of Shuxian magic book. The little paper man passed a message to him there as a way to get it done. Yuan Xiling still remembers that when he first made the Book Fairy Magic Guide, his profile was record the magical text, copy the information. In other words, can the little paper man copy these magic words of the wind elves? The little paper man fell on the wind spirit scroll, squirming constantly, as if sucking the mystery in it. The Book Fairy Magic Guide, in my satchel, also flew aside and turned the first page. As the little paper man squirmed all over the wind elf scroll, the same text appeared in Book Fairy Magic Guide, except for the different colors. This is another copy of the wind elf? Yuan Xiling watched expectantly as the little paper man crawled back to the cover of the magic book, waiting for his next action. But after the little paper man climbed back to the cover, he lost his movement, and it was useless for Yuan Xiling to poke him anyway. Is this over? Is this to digest after eating? So if you got wind elf magic, you just squeaked. Seeing that he didn't respond, Yuan Xiling had to practice it herself, and the Shu Xian Magic Guide hovered to her side and turned to the page of the wind elf. Seeing that there was still no movement, Yuan Xiling remembered that the stroke wizard in the original plot seemed to be sleeping all the time and could only be awakened by external interference. Show up, wind spirit. There was no movement in the wind elf scroll and the magic book, but the shadow guards who were investigating at the door were attracted by him loudly. Yuan Xiling could feel the curiosity emanating from the beating blue flame of the shadow guards. What are you looking at? Focus on investigating you. Yuan Xiling glared at them fiercely. Several shadow guards turned their heads in disbelief. It seems that the soft ones are not good enough to come to the hard ones. Wind spirit, I advise you to do it yourself and show up as soon as possible. Otherwise I will throw you in the fryer. Shouldn't the wind spirit hear the threat? But there is still no response. Never mind. Yuan Xiling put away the magic book and the wind spirit scroll, ready to take it back and study together. He continued to look at the entire treasure hall, looking for patterns similar to the effect of devil gathering talisman. There are lines on the ceiling, there are also on the door, and there are some on the floor. What's strange is that the other 3 walls have no lines at all. In short, first put these magical devices and gold coins into the magic eye, and then, predator, these patterns. However, what makes Yuan Xiling somewhat speechless is that this magic palace has a lot of wealth-related things. That is, there are so many gold and silver jewelry. In particular, there are several golden swords. Yuan Xiling thought it was a powerful magic weapon, but he didn't expect it to be just ordinary golden swords, the kind that could only be used to sell money. In the end, Yuan Xiling only selected 5 magical devices that could be eye-catching. About 2/3 of the gold coins were taken away. In order not to be found corrupt, Yuan Xiling also thought of a ghost idea. Use magician hat to change many eggs, and then use mimicry to change them into gold and silver jewelry. The next step is the lines on the walls. A cloud of black mist appeared in Yuan Xiling's hand and flew to the place where the lines were. Successful analysis. Obtained magic fixed rune. Successful analysis. Obtained magic convergence rune. Rune? It should be similar to Foucault. However, how are the 2 runes distributed in these 3 places? There seems to be some connection between these 2 runes and Gathering Demon Talisman, and they should be able to blend directly and perfectly. Not much to say. Yuan Xiling dragged these 3 directly into the system melting pot, and they were combined with a snap. Combining. The fusion is successful. Skill Gathering Magic Rune. Version 2.0 that incorporates the Magic Power Fixation Rune, Magic Power Convergence Rune Pattern, and Magic Power Convergence Rune Engraving, which has the effect of gathering and fixing magic power. And the depiction of the lines is more complicated. Yuan Xiling looked at the profile while pulling out the magician's cane. The magic wand feels like an umbrella without a leaf, but it is much longer than an umbrella. The front of the handle was filled with Shadow Guard Rune, but because of the fusion behind it, Shadow Guard Rune became more cumbersome, and it was carved to the body of the rod. It also means that the position of Gathering Demon Talisman has become smaller, and now Demon Gathering Talisman has become more cumbersome after fusion, and it occupies a larger area, which seems to be insufficient. Yuan Xiling now seems to have no other weapons that can be engraved. It seems that it is time to make a new weapon. It hasn't been a month since Yuan Xiling really started to step into this field, and his combat experience skills are definitely not as good as others. His previous idea was to improve fighting skills and experience through a lot of duels, but in subsequent reflections, he found that his idea was a bit too naive. In a short period of time, these can't be improved much at all. So, Yuan Xiling switched to another idea. Due to the development of the Sea of Spiritual Consciousness, Yuan Xiling still has a high control over the magical power around the body without the external release of mental power. In other words, Gen Yuri may be stronger now in close combat. For remote attacks, a simple example. The process of Yuan Shirue's release of Fire Magic Blasting Fireball is like this. First, the corresponding magic power must be released from the body, but at the moment of release, it must be converted into fire attribute magic power through the blank magic book, and then according to the magic structure of the blasting fireball. Recorded in the blank magic book, build this magic. After the construction is successful, the magic structure begins to work, generating a thrust to launch the fireball. Among them, the mental power also stabilizes the analog structure. Therefore, after the fireball is launched, the magic structure may become unstable due to external reasons. If it is fairly stable, the blasting fireball will explode the moment it hits the opponent. If it becomes too unstable, who knows when it will burst. However, basic level magic like blasting fireball basically won't make such mistakes. What Gen Yuri was really worried about was that the more sophisticated magic might be broken by this little instability. There is still a solution. That is, wherever the magic goes, the spirit power will follow wherever it goes. But for this, Yuan Xiling can't bear it now. His current soul strength is 1.7 ordinary people, and it is still very difficult to process this information. He just has a little more mental strength, and he has only just reached the level of understanding the sea for the first time. Although there are a lot of bricks, but the foundation has not been laid, the tall buildings will naturally not be built. The process of casting magic is a bit like the content of a high school creature that Yuan Xiling learned when he was on Earth. Gene expression. The magic structure in the magic book feels like DNA, and the magic displayed is like the final translated polypeptide chain. Those external factors are like enzymes, which will dissolve the structure of the polypeptide chain at any time. However, there is an exception to the anti-magic, also known as repelling magic, which has to be discussed later. As mentioned earlier, Yuan Xiling has a high control over the surrounding magic power, so close-range magic basically does not have to worry about the instability of the magic structure, and long-range magic does not have to worry about excessive consumption of magic power. When the time comes, he will find another exercise method for cultivating the soul, and practice the strength of the soul, and perhaps he will be able to control the scope of the external release of spiritual power. But one method he now thinks of is to make a new weapon of auxiliary nature. Yuan Xiling learned that there are many magical devices in the Black Clover that can increase the power of magic. Not to increase the amount of magic, but to simply increase the power of magic. There are also various auxiliary types, such as those 3 earrings that I bought on the black market before. Yuan Xiling wants to collect a lot of these auxiliary guides, and then integrate them with the magic wand as the main body. Form a more comprehensive auxiliary weapon to fill the gaps in Yuan Xiling's combat experience and skills. If there is a great sage, if you need to make it so troublesome, just let him fight support directly. I'm so angry. Yuan Xiling suddenly slammed his hand and broke the golden sword in his hand. The heads of the shadow guards turned around again. What are you looking at? Yuan Xiling gave them a glance. Shadow guard. They pointed to the door aggrievedly and calmed down. The sound of fighting outside the door could be heard faintly. Oh? Have you hit the door? Yuan Xiling's hand movement couldn't help but get a little faster. The ones who are fighting outside should be the Golden Dawn Trio and a Diamond Kingdom using diamond magic, and the 2 of Yasta are also possible. In the original plot, Luck and the uncle faced off, and then Yasta supported them. But now that the uncle has been restrained by potties, he shouldn't go to the route of the original plot. Asta should bypass the uncle and Patties directly, rendezvous with the trio of the Golden Dawn group, and fight against the Diamond Magic. Diamond Magic, that one is a bit strong. Both the Golden Dawn trio and Asta couldn't beat him. In the end, the Wind Elves awakened to kill him. But among them, there were also 5 other people who beat each other half-deadly, and the Wind Elves only made the final blow. Yuan Xiling walked to the door and opened the model rock that narrates the world, and found 6 red dots flashing outside the door, and a bunch of red dots flashing not far away. Sure enough, the 2 of Yasta had already joined the 3 of Yuno and fought against the Diamond Kingdom outside the treasure hall. Time goes back a little. Asta, I heard that 3 people from your Black Bullfighter group have also come. Why are there 2 now? Yuno asked. I'm afraid I've been killed? Or left you behind and ran away. Although Klaus said so, his eyes under his glasses seemed a little meaningful. It's Senior Yuan Xiling. He's going to explore the Magic Palace. Yasta is silly and has no defense against the members of his good brother Yuno. Your predecessor is too irresponsible, so he just throws the newcomer here, for fear that it is also irresponsible, waste, thing. The Black Bull Squad is nothing more than that. At the end, Klaus spit the word waste a little bit harder, and his eyes were unabashedly mocking. Hey, Glasses boy, it's not your turn to take care of what our seniors do. Asta gripped the magic sword tightly, a little angry. Just before Yuno asked this question, this Klaus had been twittering next to him, saying things like, time is precious, don't waste it on these people. Yaster didn't care about these things at first. but dared to insult his seniors in the Black Bull squad? Before Asta joined the group, Genshi Zero had helped him a lot, not to mention that the seniors cared him a lot after joining the group. Klaus, what you said is serious. Yuno was also a little unhappy. Humph. Did not call senior, Klaus thought to himself and turned his face away. Oh, isn't this Sister Ainyor? Good day, it has been a long time since the royal family dinner party last year. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Mimosha quickly greeted people she knew. Good day. On the contrary, Ainua didn't want to see Mimosha and greeted helplessly. I heard that Black Bull is a very savage regiment. Are you okay? Which pot should not be opened. Mimosha's words directly hit Ainua's young heart. You are all right, cousin Mimosha. Can a stupid person like you get in the Golden Dawn group? Ainol fought back. No problem, everyone is very gentle. Thanks to everyone, I can use magic without fear. However, I remember that Sister Ainol couldn't control the magic at all. Did it succeed later? Mimosha cupped her face in her hands. Her lovely appearance said hurtful things. Ainur felt another arrow hit outside the heart, feeling that there was nothing to fight back. Klaus continued to speak. Stop talking to the rude black bullies. They are dirty and shameful bastards. You're so B*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************�e. Our Black Bullfighter group will definitely surpass your. That. Yasta couldn't remember the name of the Golden Dawn group for a while. Bluebirds, no. Crazy, no. That, the group of strange masked bosses. Asta's dumb face, coupled with a look of sudden realization, instantly filled the mockery value. What? You be asterisk 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 D. You dare to fool my most respected leader Vankins. The leader of your group is the strangest to say. He is obviously full of muscles, but wears a sleeveless shirt all day. What? Don't you think it's very masculine to wear this way? What? Yuno watched quietly from the side, but he kept complaining about this senior clause in his heart. He clearly said that he was in a hurry, but it turned out that he was entangled the longest. Okay, you idiots, let you see the gap between the top and bottom of the Magic Knights. Mimosa. Klaus yelled suddenly and called out his team members. Okay. Mimosha replied, and the magic book in her hand opened quickly. Plants create Magic A signpost for Magic Flowers. Magic Flowers Road Sign is a low-profile version of model rocks that describe the world, which can only show roughly the coordinates. Okay, I roughly understand the structure of this magic palace, Mimosha said. You know. Yeah. Yunoi was somewhat cold, but the speed of the magic book's unfolding was also unambiguous. Wind creates magic Tianfeng's arc. As the name suggests, this magic is used to carry people. You guys will fight back. Hearing this, Asta's hand holding the magic sword trembled slightly. Since then, the first meeting ended and the match between the two groups officially began. Yuno's Skywind's arc was much faster than the one in the Diamond Kingdom, and the Golden Dawn group took the lead to reach the gate of the treasure hall. But the temporary victory made them relax their vigilance, and Mimosha, as the most important support, was the first to suffer fatal injuries. Who are you? Klaus guarded the two of them, and he possessed iron magic with the highest defense power. I'm extremely sorry, as a restoration magic user, since I fell first. Mimosha used petal healing magic on herself and lay weakly on the side. Don't mind, you will focus on healing yourself now. Klaus lifted his glasses while comforting Mimosha. Only then did he show off the appearance of a predecessor. However, is the pattern on the clothes a member of the Diamond Kingdom? You be asterisk 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 D. You sneak attack from behind a woman. Is that what a soldier should do? Klaus questioned the expressionless guy on the opposite side, the magic in his hand ready to go. I don't understand what you are talking about, but everyone is the same. It's all pebbles on the side of the road. With a light wave of the opposing hand, a row of diamond-shaped spikes pulled up from the ground and thrust towards Klaus. Damn it. Steel Creation Magic Armor Wall of Steel City. An iron wall also appeared in front of Klaus, blocking the spur of the diamond, but a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The opposing force is so heavy that it can't be prevented if it is worse. Yunua, help me. Just let the evil spirits of these diamonds see the power of the Golden Dawn group. Nero has a strong ability to perceive magic power. She judged that the most powerful magic power is the treasure hall. How come there are so many institutions? Yasta took Anuor and ran around in the magic palace, triggering a series of mechanisms behind him, and a lot of treasure chest monsters, plant tentacle monsters, and so on followed one after another. Nero. I almost forgot, neither of them is very good at magic. Go here. Nero pecking at Asta's nest frantically, forcibly dragging him to change direction. Thank you, Nero. Asta also reacted in time, holding Anuor with her left hand, and ran away regardless of her slightly red face. Tahahaha. Yunua, take Mimosha to the treasure hall first. I will hold it here first. Klaus gasped, no longer the proud look he was just now. In the short duel, he already understood the difference in strength between the two sides. It was obvious that the other side surpassed him a lot, even with the help of Yuno. The magic book on the opposite side hadn't been opened yet, but he had already used most of his magic power. But that guy, Senior. Yuno hesitated. Don't talk nonsense. Our mission this time is to attack the Devil's Palace, not to fight the lunatics in the Diamond Kingdom. Unfortunately, Klaus didn't notice. Yuno said the word Senior. Good. Yuno turned and ran. Yes, that's right, this guy slowly swallows. Klaus murmured to himself, only to realize that his iron wall had been opened with a hole at some point, and the diamond spike had penetrated. That's it, I'm going to fold it here. The diamond spikes magnified infinitely in Klaus's eyes, but they were finally restrained by a wind rope and dragged back forcibly. You fool. Why are you coming back? For the Clover Kingdom, even if you are alone. Klaus roared. No, Yuno said, just let me defeat him. What are you talking about? It's not the time to be brave. Yuno did not continue to speak, and the magic book in his hand quickly flipped through. The white eagle in the wind plus the rain of the wind blade. The two magics were emitted at the same time, and the wings formed by the wind descended like a torrential rain. Uncle Rhodas stood there blankly, just stalemate with potties. He found that as long as he stood there obediently and didn't run around, the terrifying bear would not come to him. He looked at the stumbling subordinates on the ground, feeling a little helpless. These subordinates didn't listen to him just now, and insisted on being tough with this terrifying bear, and as a result, even the outermost armor of others was not broken, and they all lay on the ground. Moreover, these are all perverts, which can completely ignore the coma effect of his occupied smoke court, and can also absorb the smoke he releases. This leaves him completely helpless. However, if Mars is allowed to come, it should be done, right? No matter how he is also the secret weapon of the Diamond Kingdom. The one who used diamond magic, Mars, as Rhoda said, had already opened the magic book. Diamond creation magic, the sword of victory. Mars held his hand in the air, and the diamond condensed into a big sword. Although it hadn't reached the ceiling of the Devil's Palace, he could wield it at will. Give up. He felt a little annoyed. The three people in front of him had blocked his mission for a long time. It feels like pebbles on the side of the road, but they are unusually cumbersome. How so? Klaus kept shaking with his hands on his knees. Although Yuno can use two magics at the same time, in front of that huge diamond sword, the blades and wings formed by wind magic are like a little breeze that occasionally blows in the summer, and they are useless. The diamond giant sword broke through with a single swipe and hit the opponent's diamond spikes. It's impossible to give up. Yuno shook his head, wiped the bloodline off his mouth, and continued to flip through the magic book. Wind magic, the new moon of Sigh the Tachi. A sharp wind blade burst from his hand, bypassed the huge diamond sword, and shot at Mars, seeming to tear him in half. Mars remained motionless, his expression unchanged. Diamond creation magic, Nemia armor. Your magic has no effect on me. Give it up. Stop doing these useless things. The wind blade hit the diamond armor like a breeze. No, I will become the magic emperor before Asta again. Yaster never gave up, nor can he. Yuno gritted his teeth and launched another wind blade. But what he didn't know was that his words also caused Mars's painful memories. Memories of the selection of Magic Warrior in the Diamond Kingdom. Really? Then I exist to destroy everything. Diamond Creation Magic Talos Doll. A diamond sculpture appeared between Yuno and Mars in an instant, which not only smashed the wind blade, but also kicked Yuno out. Yuno slammed into the door of the treasure hall, banged the door with a bang, and slid to the ground. It's over, the bones are broken, and I can't move. Mimosa, who was almost healed, quickly stopped treating herself and performed healing magic on Yuno. Plant Creation Magic GU's flower dress. Asta, who was guided by Nero, happened to see Yuno being knocked into the air. Yuno. The magic sword in his hand was thrown out in an instant, piercing the diamond sculpture. Mars squinted without moving. You hurt Yuno? Asta stood between Mars and the rest, holding a sword subconsciously, but he felt like something was wrong. Asta then realized that the only magic sword he could use had just been thrown out. He now can only be regarded as an ordinary person with better physical fitness and no magical powers. Yuan Xiling was taken aback. He had just approached the gate of the treasure hall, and the gate seemed to have been hit by something with a thud. Huh? Is this trying to murder? Yuan Xiling jumped a step backward, suddenly feeling that the card she left for Ainua Air was crushed. Wait a minute. Before the rescue, let's use the model rock that describes the world to observe the duel outside. Model rock. The basic ability is to display rough terrain and coordinates, and its deeper usage is to directly restore the scene in an area, including sounds, or the actions being performed by the characters. Yuan Xiling spread the magic power out, simulating the outside situation. Mimosa is treating Yuno, and it seems that it was Yuno who hit the door just now. And Ainua is responsible for protecting the above two and Klaus, while Asta is kneeling on the ground, the magic sword stuck in the side. In the original plot, Ainua realized Water Magic Sea Dragon's Lair, a large-scale defensive magic similar to that of Yuan Xiling, in order to protect several children in Soxi Village. But now, Sith has been killed by Yuan Xiling, and the plot of Soxi Village is not as precarious as before. However, the inertia of history is not so easy to stop. Time goes back to 2 minutes ago. Asta, who had lost his magic sword, was blown away with a punch by Talos Doll, and he rolled several times on the ground. Don't get in the way, the little stones with low magic power. Mars held Asta's magic sword, but found that his magic power was being absorbed far and wide, and threw it out. Are you going to stop me? He said lightly, turning his head to look at the remaining people. The only thing left in the four-leaf Clover Kingdom is a Mimosa who can't use attack magic. Ainua's magic is not well controlled. The badly wounded Yuno. Claus, who has run out of magic power. Asta, who has no magic sword and is injured. Nero, who is hesitant to help and also serves as a support. The last one, no one knows, Yuan Xiling, who is still fishing in the treasure hall. Asta got up with difficulty, spit out bloody sputum, looked at the magic sword that was not far away, and the playing cards that Senior Yuan Xiling gave him in his hand. Senior Yuan Shi0 said that as long as this poker card is crushed, he will come to support it. But, so Pervert's enemy, can Genshi Zero Senpai win? If he called Gen Yuru Senpai, would it hurt him because of it? As long as someone survives, they can report the incident to the head of the night. Sorry, Genshi Zero Senior. I want to work hard on my own. Asta squirmed, trying to get close to the magic sword. He recalled the few books he had read in the study of the Black Bullfighter group a few days ago. At that time, he was arranged by the head of Yijian to clean the study, and happened to meet Senior Yuan Xiling there. Senior Yuan Shi0 took 5 or 6 books at that time and sat on the floor to study. Books are the ladder of human progress, principles of magic. Why is there a magic book in the magic book tower or something? Although Genshi Zero Senpai's eyes are quite big and beautiful, Yasta still wonders how 5 or 6 books were read at the same time. While tidying up the study, Asta took a few books at random to read, but what he didn't expect was that the book was written by Uncle Fengzel. Uncle Fengzel was met by Asta on the way to the king's capital to participate in the assessment of the Magic Knights. He is a master who uses wind magic as a sword. He taught the basic skills of Asta using the sword. The book written by Uncle Fangzel was about military affairs, and Asta did not understand much after reading it for a long time. However, there were a few of them because of the sudden happily yelled out by Senior Yuan Xiling, which made him remember very clearly. Sudden attack damages 60% or more and immediately retreat, at least to ensure that the boss can understand the latest situation. Mars naturally discovered Asta's movements. He had just tasted the magic sword. If Asta got it, he might lose. Diamond Creation Magic Helpa. Many rotating diamond flying knives appeared beside Mars, making harsh noises, seeming to announce the victory of the final battle. If you don't go, then go to death. Mars said this, but covered his eyes with his hands. As a magic warrior, as the murder weapon of the Diamond Kingdom, he did not dare to see the death of his life at this moment. Fana, I. While Mars was covering his eyes and talking to himself, Nero sneaked up to Asta and sealed his injuries. Seal magic wound seal. Seal magic pain seal. Asta noticed that the pain disappeared and immediately came a sideways roll, followed by a carp hitting and pulling out the magic sword by the way. And Anior also broke out at first. She looked down on the Black Bull Squad, but in the end the Black Bull Squad was her weakest and most useless. She is a royal family and must go to the battlefield. Water Magic Sea Dragon's Lair. The water magic enchantment opened and spun quickly, enveloping the remaining 4 people except Asta and Nero. The diamond flying knife slashed on the water magic. The speed immediately slowed down, and the water hose on the water magic was deflected and slashed to other places. Asta wielded the magic sword, trying to eliminate the diamond flying knife, but the diamond flying knife attacked from all directions, and Asta's left arm was still injured after all. There was a deep wound, and dark blood continuously poured out from the wound, which brought constant pain and perceptual fatigue. Nero had to give him another set of seals, but the blood just sprayed out could not be taken back. Asta now felt his brain groggy and his body was very tired. The magic sword in Asta's hand was also unsteady, and it fell to the floor, and he knelt down. Anior's hands unconsciously penetrated into cold sweat and got on the magic wand bought on the black market. She still can't make 2 consecutive Sea Dragon's Lair, but now she is the only one who has the ability to fight. If I had known it, I would crush this poker card earlier, and I was afraid it would take a while for Senior Yuan Xiling to arrive here. When Mars launched Harpa, Anal had already crushed the playing card. As for why Yuan Xiling didn't show up in the first time, it was because he had certain confidence in his magic. The model rock that narrates the world, plus Space Gate, plus random remote magic. Model rock, provide coordinates, Space Gate, shorten the distance, and add a long-range magic to achieve precise strikes. But now it seems that I still have to go there in person. Mars put his hand down. He felt that his Halpa was basically lost. You are really tenacious, but weak people are not worthy of need. When Mars was just covering his eyes, he didn't know what he was talking to himself. He was babbling. It was a bit like being self-hypnosis. Diamond Creation Magic Titan's Heavy Armor. This time he was going to use the strongest magic to completely remove these annoying little stones. He is now a tool of the Diamond Kingdom. What he needs is to complete the task. If you say that, you don't seem to be needed either. Mars turned his head and looked at the source of the sound. He just cast Titan's Heavy Armor, making him look like a huge diamond baboon. And on his back, there was a petite figure standing impressively. If you say that, you don't seem to be needed either. Although Gen Yururi's words were asking Mars, he was scanning the audience, which didn't mean that Mars was in his eyes. Mars turned his head and looked at the petite figure on his back. He could feel the magical power still hidden there. Are you here to stop me too? Mars's tone was a little calmer, unlike the indifference just now. Block you? No, the gate of the treasure hall is there. Go if you want, no one will stop you. Yuan Shirue, angered at the gate, jumped off Mars's back and used petal magic fragrant language in his hand to recover the wounds for Asta, while secretly watching Mars. The lion fights the rabbit, also with all its strength. As soon as Yuan Xiling came out, He secretly released a bit of Long Wei and then pretended to be indifferent to Mars, causing psychological pressure on Mars. Although Gen Yuri can beat Mars without injury, he doesn't have to be so troublesome. No matter how strong Mars is, he is now at most the leader level. Mars didn't speak or unlock his magic and went straight to the gate of the treasure hall. He knew he was underestimated. However, you beat the magic knights of our Clover Kingdom, don't you say it? To be honest, Yuan Xiling took a fancy to the magical stone on his forehead, and the layman on Mars could see that the color was much better than that of the uncle. Why, after all, you still want to stop me? Mars stopped, and the huge sword of victory was held in his hand. He now looks like a huge baboon holding a huge sword, coupled with that expressionless face, kind of huge contrast. I said not to prevent you from going to the treasure hall, but you wounded our magic knights. As a senior, for the younger generations, well, it's not too much to ask for justice, right? Yuan Shirue said, using cotton magic in his hand, sending Asta into Ainua's water shield. Hey, guys from the Black Bulls, there's no need. Klaus, who had been silent in the shield, suddenly uttered a voice. He spoke a little fast and was choked by himself in the middle of speaking. Klaus believes that Gen Yuri is unlikely to defeat Mars. After seeing Mars's terrifying magic power, he has no confidence in attacking the Magic Palace. He even agrees that Yuan Xiling just put Mars into the treasure hall just now, but he didn't understand why Yuan Xiling called Mars back. Justice? Where is justice on the battlefield? If Gen Yuri loses, the final fate will be uncomfortable. The magic. Hurry up. Yuan Xiling also glanced at Klaus. This guy is also the old tsundere. He has always been worried about others, but he has a very vicious tongue on the outside. What? Are you scared? Yuan Xiling also continued to mock, wanting the other party to shoot first. Although preemptive strike, Yuan Xiling still feels more comfortable seeing tricks. Ainua maintained a movement, maintaining the water shield. She watched Yuan Xiling frantically attracting enemies there, and she didn't know how to complain about this lovely predecessor. But this lovely senior didn't join the group much earlier than her. Can he really win that zombie face? Mars glanced at Yuan Xiling, seeming to be weighing something, and turned to walk towards the gate of the treasure hall. They are going to stand in my way, no matter who I am. For some reason, Mars saw Fanna's shadow from this petite figure, and several fragments flashed in his mind. A decade ago. Mars, what do you want to be when you go out? The short-haired girl with red ears pressed one hand to the window, her eyes full of yearning for the outside world. She asked another child next to her. I don't know. I want to go out with Fanna. The boy with the hedgehog's head replied. Oh, the short-haired girl seemed a little surprised by this answer, and she continued, Mars is the strongest among us. Mars will go out first. I'll wait until then. Wait for Fanna to come out. Let's go and see the outside world together at that time. It's a deal. A word is settled. It was another year, and the bright and spacious glass windows were replaced by narrow windows. At this time, a man was standing in front of the window, facing the 20 or 30 children below. This is the last training fight each other. The one who survived last can leave here as our country's magic warrior. If you don't do it, get rid of all of you. After speaking, he slammed the door shut and left. You. Some children have started to cry first, but before he cried a few times, some sharp object pierced his chest and the cry was cut off. This is not an orphanage. This is the experimental base of the magic warriors of the Diamond Kingdom. They believe that only the last remaining person can fully support the powerful magical power brought by the magic stone. The short-haired girl and the hedgehog-head boy stood close to each other back to back. The two of them didn't take the initiative to attack the others, but eliminated those who tried to attack them. This method was very effective. Their hands were quickly covered with blood, and the protruding diamond spikes on the ground were covered with charred bodies. The boy with the hedgehog head became a little timid, and he held the girl's hand trembling slightly. The girl said softly to him, Don't be afraid, Mars. We will definitely be able to go out. This is what we agreed upon. The voice was very soft, but unusually firm, and the boy with the hedgehog head calmed down. Soon, there were only two of them left in the huge room, with blood and missing body parts everywhere. The two waited for a while, but the man did not come back. Fana. The hedgehog head boy started to be scared again, but this time Fana held his hand tightly and did not speak. Fana. The hedgehog boy called again. The girl with short hair seemed to have just recovered, but her eyes were very calm. Sorry, Mars. The girl apologized softly. The hedgehog head boy just wanted to ask why, but he saw a flame ignited in the girl's hand. I can only do this. Go to hell. The hedgehog head boy only remembered that he had only had time to hold his head with his hands. It's Mars who survived. Then put a magic stone on Mars. It's the man's voice. What compounded him was, In terms of ability, let's use the Fana he killed last. Who is this again? Why? Fana? Yuan Xiling was stunned, and he didn't expect the other party to leave directly. Space Magic Space Gate. Mars looked at the suddenly open space in front of him and glanced at Yuan Xiling again. If you must stop me, then come on. If you must stop me, then come on. Mars turned around, raised the sword of victory, high, and slashed at Yuan Xiling without any muddling. Upon seeing this, Yuan Xiling also reacted instantly. Water Magic Sea Dragon's Cage. This magic is the reverse application of Sea Dragon's Lair, which creates a shield with water flow, trapping the enemy inside, making it easy to get in but not easy to get out. The shield unfolded, enveloping Mars and January at the same time. It also enveloped most of the hall, excluding Anuor and others. In this way, you can let go of your hands and feed a little bit. Water Magic Water Dragon. Water Magic Water Space Gate. The entire Sea Dragon's Cage is composed of Yuan Xiling's water attribute magic power, which means that as long as he releases this magic while maintaining this magic power, he can absorb the excess water attribute magic power on it. Then when he uses the above two magics, he can directly use these extra water attribute magic powers without releasing from himself. It's just that it's more magical. Sea Dragon's Cage, the water dragon, which was originally like a small snake, suddenly became thick, but it was not that unusually thick. The blue water space door unfolds in the mouth of the water dragon and in the cage. These are the things that Yuan Xiling has researched in the study these days. The operability of the same attribute magic. Yuan Xiling has read many books in the study these days, such as Magic Field Notes, Magic Nurture Upgraded, Magic Compatibility, Magic Book Origin Hypothesis, Demon, about combination magic, and many more. Like the magic skin and magic domain that Yuan Xiling has been talking about before, he used to watch other people's online spoilers on Earth, and now he has to focus on it. Magic skin is to cover the magic power on the skin of the whole body to resist the harsh environment and unfavorable conditions of the outside world. The magic field is the advanced level of magic skin, using your own magic power to form a circle around you to mobilize the surrounding magic power. Yuan Xiling is now learning from Magic Field Notes and about combination magic, which is equivalent to half a combination magic and half a magic field, but the only drawback is that these consume his own magic power. This is also the reason why it is more magical. The two books, The Devil and The Imagination of the Origin of the Magic Book, are a little bit mythical and fantasy, and Yuan Xiling read it as a storybook. The most worth mentioning is that the two books, Hurricane Upgraded and Magic Compatibility, were written by a blind genius scientist in a Diamond Kingdom. Yuan Xiling hasn't tried it yet, but the magic compatibility is about two different magic properties. This book seems to be hypothetical, and the date of publication is relatively early, so Yuan Xiling speculates that what this book is about is the prototype of the current human experiment in the Diamond Kingdom, which is the theory before the experiment of the magic warriors like Mars. Imaginary. At the same time, January was also curious, where did these books come from? There was still a lot of dust, and if Asta hadn't come to clean it, these books would probably be rotten. As for the problem of text failure, Yuan Xiling still went to the system to deal with it, and the system also opened a translation function version 2.0 for him. Mars looked at the water and water dragons reverberating throughout the hall space, and Yuan Xiling's floating figure with a headache. He hasn't seen anyone who plays water magic so much, and his fire magic won't be useful here. Mars wielded the Sword of Victory frantically, trying to shred the cage. Although the diamond sword is very hard, the water shield does not mean that it is hard to cut off. Water blades, or weapons made of various materials, are continuously lowered in the water shield, and they are constantly rubbing against Mars's, Titan's heavy armor, to make a sound. Yuan Xiling scratched his head. It seems that this thing needs improvement. It is good to be used to trap people, and it can also restrict Mars from using fire magic to recover from his injuries. But if it is used to kill people, this magic has a higher physical defense against Mars, and it seems that it is not very effective. Let's try break magic. Yuan Xiling used Water Space Gate to walk behind Mars and cast magic before he could react. Break magic crack. Yuan Xiling's tender palm was attached to Mars's huge diamond arm, and the magic power poured in frantically, running around in Mars's arm. Mars wanted to activate magic, but found that the control of his left hand was still there, but that part of the magic power had been completely messed up. He had no choice but to grab the Sword of Victory with his right hand and slash to his left hand, trying to get rid of Yuan Xiling's control. Yuan Xiling smiled slightly and took the initiative to jump away from his right hand. After the splash dissipated, Yuan Xiling also disappeared. Mars still couldn't control the magic of his left hand, only felt a heartache. Turning his head, the diamond arm had been covered with blades at some point in time, and the magic in the body leaked out like a balloon being opened. Mars lifted the Titan's heavy armor, and the loss of magic power stopped, but because of this, the magic above became dangerous. He recondensed Sword of Victory and placed it on his head. In fact, the rest is much simpler. Yuan Xiling sat on the top of Sea Dragon's cage, shaking her feet, watching everything below. Should it be over? It always feels like this magic palace is going to be destroyed. Rock milling method the bondage of soil. A big mouth cracked under Mars' feet, as if to swallow it in. But as soon as the magic power was gathered, Mars noticed it. He hurriedly jumped upwards, made 2 halpa out of diamonds, and stepped on them. TSK, it is true that the magic warrior can't easily win with such a little trick. Yuan Xiling buzzed her mouth and curled the hair around her ears with her hands. If January used repelling magic, he would have won without any effort. But this magic can't be used indiscriminately. In the latter part of the original plot, Asta caused a lot of troubles because of this magic. Of course, this is also a spoiler for the barrage. Yuan Xiling hasn't seen it at all. Then use the digital magic, included in the magic book. Digital magic is the total amount of magic power that can be divided into targets, including oneself. This magic alone doesn't sound great, but using this magic requires timing or the coordination of other magic. For example, digital magic plus seal magic. Yuan Xiling came to the back of Mars again, but this time Mars had already taken precautions, and the halpa in his hand stabbed directly towards Yuan Xiling. January also pulled out the Night Sword behind it, faster than Mars, and a cross sword defeated all Mars attacks. Awful. Mars wanted to continue the attack, but suddenly found that his hands, feet, and even his whole body were bound by small silk threads, and he was afraid that he could not move in a short time. Silk magic. Yuan Xiling pulled hard, and Mars fell off, halpa, and slammed into the slimy mud trap. Yuan Xiling prepared for him.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.